Why are you so happy all of a sudden? Zhang Qingshui suddenly turned her head and looked at Linen. Linen looked at the starry sky and shook his head with a smile. I wonder if you will be happy when you see the surprise I prepared. Are there really any surprises? Zhang Qingshui didn't seem particularly happy after hearing this, but leaned against him gently. I don't have to always give me anything. Compared with those things, I'm happier to be with you like this. Zhang Qingshui said, and couldn't help but look down at her finger. On the ring finger, a rose ring did not wither at all, it was still so beautiful. Linen mutated the branches of this rose very softly, and put them on his fingers, which looked very suitable. Even the blooming petals did not appear exaggerated after shrinking, and there was a good smell. Linen knows very well that what she said is true, but it does not mean that she is not happy when she receives gifts, it is just that in comparison, staying with herself, especially being alone, makes her happier. You will definitely like it, Linen insisted. After a while, he narrowed his eyes, as if he was feeling something again, and after a while, he smiled. Look, over there. Zhang Qingshui looked in the direction he pointed. It was an empty starry night, and other than that, it was a group of dark buildings. Before she could speak her doubtful inquiries, a fire suddenly flickered in the distance. The next moment, with the sound of Ming, a bright light suddenly exploded in the distance. As if it was an introduction, then more and more fireworks flew into the sky. The colorful fireworks lit up the whole city and turned the night sky into colorful. The stars twinkled in the fireworks, embellishing them. Zhang Qingshui stared blankly, and in the charming eyes of Dangfeng, fireworks were reflected in the sky. Linen chuckled and caught her. Like it? Zhang Qingshui hummed with a fluctuating voice, turned her head to look at him, and then looked at the fireworks. In addition to the common fireworks that blast one after another in the sky, there are many types of fireworks that bloom one after another, some pulling a light band in the distance, crackling, and some banging in the air twice. There were still some crackling movements on the ground, and even firecrackers were set off. It seemed that the fire was still faintly visible, and it was unknown where the fire was, adding some Doomsday characteristics to the fireworks display. Linen could even feel that some of his weak mice had suddenly lost contact, and if nothing else happened, they might have died. The devil knows how much they can do just by letting them set off fireworks. Zhang Qingshui didn't know anything about this, she just stared blankly at the fireworks in the distance. After a long time, she turned her head and looked at Linen, with a smile that was far more dazzling than the fireworks. Linen, she said. Linen hummed and looked at her suspiciously. Zhang Qingshui just silently approached, hugged him, and raised her head. Then, just when Linen thought it was almost over, he whispered in his ear, like a mosquito, and whispered, the next thing. Do you want to do? Linen was startled. Then, bowing his head, he saw only the soul-stirring emotion in her dazzling eyes. Just here. Linen asked a silly question. But Zhang Qingshui just smiled, her face was illuminated by fireworks, leaving only a crimson color. Fool. She said in a low voice, stretched out her hand slowly and firmly, gently grabbed Linen's hand, and then slowly placed his hand on the collar of her combat uniform. Linen got it. Could there be a more romantic place than this in the end? He struggled for a while. To be precise, he took the initiative in less than a second after being tangled. In the blooming fireworks, Linen saw with his own eyes a more beautiful existence than the fireworks in the sky. The next morning, Linen was awakened by a sudden mental fluctuation in his head. After a long sleep, he opened his eyes brightly. Zhang Qingshui, who was beside her, was still asleep, and the smile on her face did not disappear even in her sleep. Linen gently covered her clothes. The wind on the roof was a little cold, but for the two little supermen, the summer wind was nothing. He didn't leave, but continued to hold her, sniffing her hair, closing his eyes and feeling the fluctuations in his head. The Rat King was born. In the mental power network in his head, one is obviously more active than other mice, and the stronger mental power link makes him clearly perceive the existence of a mouse. With the spread of spiritual power, Linen even seemed to feel the existence of another body for a moment, as if he had become a mouse. He tried to observe with that field of vision, and found that he could really use mental power to observe the surroundings with the mouse's field of vision, similar to being possessed. Not only that, but he can also communicate with this mouse from a distance. Are you the new Rat King? Master, you are the only king. Kiss. I am afraid that this Rat King has not seen the way he killed his former boss before. If this emotional intelligence is born, Linen will not believe it. Can you control the rats in my place? Linen didn't talk nonsense with this mouse. It could communicate with precision, that would be great. Of course, Master. As long as it is your will, I am willing to give everything for you. Where did the flattery come from? Can Harry study hard? Look at people, they have this level when they become fine. Linen chuckled twice. Then clean up the city for the last time, notify me in time if you find any accidents, and I will take you with you when you leave. Yes. Linen recovered his spiritual power, and the spiritual power network was still unbreakable, but there were some changes. It's like there is an additional transfer station, so even if the distance is far, you can maintain the perception of the entire rat group through the link between the Rat King and yourself. Save yourself the trouble. There is no need to carry a bunch of mice around every day. Before cleaning up the J domain, Linen had to scan it one area at a time. But for now, just let them play freely. Zhang Qingshui woke up leisurely, opened her eyes, and saw Lin An's profile. She smiled cutely, buried her face in Lin An's arms like a little girl, hugged him tightly, and seemed a little embarrassed. Lin An teased her. Why are you so shy now and so brave yesterday? Don't say it, she hummed. Lin An patted her back, the sun shining on her shoulders. Okay, pack up, we're going back. Lin An lightly touched her forehead, hugged her, got up, and picked up the equipment on the side and put it on. Zhang Qingshui also hurried up, not giving him a chance to see more, her face is redder than Chaoyang. Carried me. She stretched out her hand confidently and didn't want to walk. Lin An looked at her a few times, but in the end he didn't refuse, and turned his back to her. Zhang Qingshui smiled with satisfaction and followed. Fly me down, I haven't tried this feeling of flying yet. Lin An looked downstairs and didn't bother to jump down. Even if he could bear it, Zhang Qingshui might not be able to withstand such a high impact. Yeah. She lazily hugged Lin An's neck. A burst of buoyancy suddenly appeared, and the two flew out of the rooftop, heading out of the city in the wind, and she flew unhappily. After flying for a minute, Zhang Qingshui let the two fall to the ground. Tired. She made an excuse. Actually don't want to go out so fast. Lin An carried her on his back, neither piercing through nor accelerating, just looked around slowly, his eyes locked on a bicycle. Let's ride out. He walked to the edge of the bicycle, and a black light appeared on his hand, sweeping around, and the surface was clean. All organic and inorganic substances were taken away by the black light. The useful ones were swallowed, and the useless ones were directly filtered and discarded by the black light. Zhang Qingshui didn't want to move lazily, so Lin An could only put her on the back seat like a princess before stepping on the bicycle. Well, the chain broke, and there was a flat tire. But no problem. The black light starts to imitate, and after the chain is supplemented, the automatic can be turned on. Lin An steps on the pedal, the black light drives the chain to rotate automatically, and the two tires covered by the black light smoothly drive the bicycle forward. She hugged Lin An's waist, put her face on her back, and closed her eyes, as if she would get farther and farther away from the city. You don't have to. When we get to Lonely Island, we will probably be idle for a long time. By then, I will be with you for at least 4 days a week, okay? Yin Xiaoxiao and Lu Yao only spent 3 days, is that enough? Her voice was cold, but she didn't have the resentment she had before, only a little coquettish teasing. She is the big winner, Zhang Qingshui thought so. Lin An said leisurely. I don't know, let them come to beg you for mercy, anyway, you are the eldest wife, you decide. Leave the trouble to me? A man will change his mind if he gets it. She said casually, but was even more reluctant to let go and hugged him tightly. It's because, I think now, you are the most important. Lin An thinks that he may say this sentence to Yin Xiaoxiao again, but at least at this moment, he is sincere. Zhang Qingshui hummed like a little girl. Then, he spoke feebly. I get it. Asshole. Well, thank you, Mrs. Don't call me big wife. Wife. Not yet. Honey. So meaty. The two laughed, and the laughter gradually became familiar and left the street. After an hour of riding, Lin An rode out of the city. Looking at the two motorcycles parked outside the city, Zhang Qingshui couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Xiao Xiao is really thoughtful, and she specially reserved 2 cars for us. You have carried me all the way, isn't that enough? How could Lin An understand this? Yin Xiaoxiao probably left 2 cars on purpose, just because he didn't want Lin An to carry Zhang Qingshui. Lin An patted Zhang Qingshui's head, sat on his black heavy motorcycle, started the ignition, and the engine roared. Zhang Qingshui sat on another motorcycle with a confident smile on her face. On her beautiful face, the familiar, seemingly aloof look appeared again. Then she'll be disappointed. Zhang Qingshui thumped the engine, and her movements were so numb that there was no need for Lin An to hold her. With the physique of an evolutionary, as long as she recovers her blood reasonably, she can still fight Lin An until sunset. She looked at Lin An, smiled and blinked. Since you want a big wife, how to coax your little wife, but it's your business, I won't let her. Anyway, Lu Yao. Lu Yao, this idiot, I will help. She was a little depressed again. This guy Lu Yao is really unreliable. How did he tell herself a few days ago he would never like Lin An, and would never rob a man with mi? Unacceptable. Going back this time, I have to give her a hard lesson. Zhang Qingshui charged forward while protecting the accelerator, and Lin An ran alongside her. Little Ginger. Thank you. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but smile, and solemnly promised. I will always accompany you and protect you until the end of the apocalypse. You don't need to tell me, you can't use me anymore. Zhang Qingshui's long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyes were firm. Don't even think about it. Amidst the dust, the motorcycle drove towards the gathering place. Lin An looked up and looked at the sky. If as expected, go back this time. He was finally able to connect with the institute. Simplified medicine is also inevitable. At that time, how many evolutionary humans will there be? Not too many, maybe, just 10,000 people. Human beings can walk towards a path that is vaguely visible in the simulation, the only way to the light's city. Mutated animals. Lin An squinted, and soon, his vision turned to a purple talent listed for sale in the simulator. The price only needs a mere 3,000 points, if you have this talent. Is there any chance? How about kidnapping all these animals? The talent that Lin An is looking at, in terms of effects, seems to be a bit ordinary. Great orator. Purple. Your speech has the ability to move people, your words are more contagious, and the ideas you want to express are more easily accepted by people. At first glance, it seems quite ordinary, but Lin An thought about it carefully. This thing, in a certain concept, is not small at all. In addition to making it easier for him to be recognized when persuading others, it also strengthens Lin An's leadership and management skills in disguise. It can even be said that it has also accelerated Lin An's ability to increase favorability with others. Who doesn't like a person who speaks nicely, looks handsome, and is strong? The most important thing is that when Lin An asked the emulator for this talent alone, he also got a positive answer. The talent can be changed to any unit that can communicate and has emotions. In other words, mutant animals are among them. Lin An can have no doubt that these mutant animals also have emotions. Different from mutants and mutant zombies, they are essentially a product of resurrection, which is completely different from basic creatures. From the current observation, they do not have the ability to continue offspring, and only by constantly transforming other organisms can they expand the number of their own side. The mutant animals, as expected, still maintain the same basic characteristics as humans. Of course, in addition to this talent, there are more talents for mutant animals. Beast Trainer. You are naturally good at developing feelings with animals. Under your discipline, animals will be more obedient and easier to tame by you. But Lin An still chose the last speaker after considering a more comprehensive effect. Mutant animals are important, but if they are really chosen, Lin An will pay more attention to his basics. With the talent of being a great speaker, Lin An has more confidence in the implementation of his plan, including accepting other evolutionaries in the base of Lonely Island in the future. It's not that Lin An didn't want to find something stronger in the past to enhance his abilities. But at present, it seems that his talents are overflowing, and even at this moment, many talents have not been effectively utilized. And as far as is concerned, his personal combat power is already at the top level. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible to deal with all those monsters by himself. Unless he can add a whole number of golden talents that can increase his combat power, he can consider the tactics of flat push. However, the price of golden talent is really dizzying. At least for now, Lin An hadn't thought of a good way to get so many points. Maybe he could get 10,000 or 20,000, but the golden talent, the talent he wanted, must at least be more than 100,000. The only pity is that the simulator can only simulate with its own current capabilities and ideas, and it is not possible to directly let oneself see the effects of these talents in the simulator. Not even an experience period, bad review. But Lin An honestly spent 3,000 points to buy the big orator's purple talent. Then, he temporarily suppressed the idea of simulating. He didn't care about simulating last night. Anyway, after purchasing the number of simulators now, he can only simulate twice a day, and he can simulate at any time. Just save it and wait until you get back to the gathering place to simulate. Riding a motorcycle with Zhang Qingshui, The time passed quickly, and the appearance of the gathering place appeared in front of me. Even from a distance, Lin seemed to be able to see that the atmosphere of the entire gathering place was completely different from before he left. Outside the original gathering place, even the warriors would inevitably have a tired and haggard look, but now, before he got close, he saw the bright expressions on the faces of those warriors. Seeing Lin coming from a distance, the sharp-eyed soldier picked up the walkie-talkie with joy and didn't know what to say. After Lin and Zhang Qingshui walked in, he smiled and said, "Why are you so polite?" Having said that, he also raised his hand and saluted the warrior. The soldier's face turned red, as if he had seen an idol. He was a little excited. "Mr. Lin, I let you read more, you are disobedient, and now you want to praise others, you don't know what to say." Ren Shen's laughing voice came from behind the soldier. When he saw Lin, he saluted without saying a word, and then laughed and stretched out his hand to give Lin a heavy hug. "Xiao Lin, you are the benefactor of our gathering place." Lin shook his head with a smile, but did not politely say any excuses. In fact, without him, it would be unpleasant to say that, just to open so many mouths to eat, the gathering place would have to go to the city, and if we leave, there would be hundreds of deaths. What's more, it is very likely that the effect is still very limited. As for the hundreds of survivors who joined the gathering place, without Lin appearing, it can be said that no evolution is a dead end. "I heard that Lao Yuan is looking for me." Lin went straight to the topic, and he didn't want to delay any longer. It was the most important thing to get in touch with the research institute as soon as possible, and to promote the rapid emergence of simplified medicines as soon as possible. As long as the preliminary evolution is completed first, under Lin's expectation, the number of evolutionaries will also increase significantly. The most important thing is that some technicians are likely to evolve, so that his island can even continue to carry out more research and find the key to cracking the Doomsday. Including post-nuclear reconstruction, Lin needs more people to help, the more the better, as long as he can afford it. This is also the reason why he exchanged for a great orator, that is, he now faintly feels that the scale of several hundred people he thought at first might be a little bit unstoppable. "Yes, Lao Yuan heard Xiaoyan talk about what happened in the city, and I didn't have a meal for a whole day." Ren Shen shook his head, but still smiled. "However, no matter how difficult it is, isn't there hope now?" "Yeah. As long as there is hope and a direction in which to work hard, the days will always pass." Lin also sighed quite a bit. At first, when he saw the information that appeared in the simulator, he was at a loss. The two walked in while talking. Lin and Zhang Qingshui parked their motorcycles at the door first. "Little Zhang, you go back first, and Lao Yuan and I will go to you after chatting." After the qualitative change in the relationship, let alone Zhang Qingshui, even Lin seemed to feel a little reluctant to part with her. Zhang Qingshui shouted, but stopped, didn't move, looked at him, and blinked. Lin glanced at Ren Shen, shook his head helplessly, walked over, and hugged her for a while. "See you soon." Zhang Qingshui said goodbye obediently, turned around with a smile and walked away with brisk steps. The smile on that cold face was truly unforgettable. Ren Shen was caught off guard, and could only endure a mental crit. He was a little envious, but couldn't help but sigh. Maybe this is the perfect match. Lin continued to look for the old watch as if nothing had happened, and talked about it. Since he decided to bring one with all three girls, he felt that the thickness of his face had skyrocketed. No way, but even a thin-skinned person can't grasp it. The two walked in from the camp, and along the way, countless people greeted Lin actively, including those survivors who received follow-up rescue, and their attitude was the most eager. Before returning to the camp, they knew that those rats who rummaged through boxes to find them and took them away were Lin's abilities. It was Lin who saved them. Even if the camp has not had time to go to J City to search for supplies, life is still a bit tight, and most people still have to sleep on the streets, but no more monsters. At least, these few days, no longer have to worry about being caught by monsters and eaten. Moreover, as everyone knows, Vault 33, which is far away from the county seat, has already set off and started to prepare for the rendezvous. The days seem to be getting better. In the crowd around, Lin glanced at him and saw a woman who was still squatting in the corner, looking haggard or even dirty. Zheng Li. She looked blankly at Lin. Lin's mind reader subconsciously launched, but she saw unexpected emotions. Zheng Dang didn't have much hatred for Lin. Instead, he had a greedy thirst, with love and hate in his heart, and the object was actually Lu Yao. "This bad woman seems to be interested in me." Lin judged her complicated thoughts and came to a conclusion that left him speechless. This woman not only doesn't hate me, hates me, but wants to take me away and become her man? It's so outrageous. Just because I am someone Liu Yao likes. You are really sick, sister. But after a few glances, Lin withdrew his gaze. It doesn't matter, she can do whatever she wants, just don't get in the way, she can evolve, and maybe she can help the gathering place to do something. There is a simulator, and I'm not afraid that she will use any means of love to hate. Not sure, if she transforms her feelings towards Liu Yao well, maybe she can also be a handy tool person? Lin was thoughtful, but didn't pay much attention to her for the time being. Let's talk about it later. In addition to these survivors, the management of the camp is also very enthusiastic about Lin's attitude. Along the way, anyone who knew Lin's name would take the initiative to say hello. Even those who are embarrassed to speak, will respectfully pay attention, and the look of admiration in their eyes needs no words. This kind of change Lin once experienced at the number 33 gathering place in the county seat, and now, it is another taste. Suddenly, he felt a little emotional. This look of expectation or longing made him a little uncomfortable. Only he knew his starting point, and everything he did was for his own better life. Soon he reached the battle tent. Lin walked in directly, and Lao Yuan, who was inside, was holding a satellite phone and shouted in an unreasonable tone. I know you don't have enough resources and places, but what's the matter? We can't go there with things. Dangerous. Do you think Laozi doesn't understand danger? Just because the situation is so bad right now, no matter how dangerous it is, you have to act, you know? Don't believe it. Waiting for the order. Hey, then you just wait. Tell you, don't care how fast the order comes down, I will go if I should, and you will stop us. My benefactor is here, and now I don't have time to talk to you, kid, get out. Lao Yuan hung up the phone. A bright smile suddenly bloomed on his irritable face, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to come alive, expressing joy. Lin, Zhaolin, my benefactor, you are back. The old watch strode forward, and without giving Lin a chance to refuse, he hugged him boldly and slapped him in the back. Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's the matter? Who did you call just now? A bastard on the edge of City S asked him to pack up and prepare to move to City N, but he was not happy. Lin was stunned. Are you planning to go to N City? Lao Yuan smiled and said, it must. There is no safer place in this world than your house. And I'm not afraid of your jokes, Lao Yuan. I plan to follow the way you left. In this way, you may be able to avoid many dangers. If you have any questions, you can tell me in advance that you won't be disturbed, right? Lao Yuan's eyes were a little uneasy. He has been thinking about it recently. No matter how he thinks, he feels that if he chooses a random place and takes the gathering place to meet, he does not know how many people will die along the way. Isn't the safest place on the edge of the lonely island that Lin said? It's a bit far, so many people, it will take at least 10 days and a half months to pass, but no matter what, they can go to N City before the corpse tide arrives. At that time, I will partner with the gathering place in N City and stay next to Lin's house. If there is any danger, Lin will be separated by a few hours. It can be said that it is the safest choice to enjoy the shade under the big tree. It's not a disturbance. Lin pondered for a moment and gave a reply. Lao Yuan laughed out loud, and immediately took Lin's hand and sat on the chair, shouting loudly, come on, clean up the baiju you brought back last time, I'll drink a few times with my benefactor. Mouth. Drinking is a mistake, drink less. Lin advised. However, Lao Yuan shook his head and said, my benefactor, Lao Yuan, I used to drink a few sips every day, but now, I haven't tasted half a drop for half a month. Don't worry. Just a few small cups, these few mouthfuls can make my Lao Yuan dizzy, and my Lao Yuan will never take a mouthful in my life. Lao Yuanhao said angrily. If it weren't for the inappropriate opportunity, I have to prove it. My Lao Yuan's nickname of the wine tiger, Yuan Long, is not nonsense. 3 bottles don't shake, 5 bottles can go into the pit, you can rest assured. Lin was amused by him and said with a smile. Okay, just a few sips, I won't accompany me, I don't like drinking that stuff. Oh. Old Biao was a little depressed and waved his hand. Okay, then let's talk about business directly. I think you're just trying to find an excuse to take a few sips. Ren Shen joking aside. Lao Yuan blushed. Don't fart, do your job, what fun are you doing here? Ren Shen left with a smile. Forget it, stop drinking, Zhaolin, let me tell you about the recent situation. Yuan Long seriously began to sort out the recent situation. First of all, it is the information that you warned earlier, the intelligence, and now most of it has been confirmed. I reported it to the research institute, and the letter was replied there, but I still want to chat with you in person. I'll give you a satellite phone later, and you can use this thing to contact them. Other than that, it's the arrangement of our gathering place. Xiao Lin, please give me a thorough understanding of our plan to move to N City. Is it reliable? Or, do you agree? Lin sat, swept the table with his fingers lightly, thinking about it, and after a few seconds, he nodded solemnly. There are dramas, but there are also difficulties. I must explain it to you first. Yuan Long sat upright with a very serious expression. Just say it. Lin began to list the troubles he might encounter in doing so. First, material issue. In my estimation, the efficiency of your search for supplies in City J would take 5 days at least to get all the supplies you need, right? After Lin finished speaking, Yuan Long thought about it for a while, then nodded. Almost. The main thing is that there are not enough people and equipment, and I don't dare to start everyone. Okay. Once you get the supplies, transportation is also a problem. How long do you think it will take you to get from the city to the N City? I heard that you also plan to bring a gathering place on the edge of S City. How long will it take to integrate it? After Lin finished speaking, Yuan Long continued to think about it and said, if there are no special dangers on the road, only ordinary zombies, we should be able to complete the migration within 15 days. How long will it take to build the fortifications when we get there? How long will it take for so many people to eat and drink Lazar's basic fortifications? After Lin finished speaking, Yuan Long pondered for a moment. We can find good materials and suitable tools in J City. After that, we can do our best, and maybe we will be able to make something in 10 days. The main reason is that there is a lack of professional manpower. Although the big guy can gather a lot of heads, the efficiency will not be very high. Yuan Long sighed. Lin nodded, then looked at him. Are you confident that you can handle all this before the corpse tide arrives? Yuan Long was silent, and after a while, he nodded uncertainly. I can complete the basic preparations. He sighed and said, but, to be honest, there is nowhere to go except to go to N City. Going in, the more cities there are, the more dangers there are, and we can only go to remote places. If you stay here, even if you can beat the corpse tide you said, what should you do next? As you said. But it will be bombed. Yuan Long shook his head and said, that's the only way. Lin hummed and expressed his understanding. In fact, there was really no better way, unless he helped. Lin continued to tap on the desk instinctively with his fingers, thinking in his heart, is he capable of solving all these problems before the corpse tide arrives? Let's still count on the simulator. I will use the simulator today to see if I can create a large gathering place near N City. Lin thought about it. He has been simulating for nearly a month, and today he can simulate the events after the confluence of the corpse tide in September. The zombies will probably only besiege for a few days, and they will give up if they can't eat it. A few days later, the form of N City became clear. The mutant fish in the sea, including the murlocs, are probably edible as long as they are not disgusting. You can even stock up on some jerky for a possible nuclear winter. You can also study some mutated edible plants, including some fuels, and charcoal can also be used for heating, and it seems that you are fully capable of doing these things. Food, warmth, shelter, and the rest is a matter of safety. Lin estimated again, and this matter seemed to be beneficial to him. In fact, as long as the gathering place can beat this danger, the subsequent nuclear explosion will not appear in N City. N City belongs to a coastal enclave, and the development is not very good. Although it is a port city, the size of the port is limited and the commercial properties are average. Not within the preset strike range. The neighborhood can also be said to be sparsely populated. Compared with a big city like J City, it can only be regarded as a third and fourth tier city. In addition to the number 33 gathering place in the county seat, Lao Yuan's gathering place, and the gathering place near the city where I don't know where to hide, as well as the gathering place in N City. There's even plenty of room for a few more gathering places. At that time, outside Lin and Guizhou Island, there may be a large gathering place that accommodates tens of thousands of people, even hundreds of thousands or even 200,000 people. With such a population base, if simplified medicines can be popularized, there will be thousands of evolutionaries at least. Lin chooses the best among the best, and absorbs some evolutionaries from other shelters in advance. Near his house, it can be said that it is the stronghold of the strongest human power. Is it okay? Is there something wrong? What is the outlook? Lin just turned around in his head a few times, and immediately made a decision. Lin finished, and said seriously, I will work hard on this matter, I will try to clear the road for you along the way, and clean up the roads for you. You need to mention your speed again. You don't even need to store too much food, just take food with a shelf life of more than 1 year. Focus on personal warm clothing and prepare for nuclear winter. We need weapon support from the top, and when necessary, tactical nuclear bombs can be used for backup. I'll help you with city defense and accommodation. This time, I went back to Lonely Island. I'll be one step ahead of you, figure out the situation, and start preparing for you in advance. Lin estimated for a while, gritted his teeth, and gave the old watch a reassurance. Not only you, but also appeal to other gathering places that can come, and when necessary, I will find a way to help clear the way for them. There are many, specific ones, I don't count them right now. You can tell you when I go back and make a plan. But let's settle it first. After Lin finished speaking, Lao Yuan was overjoyed. His eyes were even a little red with excitement, and tears almost fell. Shaolin, you are really our benefactor, really. Yuan Long wanted to say something nice, but he was a rude man, and he kept trying, and finally he could only say loudly, if I can survive this disaster, in the future, my old Yuan's life will be given to you. Lin let out a long sigh of relief and patted the back of his hand. Let's work together, I'm not as noble as you think, and I just want to live. No matter what the story is, no matter what kind of ambition you are, Lin, as long as you save people and can save people, Lao Yuan is willing to follow you. What he said was a bit beyond his identity, but at this moment, it was really sincere. The current situation is such a crisis, so complicated. Lin didn't say a word, just shook his head calmly. Don't talk about those, it's all my own. Lao Biao realized something and sighed. It's really impossible. The two were silent for a while, understanding each other. There is really no way. At present, there have been many cases of loss of contact in many places, and the reasons are very complicated. The support couldn't wait and couldn't come. The fighter jets couldn't fly very far, and the missiles didn't know how many rounds they fought, so they just didn't clear a few cities. With the advent of the evolutionary, the situation is more complicated. Some people with bad intentions awakened their power, and instantly became more terrifying than zombies, more like a monster than a monster. Ah. The two sighed in unison. Lin patted Lao Yuan on the shoulder. I don't want that, we can do it well, and it will get better and better in the future. Lao Yuan, I want to contact the research institute. The old watch took out the satellite phone, dialed for him without saying a word, and said, I have already said it in advance, don't worry. Lin nodded, took the phone, and waited for a while, when a voice came from inside. Old watch. A questioning voice came from the phone. Lin said calmly, I am Lin. He wanted to introduce a few more times, but there was a sound on the other side of the phone, and the man who answered the phone even took the phone away and shouted, Lin is calling. After shouting, he said emotionally to the phone, You are Lin, please wait. Wait a moment, I have to transfer the phone first. Okay. Lin was even happier, which meant that his status was probably higher than he thought. 20 or 30 seconds later, a man picked up the phone. His voice was mature and steady, but his tone was very soft. Hello, Lin, I'm the person in charge of the research institute, Guanhong. I'm Lin, and it's a pleasure to get in touch with you. Lin responded humbly. Guanhong was on the phone, and his voice couldn't hide his tiredness. We have heard Colonel Yuan say your intentions before. To be honest, we have not only discussed your suggestions and information, but have studied them once. For the future you foresee, we are also willing to try our best to write a letter. Let's talk about it. What do you want to contact me, and what do you want us to do most? Guanhong went straight to the topic and started the conversation without any nonsense. Lin didn't have any ink, and directly and frankly said his true thoughts. I know that the Research Institute is now engaged in the evolution of medicine, but I think you have gone the wrong way. The research and development speed is slow, and the effect and output are not good. The best result I expected. My suggestion is to use mutant animals for research, focusing on simplified pharmaceuticals, and the main goal of research and development is mass production. Let the vast majority of ordinary people acquire stronger physiques first, rather than giving priority to supplementing the evolutionary ones. In fact, if you are willing to use mutant animals to study medicines, humans can still evolve after taking medicines. Guanhong on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and then replied, We will switch to animal blood for experiments and research from today, and mutant animals are indeed better than the research materials we have at hand. The second thing is that I hope to promote the merger of all gathering places as soon as possible, and prepare for the nuclear winter after the corpse tide. After Lin and finished speaking, the institute was silent for a while. Guan Hong sighed. I'll try my best for this matter, or in other words, now is not the time to say that we pass the word on and the locality will execute it quickly. I hope you understand. Understand. Do my best to obey the destiny, and sometimes all I can do is to do my little bit with a clear conscience. After Lin and finished speaking, he continued to make a request. I need to succeed in the research and development of the medicine, choose the best among the best, and find a suitable evolutionary person, at least a human who has taken a simplified medicine, and join my island base. At the same time, I also hope that you can put a lot of resources, talents, and equipment into the N-City gathering place. After Guan Hong listened, he took a deep breath, and then asked back, then what can you do? Intelligence, in the future, in the worst case, makes it unnecessary for human beings to live underground like worms. In this doomsday where there is no hope, find a way to live and let human beings dominate this planet again. Lin An's words can be said to be lofty and ambitious, and in this period, they are especially ambitious and even a bit rhetorical. But the big guys all fell silent and thought seriously. We will seriously consider your third suggestion. Supplies and equipment are somewhat difficult, and if what you say is true, we will start doing this after the corpse tide. After Guan Hong finished speaking, he also added, now even if we want to move, we dare not move, can't move, we still have tens of thousands of people here, and we even have to deal with the shortfall of hundreds of thousands of people. Thousands of people? Lin was startled. How was it rescued? Now many places are coming to us for help, and we ourselves also have, well, Zhao Shi can't protect himself, but if the situation is as you said, we will seriously consider your situation. Next, we will also issue a notice to encourage places to go to your N-City to meet, and we will not be vague where we can help at the same time. Guan Hong paused on the satellite phone before saying, the specifics have to be discussed, but we will keep in touch. I will remember my phone number 1XXX. In short, you can contact me at any time. Lin hummed. Understood, I will wait for your good news. I hope so. Guan Hong sighed. Anything else to ask for or say? Not for now. Lin chatted a few more words and hung up the phone. Lin shook the satellite phone in his hand. I have this thing. Lao Yuan nodded and said, just use this, I still have it, and we will use this connection later. Lin hummed, didn't give any pressure, just smiled. Then I'll withdraw first, and I'll talk to you later in the evening. He has to open the emulator and do something. Must speed up the process. Must be accelerated. Don't wait for me. Yes. The originally bright future, with a phone call, made Lin seem to see many extremely tragic pictures again. Want to change. I want to make the future of mankind more clear. Lin fell into deep thought, and after a few breaths, he walked out of the tent, and his eyes gradually became firmer. Lousy is the child of destiny. Then you have to get it, you want it to come true. Lin didn't rush back to find Zhang Qingshui and the others. After leaving the tent, he walked aimlessly in the camp, looking left and right, as if observing something. After a while, he returned to his tent. Rubbing his eyes and rubbing his forehead, he always felt that his brain was swollen. Just now, he opened his sky eyesight and circled the camp for a full circle. While observing the state of most people, I was thinking at the same time, if I really wanted to support a huge gathering place, and at the same time develop my own base at a high speed, how much time and resources will be required? First of all, Lin thinks it's easy to talk about the most important issue of food and drink in the apocalypse. Drinking water can take advantage of the present and save more. Later, with the emergence of evolutionary people, there may be a few evolutionary people who control water. No matter how bad it is, Zhang Qingshui and Yin Xiaoxiao can get drinking water. At least it keeps people from dying of thirst. Food Lin pinned his hopes on plants. You can turn ordinary plants into tree warriors. Is it still impossible to produce 1,800,000 half-month cooked grain per mu? In addition, Lin also has a whole sea that can be used as a source of food. Those mutant fish are numerous and have high nutritional value, which can also make most evolutionary people full and will not suffer from malnutrition. There are not many other problems, but the most important thing is the accommodation and defense of so many people. It is impossible for the simple defense facilities to stop the corpse group. It must be suppressed by a lot of firepower, and more evolutionaries than their own line will join them in order to cope with the violent corpse tide. In addition, be careful of the mutant zombies, especially the zombie that can turn into a giant, which is the most annoying. It's not that Lin has no confidence to win it. The key is that in the previous simulation, he has seen this group of zombies playing with each other. The frontal attention is drawn, and the giant is mixed in the group of corpses and close to the defense facilities, and suddenly it turns into a giant. Afterwards, it is to open a gap. Once there is no defense, ordinary humans are just meals on the plate to the zombies. The main thing to consider is morale. Lennon thought about it, and in the end it is not that there is no way, but it can only be said that it is difficult, and it also needs to be tested by the simulator. He temporarily suppressed his thinking and emptied his thoughts. Come back. Lu Yao was eating ice cream at the entrance of the tent. She made it herself. To put it simply, she asked Yin Xiaoxiao to get her some delicious cream and freeze it to eat it herself. Her ultra-low temperature also indirectly caused her to have no feeling for ordinary ice cream at all. Although the ice was also said to be on ice, it just didn't have the cold feeling of eating ice cream. Therefore, if you just do it yourself, the temperature of the ice cream is almost as high as that of a telephone pole in winter. Most people are afraid that they will not freeze themselves when they eat it. Lin nodded, looked at Lu Yao a resentful expression, and shrugged. I tried my best. She grinned angrily, and Xiao Hoya shone coldly in the sun. Do you know what Xiao Zhang said to me first when he came back? It's my sister. She calls me sister. Lu Yao stood up angrily and hit him with his head. I'm older than her. I'm too bullying. Then, why don't you be a big wife? Zhang Qingshui's voice came from a faint voice, her eyes poking out of the tent with cold eyes. Lu Yao's face changed. Turned to look at her with a smile. Sister, do you want to eat ice cream? Very spirited. Very big wife's momentum. Lin couldn't help laughing when he saw Zhang Qingshui's sudden appearance of becoming quite dignified. This smile caused two eyes to roll over. Lu Yao and Zhang Qingshui both looked away at him with bad eyes. Wives, go in and talk. I have a lot to do today. Lin stretched out his hand and pushed the two of them halfway into the room, one on the other side. As soon as he entered, Yin Xiaoxiao sat in the corner and looked at him pitifully. Good guy. Lin's head turned fast, and in just 1 second, he solved the dangerous scene. Today, I'll chat with you later. I have to think quietly about the next thing for a while. With a serious face, he found a place to sit cross-legged, and after a while, he seemed to be really lost in thought. The girls looked at each other and stopped making trouble, and their little emotions disappeared without a trace. In a sense, things like jealousy and favoritism are a luxury for them. Most of the time, everyone has to stay calm and try to do the right thing, so that they can work hard. Live. If Linen is fine, they also like to act coquettishly, or let him coax him with a little temper. Seeing how he is in a dilemma, they can also express their anger in their hearts, who made him openly rambunctious. But at this moment Linen seemed to be really worried about something, and they only felt distressed and wanted to help him, but they didn't know where to start. In the end, it was Zhang Qingshui who gave Lu Yao and Yin Xiaoxiao a look, and the two went out quietly. Yin Xiaoxiao looked left and right. Before going out, the light in her hand was flickering, and there was a bottle of canned Coke that was air-conditioned. He seems to like this. Then, put the cola on the small table in the tent, and went out 3 steps. Before going out to her, Yin Xiaoxiao still couldn't hold back. Linen. Huh? Linen raised his head. Night. She hesitated. Linen raised a finger to her, winked, shushes, and said with his mouth, I'm looking for you. Yin Xiaoxiao blushed and nodded, then trotted out. Linen was lost in thought again. He's not pretending. Instead, I actually opened the emulator and watched what happened in the future. Simulate twice, 1 month each time. The result, so to speak, made him a little overjoyed. This time, under the talent of the newly redeemed Grand Orator. He actually, really persuaded the mutant animals in S City to make the Lion King agree to form an alliance with him. September 6th. You arrived in the city and saw the king of mutant animals, a mutant lion. After the exchange, your description of the future in contagious language made it moved. It has agreed with you that if it finds that the corpse tide is really coming one day, it will go to the gathering place in N City to join you and help each other. Before leaving, it gave you several mutant giant eagles, and also a very fast mutant bird as a carrier pigeon, which was given to you to communicate with each other. Lin clenched his fists sharply. Although the Lion King did not leave immediately, even the intention to cooperate and form an alliance should be placed after it personally discovered the corpse tide. But, that's enough. Mutated animals are by no means weak, especially some individuals, which evolve extremely quickly after devouring zombies, and their individual strength is particularly outstanding. Just like Lin's mice, perhaps for most of the tyrannical mutant zombies, these mice are just troublesome. But for ordinary zombies, this group of flexible mice is simply a nightmare. It belongs to the exclusive use of miscellaneous soldiers. And the powerful mutant Lion King can be treated politely by himself, and even when he arrives, he has already made the entire city in order, and all mutant animals of different ethnic groups are subservient to it and become kings. It can be said that it is definitely some kind of high-level mutant animal that can be at the same level as the mutant zombies that dominate the corpse group. Lin couldn't help but divide the class of enemies that he needed to face at present. Most of the enemies with only physical mutations were called ordinary mutants or low-level mutant monsters by him. Those who have awakened special abilities are generally more difficult, and if they do not know their abilities, they may overturn. This is the level of medium variation. As for the higher mutation, Lin is reserved for those unknown opponents. For example, the mutant zombies that gather corpses to form a corpse tide. For another example, those mutants who are deeply hidden, they know how to protect themselves, and the number of their own ethnic groups is small, so they hide from being targeted. If there is no powerful leader to plan for this, it is absolutely impossible. There is also an existence like the Lion King. If it weren't for the mutant animals that weren't naturally hostile to humans, maybe the Lion King's terror would never be inferior to that of the corpse tide. With the Lion King union, maybe I can use it to contact other mutant animals and plan a defensive alliance. With the alliance, and the pressure of being hostile to zombies and mutants, it will be small. As these mutant animals can buy enough time, there will be more and more human evolutionaries, and by then, the situation will be reversed. Lin clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes flashed coldly. He never wanted to stay on Lonely Island for the rest of his life. Those who live in human beings will surely be recaptured. Lin continued to look back. Today is August 31st, since the simulator will count today. To be precise, after 30 days of simulation, he can simulate until September 29th. But, even so, the simulated words made Lin excited. September 8th. You arrived in N City ahead of schedule, and you were pleasantly surprised to discover that this time, in the gathering place of N City, there were already 2 evolutionaries. Lin nodded. This time, he did consciously speed up his journey in the simulator. With the help of the rats, he only needed to deal with the mutant monsters along the way. Clean up behind. You can leave a safe path for the evacuation of the rear gathering place. September 9th. You first helped the gathering place in City N to clean up the city. After driving away the Murlocs, you took the opportunity to let the people in the gathering place scavenge sufficient supplies and start building the gathering place. September 10th. After everything was on the right track, you went to Gujo Island alone to check it out. After confirming the specific situation of the island, you returned to the gathering place again. You start researching mutant plants to supplement the colony's defenses. September 15th. Several gathering places merged into one and arrived in N City. After you quickly cooperated as planned, you began to prepare for the battle with all your might. You meet Yan Shi and Zheng Li again, and you are pleasantly surprised to discover that Zheng Li, a woman whose ability has evolved, can actually control the soil. With her help, the construction speed of the gathering place has been greatly improved. In addition, what was unexpected was that in their team, Lao Yuan and another warrior had successfully evolved. September 16th. In your gathering place, 2 more evolutionaries appeared one after another. They are very capable. One of them is still your acquaintance. You never thought that the ordinary glasses man you rescued in the supermarket has also become an evolutionary. September 17th. You got the news that a research breakthrough has occurred in the simplified pharmacy, and the trial production has been started. September 21st. You got news that the research institute was attacked by a sudden mutant, causing heavy damage. September 25th. The mutant animals from S City came in a mighty way, and the Lion King expressed his willingness to temporarily form an alliance with you to jointly resist the corpse tide. September 26th. You learned that the number 3 gathering place was attacked by the corpse tide. At the same time, you also received an early warning from the Research Institute. A large number of zombies began to attack your location and arrived 3 days after the scheduled time. September 27th. You step up to help the fortification of the gathering place in the N domain. September 28th. The big thing you have done is that you are ready. September 29th. You captured the traces of the corpse tide, and started to block the corpse tide in advance with the help of long-range firepower. A large number of mutant flying animals became your helpers. Simulation ends. Lin only saw September 29th. Suddenly there is a feeling of depression that is gone after watching a movie halfway through. He let out a long sigh of relief, not bothering anymore. After today, tomorrow will be September 1st, and after another day, he will leave for the city on September 2nd. In a few days, the simulator will be enough to simulate the results of this defensive battle. Whether it can be done, whether it can be won or not, the answer will be revealed in a few days. But as far as the answers from the simulator are concerned, Linen has enough confidence to win. The first is the number of evolutionaries, which has greatly increased. Maybe it's because Linen saved more people. Maybe it's because the current life makes them full of hope for the future. People who might have failed to evolve and become mutants have successfully completed their evolution. Linen counted them carefully. In addition to the 4 people in his team, Yan Shi, Lao Biao, Zheng Li, and a soldier he didn't know who he was. Just in the current gathering place in J City, he could be in the future. Make up a full 8 evolutionaries. In addition, 2 more evolutionaries appeared on September 16th. The 10 evolutionaries have different abilities. Even though Linen is still unclear about the specific abilities, as long as they are properly matched, there is no doubt that they will never be powerless in the face of the corpse tide. What's even better is that the Lion King of S City also found the corpse tide and joined them later. Although there is not much news about them in the simulator, there is no doubt that since they are here, it shows that cooperation is promising. How to turn short-term cooperation into long-term? It depends on Linen's ability to draw cakes. Moreover, on September 17th, the development of the simplified medicine was completed, and the rest was mass production. This made Linen overjoyed. However, there are also headaches. For example, the sudden appearance of mutants. Linen remembers it very clearly before. They seem to have attacked the research institute, but it didn't seem to be on September 21st. Earlier, Linen was lost in thought. No problem. No matter when they attack, you can get the news a few days in advance. As long as you are prepared, the big deal is to help yourself in advance with the help of mutant animals. Those mutants could never have affected the research and development speed of their own medicines. Linen let out a sigh of relief. Changed the way of thinking and simulated it again, and the results were similar, which made him temporarily press his heart. Unable to bear, he picked up the iced cola that Yin Xiaoxiao put on the table and gulped it down. As long as he has survived this corpse tide, he can go back to Guizhou Island and concentrate on his base. After this calamity has passed, human beings finally have the strength to fight back in this apocalypse. Even if only hundreds of thousands, or even tens of thousands, are alive. Humans have hope. Linen continued to plan things to do in the future in his mind in the tent, thinking about ways to complete his plans. Mental strength is slowly recovering. After a while, the spirit around him suddenly agitated. Linen frowned and closed his eyes, then he was overjoyed. His aura, or spiritual power, was about to break through to the next level. Originally, the spiritual energy in Linen's body was basically hovering in the so-called dantian, and the position of the mind. As his breathing continued to increase, when the mental power is too much, or when Linen is fighting, these auras will consciously help him recover quickly and then grow. At first, it was just a small air mass. But now, with time, the aura in Linen's body has actually turned into a small cyclone state, like a small wind eye, consciously spinning and gathering discrete auras. After Linen seemed to hear the sound of something shattering, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his spiritual power seemed to have broken an unobservable barrier. It was like being stuffed in the room for a long time and finally opened the window. He only felt that his spiritual power was about to rush out of the body and float into the void. This was an illusion, but when he meditated and felt it, he realized that it was not a lie. He actually let the mental power leave the body, not like before, as if there was an extra arm, but let the arm fly into the air. It's a very different feeling. What is more different is the perception of the world. It's clearer, just like switching from 480p to 4K. The details that can be perceived by mental power are extremely clear. Linen, who could only feel the aura at first, seems to be able to find many differences from the aura at this moment. Some auras seem to carry fire, some are cold as snowflakes, some are heavy, and some are light. The original Linen couldn't feel the difference at all. With a thought, he tried to extract the difference, but unfortunately, he failed. However, it is not without discovery because of this attempt. He has also discovered that the speed at which he is transporting spiritual energy is more than doubled. The cyclone on his body seemed to expand in a circle in the blink of an eye, and the surrounding aura seemed to be pulled by a tornado as it quickly submerged into Linen's body. The speed of breathing every second was even 10 times as fast as in the past. Not only that, Linen stretched out his hand, and he could see a near substantial aura at his fingertips, like a thin layer of mist, not pure white, but a kind of gray, and from time to time it also flashed with various colors. Color fog. Linen tried to throw the aura out, but the aura quickly dissipated in the air. He thought for a while, then gathered the spiritual energy in his hand and pressed it on his arm. A ball of spiritual energy moved with his thoughts and was absorbed by the cells, and there was a feeling as if he had soaked in a hot spring. Lin pondered for a while, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Can I feed you now? In the past, Lin could only flush with aura to achieve the effect of enhancing his physique, but now, he seems to be able to feed people directly. He struggled for a while, but still couldn't hold back, and said loudly, "Who have you come over?" Outside the tent, Yin Xiaoxiaoga stuck her head out. Huh? What about the two of them? Lin looked at her suspiciously. Yin Xiaoxiao walked towards him grumblingly, and said in a low voice with a slightly unhappy expression, "Sister Zhang took Lu Yao to talk." Lin waved to her with a smile, and when she came over, he took her into his arms with a little surprise from her. Good. When he said a word, Yin Xiaoxiao lost his temper, his eyes narrowed into crescents unconsciously, and then he looked up at him aggrievedly. Lin understood and lowered her head, and after a while, she was blushing and lay still. Okay. Let's do business. Lin's palm was filled with spiritual energy. He looked at Yin Xiaoxiao and pressed her hand on her back. Then Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back and snorted. She hurriedly put her hands on her face. Yes, what is it? How do you feel? Lin asked seriously. Yin Xiaoxiao had to stammer to tell him how he felt. It seemed like a hot spring, it was a little hot, and then. It seemed that I suddenly became more energetic and full of energy. Lin guessed that she had hidden some feelings secretly and didn't say, it was probably only a matter of understanding. Lin hummed, and began to think again. In this case, it can solve a lot of troubles. If there is no time to eat in the future, it seems that it can be solved with a single shot of aura. But his own progress, the breakthrough of spiritual energy, is this. Lin thought about it, and suddenly his mind moved, his eyes flashed, and Tianyantong was used. And this time, he suddenly realized that his heavenly eyesight seemed to have also been upgraded. Not only does it feel smoother to use, but the effect also seems to be enhanced. Not only that, besides that, Lin seems to be able to see more. In his mind, it seemed that some complex information was constantly being captured by his eyes, but when it arrived in his brain, the speed of parsing was very slow, and his mental power rushed out, and he had to stop this thought first. Eyes that see all the information in the world. Lin looked at the aura in the air suddenly with his own eyes. During that time, countless knowledge, or instinct-like things kept appearing in his mind, and in exchange for the spiritual power that passed by like a flood, the awareness of spiritual energy suddenly began to deepen in an instant. Its nature, role, changes, and even how to use it. Lin's aura suddenly rolled over and stuck in his eyes. When Yin Xiaoxiao saw that he didn't answer for a while, he raised his head to look, and was stunned. Just looking at Lin's eyes, there is a faint golden light flickering at the moment. Not only the golden light, but the aura visible to the naked eye turned into two mists, flowing out from the corner of his eyes, as if the eyes were emitting golden smoke. Kind of weird, kind of scary, kind of handsome. Those eyes seemed to be looking at the void without focus. Yin Xiaoxiao even felt as if he had seen through him, and moved uncomfortably, shrinking into a ball in his arms. Lin closed his eyes abruptly. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief, and when he opened it again, there was nothing abnormal. He stretched out his hand again, looked at Yin Xiaoxiao, and said with a smile, "Try again this time." He was just a thought, and the spiritual energy in his body turned into a lead, pulling the spiritual energy in the air rattling, using only less than 1/5 of the previous spiritual energy, but condensed a huge, about as big as before, to be 2 or 3 times the size of the aura. The aura was constantly spinning in his hand, like a small tornado, and he gently placed the small tornado in Yin Xiaoxiao's palm. Then the aura crawled in. Yin Xiaoxiao only felt a rush of air coming in from the palm of her hand, subconsciously exclaimed, and then she felt a little erratic, and her head was blank. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she was panting unconsciously, clutching Lin's collar tightly, her face flushed, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead at some point. Yin Xiaoxiao coughed, and did not care about being shy, but stood up and suddenly tried to jump slightly. Then he stretched out his hands in confusion and rubbed his stomach. There is something. She wasn't sure. Lin said with a smile, "It's the Reiki whirlpool. Now I've tried to create a simplified aura vortex in your body. Although you can't master it and cultivate by yourself, the aura will consciously pull in the aura, making you like me all the time. Enhancing physical fitness, speeding up mental recovery, and even reducing the amount of food you need to some extent. After Lin and finished speaking, Yin Xiaoxiao realized how much benefit she got. She smiled happily, and after a while, she looked at Lin and with some worry. This way, it won't affect you, right? No, Lin and estimated that although the cost of doing so was not small, it could easily produce 3 or 5 a day. It can be said that it is equivalent to installing several aura tractors a day. With this thing, even if you can't feel the aura, you can still enjoy the benefits of the aura. Lin was in high spirits, and a lot of bold ideas popped up in his head. Can this aura vortex be depicted on the object and turned into a magic weapon? Can you arrange multiple large aura vortexes on Guzhou Island to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and make your lonely island into a blessed world? Is this the prototype of some kind of formation? For a while, Lin only felt that he was wandering in the sky, and his head was about to pop out the chic scene of his sword traversing Kyushu, chasing the stars and taking the moon with only one hand. But when he came back to his senses, he honestly recognized the reality. This tractor, is the spiritual vortex you are feeling now. The effect will eventually disappear, and it will be completely useless in about a week. But it doesn't matter, the consumption is very small. If it is just for a few of you to get it, it is not a big problem. After Lin finished speaking, he couldn't help but start to wonder how to come up with a perpetual motion machine. If you can solve the problem of battery life, your own spirit gathering formation seems to be really interesting. Lin's fingers raised a small cyclone, and then, he was pulled back again. Duan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. She admired from the bottom of her heart. Brother, you are so amazing. Is there anything he can't do? Lin laughed and temporarily put aside the idea of concentrating on developing aura. This thing is simply a weapon to kill time. If he wanted to use Tianyantong to find out more uses of Reiki, Lin roughly estimated his speed before. At least a month. Still have to do it wholeheartedly. Because this thing is like an empowerment to a certain extent, it can only be understood and cannot be expressed in words, and Lin can't use the simulator to decipher the use of Reiki. It's like a simulator that simulates a nuclear bomb explosion, but it doesn't tell you what elements in the nuclear bomb were at work and what reactions caused the explosion. If you just know the effect, it doesn't work at all. It's like Lin can guess now that his aura may simulate many attribute changes, allowing him to cast spells and transform into a mage. Perhaps even more powerful, he could still ponder the essence of Yin Xiaoxiao's ability to create things out of thin air, imitate them and even use them for their own use. However, just like you know that the plane can fly, but every part in it, every principle of acceleration, takeoff and landing, needs to be figured out by yourself. If there is no Sky Eye, Lin will probably spend more time. But even with the help of Tianyantong, Lin didn't even dare to think about it for a short time if he wanted to really reach the state where he could follow his words and put his hands together. The talent of the immortal cultivator is really terrifying, but it is also a talent that belongs to the late stage. Lin can be sure that even if there is no martial arts talent that constantly pushes his body to break through the limit to reach the inhuman realm, and without the black light to transform his structure, he can easily live a few hundred years by relying on the talent of being a cultivator. Thanks to my talent, there are still many possibilities in the future. Otherwise, I would have to be like the immortal cultivator in the novel, who would be in retreat for a while. I really envy those protagonists of Long Aocean's novels, who build foundations in 3 days, form elixir in 10 days, and are ready to transcend tribulation and become immortals in a month. However, Lin is not greedy enough. In fact, he was quite satisfied. Because, in addition to the application of Reiki itself, after his spiritual power has broken through with the help of aura, the help of other talents is his biggest gain at the moment. Lin glanced at Yin Xiaoxiao and suddenly reached out to call her over. Again, what are you doing? Yin Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed, although this spiritual energy was really powerful and helped her a lot, but kind of weird. She blushed. Lin, however, had a white light on his hand. I'll strengthen your combat uniform for you. A faint golden light appeared in his eyes again, and spiritual energy began to emerge like clouds and mist. Tianyantong cooperated with the analysis of the principle, and the white light in his hand began to attach to Duan Xiaoxiao's combat uniform. Strengthened Lin's eyes seemed to become microscope-like in an instant, and he saw the fibers in the combat uniform that were almost impossible to be seen by human eyes. Then, in the process of his strengthening, these originally ordinary materials were constantly transformed and changed under the forging of spiritual power. The aura was drawn unconsciously. The efficiency of mental strength enhancement has become faster. Just like the process of knitting a sweater has been turned into the process of a weaving machine, the efficiency of the entire reinforcement has suddenly increased dramatically. Not only that, but the consumption has also been reduced a lot. As Lin En's eyes became more and more fascinated, the originally mysterious strengthening process seemed to begin to show him the principle. Lin En became more and more energetic. The process of strengthening for a while could be stopped, but he continued to strengthen and began to transform the combat uniform. It turns out that doing this makes things tougher. The so-called self-healing is that matter absorbs changes on its own. What a miraculous transformation process. Does it work by absorbing spiritual energy? Maybe it's not aura. There are some substances in the air that I don't know yet that can change the essence of objects. It should be better if it is improved and strengthened like this. Originally, just put the hand up, and the process of strengthening will be completed automatically. Now, it has begun to gradually show the details to Lin En. Lin En was fascinated. It turned out that even the durability, there are many different ways to strengthen. It turns out that the components of these items can vary so much even with the simplest of strengthening the weight. Is my talent so fierce? If you deepen this talent, can it really only work on ordinary items? Can it be just fortified? Can I make one myself? Well. Lin En suddenly lost his head. He raised his head and reached out to rub his nose. The 2 lines of nosebleeds were used by the black light waste before they came out. It was as if his head had been slashed several times with a hammer. Lin En almost couldn't sit up straight. F*K. He uttered 2 words subconsciously, looked at Yin Xiaoxiao, and then sat down reluctantly. Do me a favor. Seeing that his state was not right, Yin Xiaoxiao was so anxious that he didn't need him to say anything, so he leaned over. What's the matter with you? Lin En lay on top of her feebly. Let me rest for a while, my mental power is exhausted. After he finished speaking, he hugged her dizzily and fell into a half-dream and half-awake state. Yin Xiaoxiao sat down anxiously and let him lie on his lap. I'll help you. She put her hands on Lin En's face, a faint glow appeared. Please help him recover his mental strength, don't make him feel so uncomfortable. Yin Xiaoxiao tried her best to think so worriedly. She didn't know if she could do it, but since she wanted to charge the phone, she could just grab the phone and charge it. Now I want to help him recover his mental strength. Should be the same, right? She only felt that her head gradually became a little drowsy, but soon, Lin En's originally frowning face seemed to stretch a lot, breathing evenly, as if she was really sleepy and took a nap. Only then did Yin Xiaoxiao breathe a sigh of relief, and she began to feel dizzy and sleepy. She struggled for a while, and whispered to herself. Just a while, if it's a while, it shouldn't be discovered. Duan Xiaoxiao's guilty hands folded, and a pillow appeared. Then, she helped Lin En to lie down, and she hugged him frontally, huddled in his arms, and lay on his arms. Just sleep for a while. Before Xiao Zhang comes back, I will. She thought dazedly. Then, he couldn't help curling the corners of his mouth, smiled secretly, and fell asleep. Almost an hour later, Lin En was still a little provocative, opened his eyes, and let out a breath. The first thing I saw was Yin Xiaoxiao in his arms. Then look up again. Just sitting not far away, the 2 girls looked at them expressionlessly. You finally woke up, Lu Yao said quietly. Zhang Qingshui wrapped her fingers around her hair and just smiled. Lin En closed his eyes and pressed his chin on the top of Yin's small head. It's a dream, right, Lil One? Yin Xiaoxiao also woke up in a daze because of his movements. The first time he saw him, he seemed to wake up from a dream and leaned over. If you're dreaming, it's okay to have a kiss, right? Moi. For a time, everyone who was awake was numb. Lin En was alone outside the tent watching the stars. His head was still a little groggy. This time it is true that the mental power has been used up. This is already at the level of injury. It is not that the mental power can be recovered, but it needs a little time to repair. Based on the speed at which Lin En's various mental power exercises are superimposed, it can be estimated that one night will be fine. However, he lost something more important than that. Home is gone. In the tent behind them, the 3 girls decided to rest together from today. Lin En's own tent was empty, and he really didn't want to stay. Alas, recalling yesterday, I was still holding wheat under the fireworks. Today is lonely and blown by the cold wind. Yin Xiaoxiao a Yin Xiaoxiao. Lin En hesitated for a while, and Harry leaned over to him, panting and barking a few times, wondering how his master stayed outside like him. Lin En glanced at it with disgust, and slammed the dog's head angrily. Continue to wander, you know that you run around in the camp every day, and you have to work hard to become stronger. Harry barked a few times, a little aggrieved. I'm just a dog. Lin En glared. Can a dog be lazy? If you are like this, you won't have to eat in the future, so you have to find it yourself. Harry was even more aggrieved, and shouted, I haven't eaten enough lately. Linen was at a loss for words, but it seemed that, because of the limited supplies, although Harry was also a mutant animal, he didn't seem to have much food. Basically, they rely on acting like a spoiled child with Yin Xiao Xiao, so that she can conjure up a lot of delicious food to satisfy herself. Linen waved his hand in disgust, and a cyclone appeared and landed on it. In the future, we'll not be so hungry. You have to work hard. If the cyclone effect is not good, come to me. Harry barked a few times and rolled comfortably at Lin-An's feet. It's all right, don't be spoiled, it's annoying. Lin-An pushed it away and continued to sit and watch the stars. Of course, looking at the stars is just about returning to the blue and thinking about the future. As long as his mental power and spiritual energy are restored a little, he will continue to ponder and study his various abilities. Lin-An held a weed in his hand, and the weed bloomed into a flower in the blink of an eye. The flower withered after a while, and then Lin-An continued to promote, and the dead plant rebrewed a new life, continuing the former's posture. Lin-An repeated several times, and the original weed has evolved and iterated into a huge sunflower-like flower. After the flower was spawned, there was no need to grow on the ground. Lin-An threw it away, and the branches, leaves and roots under its feet walked up like human feet, found a place, and pushed through the soil and stepped into it. Lin-An threw a stone at random, and all the petals of this sunflower-like flower suddenly closed. The petals that were fluttering softly in the wind unexpectedly made a crisp sound like a stone colliding when they closed. After the petals of the flower were rubbed a few times, they opened again, and a small rock with pits fell from the petals. Be smarter. If this goes on, you won't even be able to tell your own people apart. Lin-An muttered to the clipped flower number 1 in front of him. This thing is an experimental product, basically to get familiar with how to select plants, quickly mutate, and to explore the way for yourself in advance, to familiarize yourself with the ability. The flowers seem to be lost and their branches are bent, the flower bones are hanging down, a listless look. Lin-An smiled and stretched out his hand, and the plant bloomed to the extreme again and then withered. Lin-An took out its seeds from its remains. He twitched in the air, the black tentacles flashed on his hand, and he swallowed the seed. It is not digestion, but is equivalent to depositing, wrapping the body with black light, and taking it out at any time when needed. Of course, due to Lin-An's size, he generally doesn't play like this. Becoming Tinker Bell is not a good image. But the reason why he suddenly started tinkering with these plants was because Lin-An suddenly had an idea. Mainly inspired by mutants who control plant spores. He can also use the black light to carry some plants with him, throw them out when needed, and catalyze them at any time. Most of the time, it is useless, but it can develop some plants with tool attributes, which may sometimes have good results. On the internet, Lin-An continued to open the simulator. One time confirmed the attack of the corpse tide, and the other simulation focused on the time when the research institute was attacked by mutants. There has not been much change. The result of the defensive battle in N City has not been simulated to the end. The corpse tide is about to attack and is in a stalemate. The mutants still attacked the research institute on September 21st. Lin-An pondered for a while, took out the satellite phone, and called the institute. Without saying much, I told them that a group of mutants might have noticed them, and advised them to strengthen their vigilance. Naturally, the research institute solemnly agreed, and briefly talked about the progress. Currently, it has begun to use mutant animals to study medicines, and it is still in the research and development stage. Other gathering places have also issued instructions. The gathering places that can rely on N City are already figuring out how to migrate. If they cannot, they have also begun to consider how to hide or merge to other gathering places. After a brief chat, hang up the phone. Lin-An strolled to the gate of the camp, and strengthened the motorcycles of several people. Having nothing to do, he wandered around to find Yan Shi to help her strengthen her weapon. Before the mental power reached the dangerous line, Lin-An stopped decisively. After the aura vortex got bigger, Lin-An didn't need to breathe it out by himself. The aura clacked over consciously, strengthening the aura vortex in his body. To speed up the process, he also needed mental assistance. Lin-An thought about it for a while and then gave up. Take it easy. Then, he was suddenly a little idle. The simulation is also done, and the rest of the work is done. If you want to study talent, you need mental power, and you need mental power to study spiritual energy. Simple exercise will yield little, and Black Light has also thought about the improvement after absorbing a lot of mutant zombies. The spirit is still a little drowsy, and it is rare to want to sleep. Glancing at the girl's tent, Lin pondered for a while, and finally, He smiled. He didn't say a word, just slipped quietly to the tent door and sat down, sighing quietly. 10 minutes later, in the tent, Zhang Qingshui stuck her head out with a cold face. What's wrong? Sigh. Not in good spirits. Lin said something, it was true. Zhang Qingshui stared at him dejectedly, and in the end there was nothing else to do, so she could only come out and sit with him, leaning on his shoulder silently, watching the stars together. After a while, Lin took her out for a walk. And then, she and Lin never came back. Lu Yao and Yin Xiaoxiao in the tent met face to face, and finally reached a consensus within an hour. No. Xiao Zhang, who looked at the thick eyebrows and big eyes, was actually very bad. He even stole the house with his sisters behind his back. In the end, the two had to cuddle with each other pitifully, but in their hearts, they couldn't help but have some careful thoughts. This Lin and Xiao Zhang can get it, but I can't get it after waiting. Especially Yin Xiaoxiao, she couldn't sleep all night, tossing and turning looking at the vacant seat belonging to Zhang Qingshui. Thinking about what she was doing with Lin, thinking about what Lin was talking to her, she felt wronged and wanted to kick the quilt. Little sister Zhang. It's too bullying. Yin Xiaoxiao swears at this moment, even she has a temper. This revenge must be avenged. But how to get revenge? Unconsciously, her face became more and more red. Ah. So annoying. I really want to take revenge now. The next morning, Lin and Zhang Qingshui came back. She was in high spirits, and so was Lin. But in contrast, Lu Yao and Yin Xiaoxiao looked more gloomy and haggard than the other, staring at each other for sleepless nights. Zhang Qingshui suddenly felt a little guilty. She had a cold face, as if nothing had happened. She went to exercise and study the power of thinking. And Lu Yao struggled for a long time, snorted, made a face to Lin and went to find a place to study his abilities. Even Yin Xiaoxiao rarely puffed up her face and didn't look at Lin and went to the gathering place to help. She was very capable, and in just a few days, she became the beloved jingle cat in the camp. Wherever there is a shortage of things, we look forward to the arrival of the little goddess Yin. Well, Lin looked at the three directions tangled, and finally, chasing after Yin Xiaoxiao Ma. Miss, I also eat chocolate, a little is fine, please. Before she could walk in, Lin saw Yin Xiaoxiao surrounded by some children in the camp, and she no longer looked angry, but smiled gently, like a rare big sister. You can only eat a little. If you eat too much, you will get a toothache. Now there's no place to see a doctor, it will be troublesome. Yin Xiaoxiao persuaded her, but she still made chocolates with both hands to give to the children, and the dirty children cheered and surrounded her, laughing and shouting. It went away after a while. Yin Xiaoxiao turned her head and saw Lin smiling at her not far away, but puffed up her face again, snorted a little, turned her head and continued walking in the camp. Little girl, can you help my sister get some milk powder? I heard that the milk powder in the camp will only search for some tonight. Little miss, can you help me fix my toys? You're here, Xiaoxiao. Can you help your brother-in-law look at his watch? I don't know why he didn't leave. Lin followed behind her, watching a person approached enthusiastically and asked her for help, while she was always ready to help, and she would never refuse help. Her face was full of sweat after a while. He walked over and said in a low voice, Xiao, can you get me a handkerchief? Yin Xiaoxiao didn't answer his words with a puffed face, and continued to help others, giving a little girl with messy hair a beautiful hat on her head before straightening up. He casually made a handkerchief embroidered with a kitten for him. Lin picked up the handkerchief and wiped her sweat. Is this little sister's boyfriend? Wow, brother is so good looking. I also want to have a good-looking big brother for FCK sweat. The little girl pressed the hat on her head and smiled at Yin Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaoxiao blushed and muttered, then you can let him wipe your sigh for you, he must be happy too. Lin smiled and bent down, and wiped the little girl's face with a clean handkerchief. Yes, but my brother has to be described as handsome. Oh, that's the handsome brother, the little girl said, blushing a little. Even a child who does not understand everything will be born close to a good-looking boy or girl, and will also have a kind of ignorant longing. Lin smiled and folded the handkerchief. Send it to you. Thank you, brother. Thank you, little sister. The little girl smiled and grinned, missing a tooth. Realizing that she was grinning, the little girl hurriedly reached out her hand to cover her mouth. Oh, go. She trotted away. Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't help being teased by her to snicker. After seeing Lin, he couldn't help but snorted a little. Okay, sorry, there's nothing I can do, don't get angry. Lin simply hugged her and kissed her. Yin Xiaoxiao softened again. I am not angry. I'm just a little envious, she said dully. Yes, you're not angry. Lin took her hand with a smile inside. In the future, Xiao Xiao will definitely be a good mother. Me? Duan Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned red. Yes, being so gentle and kind, our children will definitely be very happy in the future, but we can't be too used to it. After Lin finished speaking, Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but puff out her face. It's you and Xiao Yang's child. After listening to Yile, Lin squeezed his chin and said distressedly. Ah, it turns out that Xiaoxiao wants our child, so I have to work hard. Today isn't it inappropriate? You know how to bully me. Yin Xiaoxiao was shy, happy, and annoyed that he deliberately bullied himself like this. Lin simply hugged her as a princess. I like it. Bad man. Because I like you, bastard. Time flies so fast. The peaceful time in the camp passed quickly. September 2nd. Lin early in the morning. Get ready with the girls. Before dawn, they gathered at the gate of the camp and repacked their bags on the back seat of the motorcycle. Not many people were greeted at the door, except for Yan Shi, Lao Yuan, Ren Shen and a few management staff. Not many people knew that Lin would leave so early today. Bon voyage. After a few short goodbyes, Lin and the old watch looked at each other for a while. Lin smiled heartily. Let's go. The old watch nodded heavily, clasped his hand with both hands, and shook it vigorously. We will also set off soon, and we will never hold you back. Don't worry, do as I say, and have me with you. Lin nodded and started the engine. After finally saying goodbye to Yan Shi and the others, Lin protected the accelerator. The three girls followed behind, stepped on the accelerator, and drove together to the distant wilderness. Lin's expression gradually became serious. He didn't forget why he had to leave on September 2nd. Evolver. A group of evolutionaries who are hostile to themselves, and can even make themselves in the simulator shoot directly without hesitation. Lin is using the rat swarm to clear the way. Half of the group of rats followed him, opened the way in front, and used it to scout the situation along the way, and the other half was behind him, controlled by the Rat King. The purpose was to clear the obstacles along the way, clear the road, and put as much as possible. The zombies that got in the way are all gone. As a result, the speed of travel is by no means fast, but it is not slow either. Lin estimated that at the current speed of his group, they would be able to reach the city in about 2 days, around September 5th, and then the road to N City would be a little long. The area where N City is located is vast and sparsely populated, and the road conditions may be better, but the distance is really long. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than 10 hours to drive from S City to N City, all the way to the speed limit. Under the current circumstances, everything went smoothly, and it took about 3 days. For such a long journey, it is fortunate that there are mice and Harry, so you don't have to be too nervous. Otherwise, just the zombies and various mutant animals that come over from time to time will be really annoying. Lin was not in a hurry, mainly because he was afraid that consciously walking too fast would affect his encounter with the evolutionary group. At a normal speed, there was even a leisurely picnic at noon. A mutant wild boar ran out of nowhere. It happened to be discovered by the rats, so Lin called and it became a lunch for the group. If there is Xiao, there is no need to have any lamps, and if there are any seasonings that are not included, they are all provided by Yin Xiaoxiao's hands. Sometimes Lin couldn't help thinking, if he didn't have so many cheaters, Yin Xiaoxiao would be much better than ordinary cheaters to some extent. After lunch, a few people continued on the road, thanks to Lin's research on the aura vortex that could be thrown to them. Otherwise, the mutant wild boar that mutated like a cow might not be enough to eat. At the beginning of 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun gradually became a little dizzy. Seeing that the sunset was approaching, and Kai frowned and began to think. Why haven't I met that group of evolutionaries? Could it be missed somewhere? Just when he wondered about these questions, in the distance, the group of mice reported an abnormality. On the road in the distance, a black armored vehicle rampaged and drove in his direction. Lin subconsciously used Tianyantong to confirm their identities. Sure enough, as the scene was getting closer, countless obstacles turned into nothingness in his eyes. On the road 2 kilometers away, on an armored vehicle, several evolutionaries, is in it. Lin immediately stretched out his hand, and the 4 motorcycles all drifted and braked on the road. Xiao, go back, prepare to snipe, pay attention to concealment. Little Zhang, Lu Yao, as planned. After Lin finished speaking, Yin Xiaoxiao nodded immediately, turned to protect the accelerator. The motorcycle immediately roared back to the original road, and the speed soared to more than 300 miles in just a few seconds. The road that had been cleared by the rats was relatively smooth. After walking about 3 kilometers, she hid her motorcycle, crouched behind an abandoned car, and set up a sniper rifle. On the other hand, Zhang Qingshui and Lu Yao acted in their true colors. After they parked the car on the side of the road, they leaned against the station. Lin and also parked the car carelessly and stood on the side of the road. The armored vehicles in the distance all rely on the thick armor to knock away the abandoned vehicles and zombies in the way. From time to time, some bullets can be seen flying out of the windows, killing the zombies in the way. About 6 or 7 kilometers, they noticed Lin and his group from a distance. After observing for a while after the speed of the car dropped sharply, they approached and stopped the car not far in front of Lin. It was 4 men who got out of the car. All of them were short-headed, and one of them was even bald. "Brother, where did you come from?" The one who spoke at the head wore glasses and had a friendly smile when he spoke. Although he was tall, he was wearing a shirt and trousers and looked polite. "J City." Lin said casually, and asked back. "Where did you come from?" "S City." "How is the situation in the city?" The man didn't hesitate for a second, and smiled very naturally. "Yeah, we came from S City, and now there are monsters there." "This is a lie." Lin's mind reader read his heart out word for word. "This guy is probably an evolutionary too. Damn it, could it be that the city is finished? It's broken, where should I go?" The man with glasses was extremely irritable, but on the surface he still looked amiable. "Where's the city? How is the situation now?" "It's already safe, and the gathering place there is very strong. This time I went to S City to scout." Lin said nonsense. Then, looking at the person behind him, he narrowed his eyes. "You guys don't look like ordinary people. Why didn't you go to the gathering place near S City to take refuge, but to the mountain city?" After Lin said this, the man with glasses did not respond, but the bald man behind the man with glasses suddenly put his hand behind his waist unconsciously. "Is there still a gathering place in S City?" "We don't know." The glasses man pretended to be surprised, and then smiled bitterly. "Now S City is all dangerous. Even if there is a gathering place, we don't want to go back. It's better to go to the mountain city." Lin snorted, but without a trace, he read all the 4 people's thoughts in his heart. The man with glasses didn't even know that there was a gathering place in J City. Then why did he go from the city to the J domain? A few words were enough to make the people behind the glasses man clearly see Zhang Qingshui and Lu Yao on the other side. Even though it has been a while since the end of the world, Lu Yao and Zhang Qingshui, who have become evolutionaries, still look very healthy and beautiful, especially if they have a small child. It is not difficult to wash normally. Compared with these men who looked a little dirty, they were as clean as models on TV. An inch-headed man unconsciously moved his throat and his eyes were straight. The man with glasses also noticed this, moved a few steps without a trace, blocked the sight of the people behind him, and said with a smile, "Who are these people?" Lin didn't change his face. "My girlfriend." The rest of them looked at him in unison, but Lin just shrugged. "You are both evolutionaries like me. In such a precarious apocalypse, what is the big deal to find 2 more girlfriends?" "It makes sense. It makes sense." The man with glasses looked envious and said with a smile, "How do you know that we are evolutionaries?" Lin just smiled without saying a word. The glasses man secretly said something bad. Didn't he just confirm their identities by doing this? Lin suddenly said, "Are you really from the city?" The man with glasses remained unmoved. However, a few people behind him, in this sudden questioning, have very violent mental fluctuations. What did he mean by this? What did he see? "Impossible, we came out of prison, we have changed our clothes, how can we tell?" "Prison?" Lin suddenly came to a realization. To the outskirts of the city, there is indeed a large prison. No wonder they didn't even know that there was a gathering place in the S domain. When they went to the city, it was probably only because they found that the S city was not a place for them to hang out at all, so they had to run away to find another way out. It is really outrageous that 4 evolutionaries can appear in a prison. Lin was silent for a short time, but was misunderstood by the bald man. His expression became more and more nervous, and finally, his fierceness was revealed. "Brother, do you want to join us? Now the world is over. The few of us are Superman, the god of the Doomsday." The bald head suddenly opened his mouth, pulled away the man with glasses in front of him, and walked forward. The man with glasses sighed, took a few steps back, and silently took out a pistol and loaded it. It turned out that the real leader of the team turned out to be this reckless bald head. Women, money, food, those ordinary people are completely burdensome, as long as you join us. The world is so big, how can we live? Hey, you guessed right, we didn't come out of S City, but he confirmed Lin En's guess with a ferocious smile. Of course, Lin En didn't guess at all, but read it from his mind. How? The bald head offered an invitation, but Lin En shook his head. Sorry, I can't believe you can treat me as a teammate. I would like to ask, what about the other people in the prison? You can't just live with the four of you, right? After Lin En asked, everyone except the man with glasses suddenly sneered. A village headman could hardly hold himself back and wanted to walk to the too silent Zhang Qingshui, and said with a strange smile, what do you think? Are those ordinary people still keeping them to waste food? Does God care what an ant thinks? The bald man said, intoxicated. Lin En sighed. God. The one who stared at Zhang Qingshui and the others, almost lost his senses, smiled hoarsely. Brother, what nonsense are you talking to him? Just kill him. I can't help it, I want a tall one. Hey, I want to come too. The other man couldn't help but laughed in a low voice. The bald head looked at Zhang Qingshui and the two. Their faces became colder and colder, especially Zhang Qingshui, who looked like an iceberg beauty. Brother, one last chance. Join us, your girlfriend too. You? Lin En suddenly popped out 3 words. Suddenly, a black tail appeared strangely on the neck of the bald head. To be precise, it was a hole through the past. The bald man's eyes widened, but he couldn't speak. He could only make a strange sound of rattling. He desperately grabbed the tail formed by Lin En's black light with both hands, but was directly lifted off the ground. Boom. A gunshot rang out, and almost the moment Lin En's black light tail appeared, a bullet cut through a distance of several thousand meters and hit the head of the inch-headed man who had been staring at Zhang Qingshui for the first time. Bullet storm. The battle was about to break out. Except for the bald man and the one whose head was shot by the bullet, the remaining one-inch-headed man immediately screamed, and his hands turned into dense gun barrels in an instant. Countless bullets roared out. However, in the next moment, he also flew out of thin air. The bullets flew in random directions, completely cut off by an ice wall that suddenly appeared, and he could only shoot out ice flowers one by one. The disgust on Zhang Qingshui's face, almost needless to say. She gritted her teeth, endured the discomfort in her heart, and increased the output of her mind power. For this inch-headed man who has the ability to evolve firearms, but is defenseless against Zhang Qingshui, the huge psychic power is as terrifying as a guillotine. In an instant, there was a rub on the neck. The inch-headed man fell from the sky, collided with the bald-headed man thrown out by Lin En's black light tail, and rolled to the side of the road without any movement. The man with glasses subconsciously folded his hands at the moment of the battle, and disappeared in place the next moment. In the blink of an eye, he appeared a kilometer away, wobbly, and even nearly vomited. But he didn't dare to look back and ran desperately, stumbling around, but he had never run so hard in his life. Lin En just jumped up with no expression on his face. A distance of 1 kilometer, how far is it to him? He just accelerated again. The ground was pounded by him, and spider web-like lines appeared on the road surface one after another, and the black light entwined, making him faster and faster. The man with glasses turned his head and saw that he was in a daze, and he had to put his hands together again. This time, he teleported more than 700 meters. After the teleportation ended, his legs softened, he knelt on the ground, and vomited. When he looked up again, he saw Lin En almost flying. Don't. I didn't do anything, don't, bye. He didn't finish his sentence. A brutal flying knee almost smashed his entire upper body. The black light moved away all the scattered debris. But Lin En just kicked away his body expressionlessly. Go cheat. Before the battle, the mind reader read out that the man with glasses was the one with the most bad thoughts among the 4. Also the worst. Lin En retracted his gaze and closed his eyes slightly. In his head, vaguely, there seems to be another ability. Lin En tentatively looked at Zhang Qingshui and the others in the distance, and his thoughts moved. The mental power seemed to have crossed the distance, and instantly left a mark at that location, and then, the whole person seemed to be folded and thrown into the front-loading washing machine. After spinning around, it appeared at the marked position. Lin En shook his feet. He teleported directly to the vicinity of Zhang Qingshui with this breath, a distance of more than 2,000 meters, but when he landed, he felt as if he had been rotated in a washing machine for 5 or 6 minutes, and it was true that he was a little dizzy. It is not a problem of mental exhaustion, but a simple sense of dizziness. Lin En shook his head and let out a long sigh of relief. His spiritual energy quickly spread in his mind, and his mental energy quickly calmed down. Good job. He complimented. Zhang Qingshui's expression was not very good looking, and she felt a sense of guilt for taking action against her peers, but fortunately, she was not a pedantic person, and her previous battles with zombies made her adapt a lot. After adjusting for a while, she said, "Is there still such a person in this world?" Zhang Qingshui couldn't imagine that just because of her own evolution, she regarded her former kind as ants and claimed to be gods. Compared to Linen, aren't they just a bunch of ants too? Linen just said softly, "I might see more people who are even more disgusting than this in the future." Get your mind right. Isn't your dream to be a sword fairy, to eradicate evil for the people, a great deed? Linen comforted. Zhang Qingshui sighed. I'm not saying that I can't do it, nor that I have any discomfort, but that I'm a little disgusted. Obviously everyone is human, and they don't help each other in this future, and they still can't help each other. Thinking. She looked really disgusting to those people. Lu Yao just exclaimed indifferently. Xiao Zhang is too naive. Indeed. Zhang Qingshui cast a glance at Lu Yao, and there was something in her words. Lu Yao let out a snort and whistled. Continue on the road, Linen. What abilities did you have just now? You are too powerful, don't you have this ability to absorb other people's abilities? It's outrageous. Seeing that the two of them quickly returned to normal, Linen couldn't help laughing. He was naturally the one with the least psychological burden. To some extent, during the battle, his mentality hardly fluctuated. After the battle, there will be no sequelae such as PTSD, and it feels very normal. Maybe it is the talent of the martial arts, so that he is born to fight with the enemy, just feel like eating and drinking is normal. What's more, the crimes committed by those few people are enough to be pulled to the gathering place to clear several magazines, and they will die. Yin Xiaoxiao also approached from riding a motorcycle in the distance, but her face was pale, and she could see everything clearly in the scope, which made her, a kind-hearted and somewhat weak girl, really shocked. Fortunately, I had seen these scenes before, and soon recovered. Xiaoxiao did the right thing, right? But Yin Xiaoxiao confirmed it to Linen again. Linen just looked at her with a smile and rubbed her head. It is of course the right thing to protect the people you love, protect your friends, and eradicate the evil. Yin Xiaoxiao hummed, took a deep breath and calmed down a lot. She looked at Linen and said with determination, I didn't disappoint you, did I? Linen affirmed her once again, she just let go. Rather than doing bad things, perhaps, Yin Xiaoxiao is now worried about disappointing him. This episode is a bit annoying, but, in the end, we have to continue on the road. Linen and the others were about to board the motorcycle to leave, but Yin Xiaoxiao approached the corpses. Linen looked at her pale face and checked the bodies one by one, and asked curiously, what are you doing? Teacher Yan said that after the battle, it is best to confirm the life and death of the opponent. No, you can't be careless. It's not a good experience to personally inspect an enemy who has been shot in the head by yourself. After looking around in person, she got on the motorcycle with a pale face and was ready to set off. This girl really has an unexpected ruthlessness. Even though his disgusting face turned pale, he didn't even know what he should do, and he was not at all vague about what he should do. Linen suddenly remembered that she had a bad judgment about Yin Xiaoxiao before. Maybe, she is really the kind of ruthless character who can cry a knife. I don't need to be here in the future. I've already confirmed it. Linen said with a smile, and then affirmed her encouragement. However, the attitude is commendable and worthy of encouragement. Yin Xiaoxiao's expression looked much better. She gritted her teeth seriously and said, I will never hold you back. Lu Yao smiled and comforted her. Little sister is the best. I will reward you and Zhaolin with a tent today. Zhang Qingshui didn't say a word. She was abducted and ran away by Linen a few nights ago. After returning to the tent in the morning, she was too embarrassed to show anything. It can't be too much, and you have to give the sisters a bite. Except for this guy Lu Yao. Linen smiled and looked at Yin Xiaoxiao again, only to see her blushing secretly looking at him. Hiss. No, didn't you just turn pale? Girl, you are wrong. After the play is over, these bad things are left behind. Everyone continued on their way as usual. Linen, in his mind, was distracted by his new ability, teleporting a short distance. The more he pondered, the more he felt. This ability, it seems that only after it is matched with aura, can there be a correct way to open it. Could it be that this ability is a key to unlock your own aura? Linen spent almost all day researching his teleportation ability. From the very beginning, every teleportation was dizzy for a long time, and even the landing point was inaccurate. Later, I realized that I used aura to assist the positioning of my mental power, and then I used aura to cover my mental power to greatly increase my ability to resist dizziness. The use of aura to enhance the distance and speed of teleportation, including the number of consecutive uses in a short period of time, was mentioned twice by Lin in one breath. The price was the nausea that seemed to be motion sickness all day long, and even the black light seemed to be slamming. Instantly fold the space in the distance and the space you are in, and exchange your original position to achieve teleportation. The drag and dizziness caused by jumping in space not only affects the brain, but also affects your body. If Lin is not physically superior to ordinary people, and if he were an ordinary evolutionary person who teleported hundreds of times a day, even if his spirit could handle it, his body might not be able to handle it long ago. The time at night is also very tight, because I want to go to N City as soon as possible to settle down, start to study the ability of the plant controller and prepare to play a tower defense game with the corpse tide. Therefore, Lin almost shortened the rest time to a minimum, leaving almost only 3 to 4 hours of rest every day. At night, in the night light, rely on the group of mice to explore the road, and walk slowly with the lights on to ensure safety, and move forward at a constant speed. As soon as the simulator time is up, it will simulate again. Lin is not careless. He is currently in a dangerous wilderness, and stability is the first element. After the step-by-step simulation and confirmation of safety, he dared to continue exercising his ability while on the road, but he would not let his mental and physical strength fall to the warning line. To use a game analogy, Lin will always ensure that his health and blue bars are around 70%. There must be several people who are evolutionaries, otherwise this section of the journey may not be able to withstand it. There were no accidents along the way. 3 days later, on September 5th, Lin arrived at S City 1 day faster than the previous simulation. It is true that there are too many obstacles on the road. The road is full of upside-down vehicles. At the moment when the apocalypse comes, this road is almost full of car accidents from beginning to end. After the explosion, the road is in a mess. Lin is not just finished, but also has to remove obstacles on the road as much as possible to facilitate the movement of the gathering place in the future. It's also a good thing that there are mice, otherwise, I'm afraid it will be a day or two later. It seems that there are not many zombies in the distance. Zhang Qingshui suddenly reminded a little vigilantly. Lin hummed as usual. Indeed, it's probably because they were all solved by the mutant animals in S City, and those animals will also use zombies as food. Zhang Qingshui's eyes narrowed, and a scrap car that was blocking the road not far away was pushed out of the road directly by her with telekinesis. Can those mutant animals really communicate? The mutant animals we've seen along the way seem to be similar to zombies. Zhang Qingshui spoke later. Lin smiled and said, it should be possible. The senses of mutant animals to humans are probably that there is no difference between zombies, just a type of food. But just like I can realize that in the face of zombies and mutants, humans must have a qualified ally. Among the mutant animals, there will also be intelligent ones who are aware of the changes brought about by this apocalypse. We and animals are no longer just the difference between hunter and prey, nor master and pet. Perhaps, in the future, we and mutant animals can embark on a path of symbiosis. Of course, over time, if we humans can gain dominance again, perhaps there will be a brutal battle between us and mutant animals. But not now. News came from Lin's rat colony. It seems that there are mutant animals in the distance who have noticed their traces and are trying to come into contact with them. In other words, some mutant animals seem to regard these mice as food. Lin immediately gave an order to withdraw the group of mice that were exploring the road ahead, and let the mice try to communicate with other animals, but the result was a failure, and its group of mice could not communicate with other species of animals at all. The motorcycle started to accelerate. Be careful, don't do it casually. Lin instructed, and took the lead to move forward, passing through the group of mice that were going backwards and retreating behind him, and several big cats appeared in front of him. These big cats were probably just ordinary stray cats before they mutated, but now they are no less than big dogs. When they saw Lin, their first reaction was to bark vigilantly and step back. I'm here to see the Lion King. Lin said a word, and with the help of the animal speaker, it turned into a language that the mutant animals could understand. Meow, meow. The group of big cats meowed one after another. Who are you? How does he know the Lion King? How can he talk to us? There is a dog on their mount, that dog seems to be quite strong. They roared and roared, regardless of priority, and they were a little noisy. Harry barked a few times in the back seat of Lin, but he couldn't understand the language, so he could only express some emotions. As a result, it almost got into a fight on the spot with the cat who said it was strong, and both sides thought the other was swearing. Lin's expression remained unchanged, but continued. I have no intention of conflicting with you. I just want to talk to your boss about something. I hope you can pass the news back to avoid unnecessary conflicts. The attitudes of the big cats were not very friendly. In order to prevent them from overestimating their own standards, Lin just nodded slightly to Zhang Qingshui and whispered to her to show off. Zhang Qingshui understood, although she didn't know what Lin was talking about with these big cats who could only meow. But he still raised his cooperative hand, causing a scrap car with almost only parts left to float up and smash to the side. The group of big cats instantly became more energetic, their hair stood on end, and they realized that the humans in front of them were not ordinary. One of the largest wild cats let out a cry, turned around and ran into the city with his little brother. Lin controlled the speed, rode a motorcycle and followed behind him, and the rats galloped around him, roaring and roaring, as if they were grazing for him. This feeling is quite strange, especially after entering this city that was once dominated by humans, led by a group of large and disrespectful wild boars. This feeling is particularly strong. It seems like the protagonist of a fairy tale who has strayed into a fairyland. On the streets that originally belonged to humans, there are only a large number of mutant animals. The 3-meter-high monkey hangs on the traffic light, making the street light crunch and scream. The roofs of high-rise buildings are full of flying birds of various colors. Some of them are huge, and some of them have no change in size. There are the largest number of wild cats and dogs on both sides of the street. They are either jumping with emotion, or curiously running along the side of the motorcycle. There were also some timid ones, who were frightened by Lin and the rat tied behind him and screamed and ran away quickly. Some mutant animals also barked a few times with malicious intent, seemingly taking Lin and the group of mice as food, but the wild cats who led the way only meowed and stopped their movements. Of course, it is not without courage. For example, a mutant silverback gorilla comparable to the movie, King Kong, occupying an entire street as a casino. Humanity. Little wild cats, the head said, don't let humans in. The gorilla heard the movement of the motorcycle from a distance, and at this moment, before he could stand up completely, his terrifying body of more than 6 meters was even taller than a small building. The huge arm was hanging on the ground, and when he spoke, he punched the ground with a slightly unfavorable punch, and a large crack appeared on the ground. Just a fist, it seems to be bigger than Lin and plus the entire motorcycle. Perhaps there is still a slight gap compared to the mutant gorilla in the movie, King Kong, but there is no doubt that the power of this monster gorilla is real. The wild cats roared anxiously, the implication being that they were not ordinary humans. Only then did the gorilla cheer up, its fists propped up on the ground, and it was somewhat similar to humans when it ran forward, but it was more like it was constantly jumping. It made a roaring sound when it stepped on the ground, proving that it was not just a tall-looking thing, but a real violent beast. Human. What's so special about you? The gorilla walked in front of Lin, and indeed found that he was calm and confident at the moment, not the imposing manner that ordinary humans can have. And, the mere fact that he can communicate with animals is enough to interest the gorilla. Lin's tone was calm. I know that in your world the strong is always king. I don't mind showing you my power, but it's better to stay away and don't break my things. What do you think? The gorilla is happy. It has not spoken to humans for a long time since the end of the day and the disappearance of the breeder. This human reminded me of some silly tourists I saw in the zoo before. Those tourists always seemed to have a kind of self-confidence and made gestures with it. One thing to say, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't get out at that time, I really wanted to give a big ear scratch to the individual human beings who were whining with it. Interesting. Interesting. Quick, I want to fight. The gorilla let out a proud laugh, clapping his hands in front of him several times. This simple demonstration-like action made a sound louder than a drumbeat, and easily spread through several streets. Lin got off the motorcycle, raised her chin towards Zhang Qingshui, and she understood how to use her telekinetic power to drive the motorcycle back together. The three of them retreated to the entrance of the street and stopped. The rest of the cats, including Lin's group of rats, as well as various animals watching the fun, all quickly ran away, curiously looking for a place to watch the battle. The flocks of birds in the sky are circling endlessly after flying from a distance, flying in the sky without interfering with each other, looking at the scene on the ground. The number almost covers the sky, like dark clouds one after another. Come on, human. The gorilla looks very proud. Its level of intelligence is not low, but it seems to be accompanied by a variety of emotions. It stood lazily and didn't seem to take Lin seriously. But Lin just smiled. Then, suddenly some blood boiled. It was the talent of the god of war that played a role, making him long for a hearty battle with a strong hand, to defeat his opponent, and to use his opponent's defeat as his strong nourishment. Don't be careless, otherwise, even if I keep my hand on purpose, you will be hurt. Lin casually threw the Meow Dao aside. With this thing, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold it back. The gorilla was a little irritated by his provocative words, and immediately roared, "Hit you." The simplest two words were accompanied by the arms that it suddenly swung out. When the huge arms and fists were swung, the strong wind and even the short hair of Lin swayed. Great power. But Lin raised his right hand, and countless black tentacles emerged. Almost in a blink of an eye, his right arm doubled or even tripled in size. He didn't have to give up his fist and swung it straight at the gorilla. Come fist go. Boom. The pounding sound that made one's scalp tingling sounded, and the crisp sound when the ground cracked was connected in an instant. The moment the two fists were facing each other, it seemed that the air was suppressed into a wave of air, starting from around the fists. Out. Lin was abruptly plowed by the impact and left two deep drag marks on the ground, and the concrete pavement was turned upside down by his feet. It's not because of his low strength, but simply because he has a disadvantage in weight. The gorilla's eyes were very human and showed a surprised look. But Lin just whispered, "Be careful." The next moment, he suddenly disappeared. At the beginning of the battle, he had already chosen not to use weapons, but he had no intention of hiding his other abilities. It's not just fast speed, but teleportation. Lin appeared in front of the gorilla's face almost instantly, black light all over his body like venom, and his whole body almost turned into a black man about 2.5 meters tall. Monster. Compared with the gorilla, his right hand, which was still a little thin, slammed into the gorilla's face with a ruthless punch. Then, just like an exaggerated scene in a cartoon, this huge orangutan, because of this punch, fell to one side in an embarrassed manner, and even flew out a little. Boom. The huge body slammed heavily on the buildings by the street, and even the steel bars inside the collapsed concrete buildings were bent. The gorilla roared angrily, and smashed a fist next to him, smashing a small building to a pulp. Human. I'm angry. It roared furiously, and in an instant, its size began to grow again and again, leaping away like a mountain topped, and pounced towards Lin. The black light behind Lin turned into a tail, wrapped around a street lamp, and flew towards the sky as if on a swing. Dodging the shaking of the ground, the next moment, he descended from the sky and smashed the gorilla's forehead with a tomahawk-style split from top to bottom. The gorilla felt a little dizzy for a while. Kill you. Kill you. It screamed wildly, waving its hands with all its strength, smashing the ground with a rumbling sound. The surrounding buildings kept collapsing, and the entire street almost turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. But Lin is extremely flexible, and he sometimes makes the gorilla lose his balance with a slide on the ground. Occasionally a teleporting uppercut hits it with gold stars in its eyes. What's even more exaggerated is that he even held the arm of the gorilla with black light at the moment when the gorilla punched out, and he made an earth-shaking over the shoulder fall. Not to mention those mutant animals. Even Zhang Qingshui and Lu Yao couldn't help staring at this scene in astonishment. Lu Yao even muttered to herself, "No way, Xiao Zhang, can you handle this too?" Zhang Qingshui didn't understand what she meant for a while, but she just murmured stupidly, "Can the power of human beings really be so great?" Duan Xiaoxiao's eyes are almost popping out of stars. Okay, so handsome. Lin was able to fight this gorilla with ease, unscrupulous, constantly accumulating experience in combating large creatures in the battle, and at the same time constantly improving his power-generating method in the changing shape of the black light. Each attack is stronger and faster. Each shot, the action is more brief, the damage is greater. Even the black light was used instinctively by him during the battle, and it became more and more solid. Even if the total amount of black light did not change, the effect of the mimetic amplification was also increasing little by little during the attack. Even Lin instinctively continued to use black light to suck its flesh from the gorilla's wounds during battle. Continuing to return to the blue and blood, Lin turned out to be more and more fierce. With the last kick, Lin slammed into the gorilla's waist from the side, kicking its hill-like body off the road and rolling for a few laps. In the distance, a huge roar full of threats and warnings suddenly exploded. Roar. The roar almost lifted the dust that was flying off the street at the moment. A huge hero, radiating dazzling golden light in the sun, strode from a distance, and the golden beast's pupils could not show his happiness or anger. Before it got close, the roar silenced all the animals. Even the furious gorilla stopped moving, and sat on a ruined building with a dejected autism, holding a steel bar that was handed over to him without saying a word. Afterwards, the 5-meter-high male lion looked at Linen from a distance, and without opening his mouth, a spiritual force fell in front of him, which turned out to be a means of spiritual energy communication. Human. Why are you here? Linen stood there and smiled slightly. Hello, I'm Lin Onyu.
This trip is with a friendly idea, hoping to help each other and benefit each other, or to put it simply, I am here to form an alliance.
In the face of Linen, who can directly communicate with himself in his own way, the Lion King tilts his head. Only then did Linen notice that there were 3 tails behind the male lion, and they were swaying like 3 poisonous snakes, giving a sense of danger. Alliance? There seemed to be a low human-like laughter in the lion's throat.
It's interesting. I want to hear what you have to say.
The Lion King didn't need to say more, just a look of contempt for the audience. Those ordinary mutant animals who came to join in the fun left one after another, only that there are still many wounds. The gorilla sitting in the ruins with his head down and the steel bars still in situ. In the distance, a huge golden giant eagle flew from the sky, did not approach, but stood proudly on the roof of a building, as if planning to come to listen. What should I call you? A strong human being. The Lion King seemed to have seen the battle between Linen and the gorilla in some way before, and he was not arrogant towards Linen. In other words, it may understand some social language and have a certain emotional intelligence. This attitude makes it even more different from other mutant animals. My name is Linen, and the few behind me are my teammates. They also have special abilities, maybe not as good as me, but not weak. Linen introduced his group, and the Lion King glanced at Zhang Qingshui and the others in the distance, and nodded.
Understood. In the zoo, they called me Simba. It seems to be from a cartoon of your human beings. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it.
It speaks its own name. The Lion King Simba looked at the gorilla again. This gorilla, you can call it Silverback. Yin Bei snorted a few times and whispered. I also have a name in the zoo, called Lionheart. I don't like it. Simbaba just said lightly. Yin Bei turned his head and nodded gloomily. Call me Yin Bei. Linen couldn't help laughing a little when he saw the grievances of the silver-backed gorilla. Perhaps in the animal world, the gap in status is far more exaggerated than that of humans.
That eagle is called Golden Retriever. After Simba finished speaking, the eagle whistled. Linen really listened. Looking at the arrogant eagle, he became angry because of a name.
Who called that dog's name? My name is Jin Yu, Golden Jin, Feather Feather. The name Jin Yu doesn't seem to be any better, does it? Simba's throat let out a rumbling low laughter again, and it actually learned to laugh like a human, to make him feel happy. This kind of intelligence is really surprising. If you want to form an alliance, I may not say it alone, just try to convince the 3 of us at the same time. Simba got down gracefully, as if he was not alert at all. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a faint dazzling brilliance in the sun, and the snake-shaped 3 tails swayed gently behind him, giving him a strange feeling. Linen looked around it, and he didn't feel any discomfort because he was surrounded by 3 tyrannical mutant animals, and smiled lightly. First of all, I want to ask, what is your goal? After Linen said this, Simba fell into deep thought and did not answer immediately. Jin Yu stood on the roof, stepped on the eaves, cleaned his beautiful feathers, and seemed to be thinking too. Silverback muttered heartlessly. Who knows, find a female orangutan, these orangutans are too young now. After he finished speaking, he looked around and saw that no one paid any attention to him. Yinbei pouted, changed a steel bar, and continued to play.
After about 10 seconds of silence, Simba cautiously gave a reply. Let's live freely, the situation is not bad now.
The smarter the creatures, the less optimistic they are about the future. They can clearly recognize their current situation. Linen nodded and said in a surprising direct voice, but what if your current situation can't last long? Why did you say this? Simba frowned.
In about 20 days, the zombies will converge to form a terrifying corpse tide, which may be planned by some powerful mutant zombies behind the scenes. In addition to humans, I think you mutant animals that use zombies as their main food is one of its goals.
After Linen said this, Silverback just sneered. Those wobbly trash, I can make meat patties with 1 punch. 1 is fine. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million.
Linen said tit for tat, leaving Yinbei at a loss for a while. He pointed his fingers, and he didn't know what the concept of 10,000 or more was.
In addition, there are a large number of mutant zombies. Mutant animals have an advantage against ordinary zombies, but what about mutant zombies?
You should have dealt with a lot, and you should know it in your heart.
After Linen finished speaking, Simba's humanized brows furrowed, and he stared at Lin. Are you sure? Of course, but I also know that there is no basis for empty words. Lin made a suggestion and said, I plan to create a base on Lonely Island near N City. In the N domain, a group of humans will also gather to defend against this corpse tide. Besides, I also want to restore order based on N City, and the most important thing is to deal with those corpses and mutant zombies. Take this as a stronghold, little by little, drive them out and kill them.
Lin An's words were full of murderous intent, but after he finished speaking, he smiled again. Of course, considering that you also have to eat, maybe I have to leave some for you.
You may be thinking that maybe you can escape, but I still have to tell you some bad news.
Lin paused for a while, then said, Do you know, nuclear bomb? Several animals glanced at each other blankly. They told the truth, but they didn't know much about some of the terms in Lin An's previous words. If it weren't for Lin An's ability to communicate, it was almost a kind of spiritual communication, and it was directly the transmission of thoughts.
Otherwise, the conversation may not be able to continue. It doesn't matter if you don't know, but I can tell you that it is the weapon with the greatest power and the widest range of damage that has been developed by human beings. Lin briefly introduced the role of nuclear bombs, and told them directly that these nuclear bombs would fall on this land in a month. Almost 80% of the range is covered. In addition, there are radiation hazards, possible nuclear winter and so on. Silverback shook his head again and again. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, you are just scaring people. It's really unbelievable for a while. The Lion King Simba is also unwilling to believe all of this, which is a bit beyond his understanding. If there is such a powerful weapon, wouldn't human beings be invincible long ago? Where does it need to be so miserable? Of course it does not understand that unless human beings reach the last moment, they are never willing to use such a method that is close to death. If it is done, the harm is far greater than what Lin said. Lin just smiled. Of course you won't believe it, but you might as well try it out. After September 22nd, around September 24th, you may be able to observe the traces of a large number of corpses. At that time, come to N City to find me, and let's see if the horrible thing I said will happen. If that day comes and nothing happens, you can naturally go wherever you want. But if things are what I say, the world will be a worse place, and I hope you can come to an alliance with me, with humanity. Together, to deal with the crisis that follows. This planet is very big, bigger than you can imagine. When the crisis is over, we will live on this planet together, and the resources should be sufficient.
Humans and mutant animals can coexist, I believe in that.
The future described by Lin is not a mirror image. In fact, the creativity of human beings, the precipitation brought by history, and the accumulation of science and technology are definitely not something that animals can catch up with in a short time. If they can stand on the same front as human beings, the long-term benefits will definitely be greater. The future is uncertain, and neither can Lin. But at least, now, everyone's interests are the same. I will think about it seriously. Simba gave a serious answer.
It stood up and seemed to ask unintentionally. Among human beings, are there many strong people like you?
Lin's head turned fast, and after a few thoughts, he gave a reply. Of course not. I am an extremely rare individual like you, and most of them may not be able to match the abilities of Silverback. Simba snorted, indicating that he understood. I understand, I will discuss with them about the alliance. If it is true as you said, after the corpse tide arrives, I will go to N City. When then, you have to tell me where N City is. It even said with a self-deprecating chuckle. You can't expect a bunch of guys who grow up in a zoo to be as knowledgeable as you humans. Okay, how about this? Lin looked back and forth, and finally turned his gaze to Jin Yu. In the sky before, he saw several mutant giant eagles that were almost the size of a fighter jet. Where I want to go, I need to cross an ocean. I wonder if I can borrow a few giants from you. Besides, you can also give me a bird that is good at traveling long distances for you to communicate with me. At the same time, these giant eagles can also serve as your eyes. During this period of time, you can see our development and work hard. This is also a way I want to express my sincerity to you. After Lin finished speaking, Simba let out a deep laugh again. No problem, just listen to you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Lin also seemed to be smiling happily. In this way, the two became superficial friends. Lin then relaxed and pretended to be curious. How do you animals communicate with each other? My dog seems to have difficulties communicating with the animals here. It is spiritual communication. As long as the animals that declare their allegiance to me, they can actively connect their spiritual power to my spiritual network, so as to communicate with each other.
Don't you have the same ability? If the Lion King points to something.
Lin looked at the mental power network in his mind, and countless groups of mice were connected to his mental power in this way, unable to betray, subject to monitoring, extremely powerful individuals, and even become Lin's puppet, remote control, or even possessed. The Lion King and Lin looked at each other and smiled, and Lin did not mention these abilities and asked if it could also do it. This Lion King is not as friendly and simple as he has shown. In other words, who can be the leader among animals, who can be the good stubble? But it doesn't matter, what if you have your own mind? The further down the road, the gap in strength between them and humans will become smaller and smaller. As the number of evolutionaries continues to increase and more research results continue to emerge, they and humans will eventually achieve a reversal of their overall strength. At that time, the initiative will be in the hands of human beings. However, the words of the Lion King gave Lin a lot of inspiration. Perhaps, the ability to control the group of mice by oneself can also be further developed? Like, to include the idiot Harry. Maybe you can control more animals with this, and even find a way to make the Lion King become a vassal like the Rat King? Lin and the Lion King looked at each other, but were suddenly a little shocked. Would it also have such an idea? Just like myself, I don't know each other's abilities, and I don't want to casually destroy the currently friendly atmosphere of cooperation. So it was suppressed. Lin didn't change his face, even with a friendly smile, but he gradually began to plan for the worst.
If one day, this Simba has thoughts that he shouldn't have, and he uses the simulator to detect this in advance.
Maybe it's the day when their union is broken. By then, the two will have a fight. Whoever wins will gain everything, loyalty and power of the other side, and become the other side's vassal. It's also possible that it's just a one-word ending, death. However, for now, the benefits of joining with it are still the greatest. At least with this group of animals, the humans in the gathering place will face fewer casualties in the face of the corpse tide. The number of human beings is the key to whether human beings can regain their dominant position in the future. Lin was thinking about the future in his heart, but on the surface he continued to chat with the Lion King calmly. The two seemed to really become good friends, and they talked with each other and shared some knowledge that they had never had before.
Zhang Qingxie and Lu Yao didn't even know what these animals were talking about. They could only hear the orangutan coughing from time to time, and the golden giant eagle in the sky made a disdainful, alas. And that lion, from time to time, just like a human, it makes a deep laughter in its throat, like a series of low drums.
Lin was chatting and laughing in it, and he didn't seem like a good person at all. Instead, he looks like a big villain who is planning something. After chatting for more than 2 hours, Lin said goodbye to the Lion King, got a few animals from it, left the city, and set foot on the number 72 road to N City. Unexpectedly, Lin originally thought that these animal Lion Kings were just gifts on the surface, that in fact they will still be linked with spiritual power. But when the Lion King decided to give these mutant animals to Lin, he actually taught Lin how to control these mutant animals with mental link. As a result, in Lin's spiritual power network, in addition to the mouse group, there were several more powerful mutant giant eagles, and a golden bird that was used as a carrier pigeon. Lin was not careless, and used a small trick. He connected the mental power of these giant eagles to the Rat King, just like a hacker set up a temporary broiler transfer station on the internet. If there is any danger, the first to suffer is the Rat King.
Then Lin also had time to react and made a decision. Even if he directly abandoned the Rat King and cut off part of the mental power network, it was completely possible.
Of course, maybe Lin is just being overly cautious. With the simulator around, he can't be plotted against, but be careful. And this means of incorporating other mutant animals into the mental power network has become the biggest gain of Lin's trip. Except for these mutated birds, Lin also has an animal that must be moved into the network.
That's his dog, of course, Harry. Under the strange gazes of Zhang Qingxie and the others, after he left S City, he suddenly looked at Harry, who was sticking out his tongue in the back seat of his car with a languid look, and said with a very serious attitude.
Harry, are you willing to give your allegiance to me, to be loyal to me forever, to give your life, no more? Harry was stunned for a moment, but it has always regarded Lin as its master. Even if it has mutated, it has no other ideas, even though Lin is not very good to it. However, ever since Lin brought him out from a pack of stray dogs, he has been taking Lin as his own boss.
Anyway, I haven't been hungry now, and Lin has always been very protective of it.
Suddenly asked what is this for? Harry didn't hesitate, just barked briskly, of course. Lin didn't give it another chance. Originally, he wanted to give this guy who had followed him a chance from the very beginning, but now it seems that he is thinking too much. It didn't think much of it at all. Therefore, Lin took the initiative to use spiritual power to link its spiritual power. As soon as Harry and Lin's mental powers touched, they couldn't help but bark uncomfortably. Take it easy. Don't resist. After Lin said it, Harry whimpered a few times, and relaxed and stopped resisting. The feeling of this mental link is like putting a dog leash around its neck, which makes it very uncomfortable. In fact, it is indeed the case. With the mental power link, it is almost impossible to resist Lin. Lin can even make it mentally collapse and die after a thought. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Lin's mental power is very tyrannical. If Harry's mental power is stronger than Lin one day, the strength of this restraint will be reduced, but even so. If Harry wanted to forcibly disconnect the mental power network, he would also be mentally frustrated in an instant, and his mental power would be greatly traumatized. Lin wasn't worried at all. He probably wouldn't have a chance to get into his own mental power network for someone with stronger mental power than him. Work harder in the future, do you understand? Lin patted its head with a smile as soon as it was connected to the mental network. Harry had a feeling of being on a pirate ship, and suddenly realized that it seemed that he would never be able to fish again in the future. It is true to try. At the moment when the spiritual power was connected, Lin suddenly felt that his spiritual power seemed to have suddenly increased again. It's like the Rat King continuously provides him with spiritual power in the spiritual power network, just like paying him the network fee. Harry's mental power, in Lin's perception, seems to be stronger than the Rat King.
Not as if, but obviously stronger than a section.
Lazy dog. There must be many areas of your ability that have not yet been developed. Work hard. Lin smiled and let him sit in the back seat. Zhang Qingshui looked at each other and said that they didn't understand, but they seemed to be very cow. How did you manage to communicate with animals? Lu Yao couldn't help but ask. Is it also a special ability? Do we have a chance to master this ability? Maybe, you should continue to think about the use of mental power. Lin did not deny it. In fact, when the Lion King used to communicate with him, he was using mental power to convey ideas. Although this method is more complicated and difficult than the ability of his animal speaker, it is not a method. It's just that Lin vaguely felt that it's not a good habit to freely release mental power like this. Far less simple and effective than his beast whisperer.
If he can have any means of mental power attack, facing a guy like the Lion King who directly releases his mental power, maybe he can directly strike a critical attack.
Or, think about it. If you use this bad habit in the future, maybe there will be a killer copper? Lin suddenly had another idea. The girls are used to his thoughtful look without saying a word. Lu Yao pouted. I've been thinking about it every day, but my so-called mental power seems to be particularly effective in cooling, and it can't do anything else. I seem to be better. Zhang Qingshui thoughtfully touched Harry with his mental strength. Harry barked a few times and shook his head a little bit wrongly. It's uncomfortable. Zhang Qingshui was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, really? She actually vaguely felt what Harry meant, but it was a little vague, more like a vague intention than a complete sentence. Lin smiled and said, I knew that your mind power is actually a use of spiritual power. Your true ability is definitely closer to the spiritual power itself. Next time, in addition to studying psychic power, you can think about it in a different way. Have you made a breakthrough in the mental interference I told you before? Lin had seen Zhang Qingshui's research break through a kind of mental interference ability in a simulation earlier. Zhang Qingshui nodded, but said, I have tried many times, but how can I put it, I always feel that the benefits are very low. The consumption of spiritual power is very large, but it is not as effective as fighting with psychic power. Maybe I didn't know the correct way to open it. Zhang Qingshui said with a smile. But you gave me a good idea this time. Maybe I should also study some auxiliary types of abilities, such as similar spiritual links. Well, be careful. I always feel that this ability is not good, and it is easy to be caught off guard against an enemy who can attack with mental power. Zhang Qingshui nodded thoughtfully and thought about it for herself. Then practice more with Harry. Zhang Qingshui thought so. Yin Xiaoxiao looked at Harry intently, and after a while, her face turned red, she lowered her head in despair, and took a breath. I can't. She looked at her hands with some doubts, and almost instantly, a piece of barbecue appeared in her hands. She threw it to Harry, and then muttered strangely. It's so simple, shouldn't I be thinking about mental power, thinking that I can understand what Harry is saying? Yin Xiaoxiao looked at Harry again. And Harry happily eats the barbecue, forgetting all the things just now for a while, which is really happy and enviable. Yin Xiaoxiao gave up after a while, and wondered about her abilities. Lin and didn't want to interrupt their train of thought. In fact, only he knew how they felt. He could at most give some advice, or provide some small help from the information given in the simulator. A group of people on motorcycles left S City and headed for the city. As for the relocation of the gathering place, Lin also greeted the Lion King in advance. When the gathering place arrives, they will avoid conflicts and agree to take the initiative to clear a road and use it when the gathering place passes by. Lin took out the satellite phone and briefly told Lao Yuan about the situation. Lao Yuan was surprised, but he still said that he would tell everyone to avoid unnecessary battles. In this way, to the most dangerous place in N City, the enemy has become a friend, and it is a path. Lin's movement speed has been increased, mainly because the traffic flow on this road will be less. Even unlocked new milestones along the way. Doomsday Traveler. Travel 1000 kilometers, 1000 in the apocalypse, and you can get survival points reward after completion, 100. Well, 100 more points, now deposit 510 points. Talk is better than nothing. Time passed, and Lin finally arrived at N City on September 7th, one day earlier than the previous simulation. This is also thanks to the Rat King. It seems to have eaten a lot on the road, and it has improved a little. The overall rat population has also improved, and the speed of clearing the road is much faster. Of course, Lin is always racing against time, which is also the key. After arriving at N City, Lin did not enter the city directly, but as before, he used a satellite phone to confirm the location of the gathering place near N City, and decided to go to the gathering place first. Lin was also curious. In the previous simulation, he knew that 2 evolutionaries had appeared in N City at this moment. I really want to know their abilities. As the lights of the motorcycle ripped through the darkness, a gathering place that looked much more complete than the gathering places I had seen before appeared in front of my eyes. Compared with the simple gathering places before, this gathering place can be said to be quite perfect. Not only is there a cement-filled, 3-meter-high wall on the periphery, but there are also built barbed wire fences in the distance. There are even several sentry towers standing there. It's just that Lin raised his brows and couldn't help shaking his head. He remembered that he also said before, try to keep the raw materials as much as possible and wait until the other gathering places converge before proceeding with fortifications? If the wall is built now, won't it have to be rebuilt at that time? Or are they planning to build several walls like the giant comics, and when the time comes, the foreign gathering place will stay outside their gathering place, and they will also be surrounded? What is the inner city? Spray. Lin's first impression of this gathering place was a bit bad. But he didn't make random judgments because of his own guesses. Everything had to be seen to be true. Anyway, all lies could not be concealed from him. As the motorcycle approached and gathered on the ground, a searchlight suddenly came over. Lin narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and waved. The searchlight was quickly turned away, and a few people were standing by the barbed wire wall in front of them. The door was opened, and a voice came out. Is it Lin? Yes. Lin replied simply. In the gathering area surrounded by concrete walls, there are 2 sentries, and Lin is now blocked by the outer sentries. Several soldiers saluted Lin, and then said, please come in. They looked at each other, then picked up the walkie-talkie and said something. Lin heard it, who was probably informing. Lin narrowed his eyes. The attitude of these people is not enthusiastic. It's not that Lin feels like a person, but a person has to respect himself. But do you always feel as though you are not welcome? Lin turned his head, and the mind reader started quietly. This guy is Lin. I heard that he is very strong, but he doesn't seem to see anything. It doesn't look as powerful as Captain Chang. Alas, I don't know if so many people came here after that, and if there was enough food to eat. Lin thought about it. Is it because he proposed to let most people come to the city to meet, causing some dissatisfaction within the N City gathering place? Maybe it's because of the material, or maybe it's because of some other reason. Lin had no expression on his face, and quietly turned the mind reader on at high intensity. He was usually unwilling to use this ability all the time, mainly because he was surrounded by Zhang Qingshui and other 3 girls. Who likes someone who can read their own mind at a glance? Except for Lu Yao. It seems that since this girl knew that Lin can really see through her mind, she often deliberately looked at him without saying a word, and spoke to him in her heart. How to say? This behavior is quite tasteful. Soon the motorcycle drove outside the concrete wall. After the big iron gate was pushed open from the inside out, a inch-headed man with a machete, green half-sleeves, and a khaki tactical vest walked out. This man was wearing sunglasses at night, which looked a little weird, but Lin En jumped up and went straight through the sunglasses to look at the man. The man had fiery red eyes. Lin En's Tianyantong quickly informed Lin En of his abilities. This is a man whose eyes can emit lasers, please be careful to avoid his sight. Laser eye. I just don't know how strong the laser is, how fast it is, and what its battery life is. The reason for wearing sunglasses is because the red eyes look a little scary? Maybe it is too. At night, where there is no light, it will occasionally be dark and invisible, but his red eyes are shining. Hello. Lin En, I'm Cheng Peng. You can call me Captain Cheng or Lao Cheng. Welcome to your gathering place number 41. He smiled and extended his hand to say hello. Not as perfunctory as the previous ones, Lin En had never been a mind reader before, so he could see his sincerity. It turned out to be really sincere. It seems that this can only mean that in this gathering place, people may not be in harmony. Some are rare. Behind Cheng Peng, a man with medium-length hair and a somewhat sloppy look came lazily over, waved his hand carelessly and said hello. Oh. Lin En, I have heard of you many times. My name is Qi Tian of the great sage Qi Tian. Lin En saw a little malice in it. Or, it is not purely malicious, to be precise, it is some dissatisfaction and contempt. It seems that after hearing about Lin En's deeds from somewhere, it triggered his challenge, or the reason is simpler. Ripe. This kind of emotion is normal. Anyone who suddenly has a powerful special ability will feel that lousy is the best in the world. This is a very reasonable thing. How to solve it? A shot should be fine. Tianyantong was activated again. Evolutionaries with super acceleration ability, just be careful of his speed between lightning and flint. Super acceleration, it seems a little interesting. This kind of ability, if it is difficult to say, what kind of ability will it involve? If you develop it well, you may be able to be as fierce as the Flash. Lin En smiled slightly. You seem to be a little dissatisfied with me. Qi Tian was stunned for a moment, then grinned. It's a little bit. They all say you are fierce. I don't really believe it. Lin En smiled, looked at Cheng Peng, who had some headaches, and said, do you mind if we can learn from each other? Cheng Peng sighed. Don't be angry. Shao Qi was originally an ordinary person, and you understand it. Shao Qi, pay attention to your attitude. Cheng Peng snorted. But Qi Tian just nodded with a smile on his face. I know, don't worry, I won't let guests down from the stage. Lin En was silent. Lu Yao couldn't help but laugh. Qi Tian raised his brows, and then he paid attention to the girls behind Lin En. His eyes lit up, and his attitude became more attentive. Ladies and sisters, I'm still single. He's my boyfriend. Zhang Qingshui said expressionlessly.
Yin Xiaoxiao was not good at words, but she also stood by Lin An's side, hugged him by one arm, and whispered, I am also him, his girlfriend. The people around were stunned. Then, everyone looked at Lu Yao in unison. Lu Yao used to laugh, but now he can't laugh anymore. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Qingshui and Yin Xiaoxiao, most importantly Lin En. She smiled awkwardly, silently, and acquiesced. Qi Tian was stunned. Then, he suddenly gritted his teeth. Come on, let's fight now. Oh shit. This is Lin An's. It's too much to want to be beaten up. Lu Yao didn't like his sloppy appearance very much, and just said with a smile, come on. Qi Tian thought she was talking to herself. Was she really talking to herself? He immediately became excited. However, Lu Yao winked mischievously. Lin En is very strong. Between the words, there is a taste of showing off. Damn. This woman was embarrassed to talk just now, but what is she showing off now? A boyfriend with 3 girlfriends, is it worth showing off? Although I am envious, but I'm going to shoot. Qi Tiantian's teeth were itchy, and the voice just fell, and suddenly disappeared in place. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to slow down. In Qi Tian's eyes, everything around him turned into 1,000-fold slow motion. He was striving hard in it, and in terms of his perception, he could only jog slowly in it.
But Qi Tian knows that this is only because his reaction speed is too fast now. His seemingly slow movements are absolutely lightning fast in the eyes of others. Hey, even Captain Chang, in the face of my ultimate acceleration, his eyes can't see me clearly, and in the end, as long as I get close to him, he can only be captured. Lin En, you are no exception. Originally, the distance between the two of them was not far away. The distance of 6 or 7 meters, for Qi Tian, really needed to move, even less than a second. In less than a second, can you see my figure? Qi Tian thought contentedly, with this acceleration ability, his speed of thinking is constantly improving. However, there seemed to be a faint golden light in Lin An's eyes. Those pupils that seemed to be dyed with golden outlines. In this night, quietly watching him. At first Qi Tian thought that he was just staring at the front with dull eyes. But, as he got closer, however, he saw that pupil was still staring at him at a very slow speed. He can see me clearly. No, not only can see clearly. Qi Tian raised his right fist towards Lin An's right face. But at this moment, he could only watch helplessly. A big hand grabbed towards his fist in a preemptive manner. Qi Tian wanted to avoid it, but was horrified to find out. With his super fast reaction speed, that big hand turned into 1,000 times slower motion than everything around him, and it used a speed much faster than he moved his fist. Catch up with the arm he was trying to dodge. Then, he squeezed his wrist tightly. The next moment, the world turned upside down. In slow motion, Qi Tian clearly saw many bright stars in the night sky. I also saw the girls in the distance staring at him calmly. A smile slowly appeared on Lu Yao's face, and there was an expectation in his eyes. It can even be said that for Qi Tian. It's a schadenfreude smile. Done. Qi Tian's head turned rapidly, although his body was driven by a huge force and could not move, his brain had already realized his end. I was grabbed and fell over my shoulder, to be smashed. Boom. Huge roar. The ground was dusty. Time to return to normal flow rate. Huge sand and dust flew into the sky. A human-shaped dent appeared out of thin air. Qi Tian lay on the ground as if he was boneless, looking up at the starry sky. A mouthful of blood spit out. Lin An's sincere and apologetic voice slowly entered Qi Tian's ears at this moment. I'm sorry. I wanted to keep my hand, but you rushed too fast. The main thing is inertia, you know what I mean? Someone who can find 3 such beautiful girlfriends. Definitely better than me. Such a simple truth. Why do I only understand now? Qi Tian rolled his eyes, ate, and appeared. Lin An casually threw a cyclone of spiritual energy to him. This cyclone can help him draw spiritual energy and speed up the recovery. With the physique of an evolutionary, maybe this cyclone can last for 3 days, maybe it can also help him become stronger. Alas, among today's impetuous young people, is it not too much for someone like me who can repay grievance with virtue? How can someone not like a good person like me? Lin An was genuinely puzzled. Slow down. It happened suddenly. Chang Peng's words are long overdue. He stared blankly at the lying on the ground, as if he had teleported from his side to Qi Tian, who was lying in a large font in 1 second. He swallowed involuntarily. This, Lin An. It's too fierce. Don't worry, he only has a few minor bone fractures, some muscle strains, and maybe some concussions, broken bones. When Lin An spoke, he looked at Chang Peng, and behind him a black light tail slowly rested on Qi Tian's arm, and after a while, a crisp sound was heard. No broken bones. The corner of Chang Peng's mouth twitched slightly, and he only felt that his arms seemed to hurt a little. With his physical fitness, he will be able to rest for 2 or 3 days. Don't worry, I have already dealt with it. You can also tell him this. There are not many people like me who are willing to repay their grievances with virtue. Please go ahead and cherish them. After Lin An finished speaking, he glanced at Qi Tian, who was lying with a large font behind him. I have to trouble you to send him back to rest. Chang Peng pushed on his sunglasses and smiled bitterly. I see, don't worry, I will teach him a lesson when he wakes up. Lin An, don't be angry, he is just a child, not bad by nature, just a little familiar. After he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to think that this was not bad, so he laughed. If you hit him like this, maybe he can be more pragmatic in the future, and it's better than being planted on some monster and paying the price with his life. Lin An felt relieved when he saw that Chang Peng was the same. Maybe it was because of the strength he showed that people recognized the reality, but in any case, as long as it didn't affect his affairs. Chang Peng frowned, looked at the stunned soldiers behind him, and reprimanded. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and send Qishan back. Hey, don't move it directly, go with the whole stretcher. There was a little confusion at the door of the Sanchi gathering place. In the end, Yin Xiaoxiao walked over, clasped her hands together, and a stretcher fell to the ground, causing the group of people to look at it again in shock. They looked at the 4 people, and the little doubt and distrust before their eyes completely disappeared. Attitude is much more eager. In any case, these 4 people are all here to join this gathering place. With them, wouldn't those dangers be much less? Lin and entered the gathering place smoothly, and a brewing storm seemed to have ended before it even started. It's no wonder that the emulator doesn't mention it at all. Even for the emulator, there's no need to mention it at all. After entering the gathering place, Lin and walked side by side with Chang Peng, tentatively probing. Why did you erect a wall outside? If you wait for other places to meet, won't you have to build it again? After Lin and asked, Chang Peng sighed. He began to explain. You don't know. Here we have some very troublesome monsters, the kind of murlocs that come out of the sea. They, regardless of day and night, and sometimes appear suddenly at night. Although the individual strength is not very strong, and they cannot infect humans like zombies, they are extremely numerous, as if they killed a group and recovered the next day. When our gathering place went to N City to search for supplies, it attracted the attention of these guys. A few days ago, they kept attacking us, causing us a lot of damage and nervousness. Those survivors couldn't sleep at night. There's no way, we can only do this first, at least it can make the people living in the gathering place feel at ease. A 3-meter wall may not be enough to deal with zombies, but it is enough for those murlocs who are usually 1 meter tall. Already. After Chang explained, Lin suddenly realized. He wondered. Those murlocs still come to trouble you? Yeah, but since we gave them a hard blow a few days ago, they have been honest for a few days. Chang Peng said briefly. Lin hummed, thoughtfully. It seemed that the group of murlocs moved far longer than he thought. He observed the situation in the gathering place. I have to say, it's much better than anything I've seen before. In addition to everyone living in tents, there are also many huts made of wood, cement, bricks, and the like. The people inside looked pretty well dressed. Perhaps it was because there were 2 evolutionaries in the N City gathering place, and they were able to collect supplies on their own in advance. On the contrary, the command center of the gathering place is still set up in a huge tent. After Lin entered, there were not many people in the tent at the moment, just 3 people. 2 of them were writing and drawing against the map, while a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle was struggling to draw something with a pen and paper. Report. Lin is here. Chang Peng had no choice but to remind him. Huh. Lin is here. The middle-aged man was taken aback, then raised his head to look at Lin. He smiled, with some restraint and a sense of distance, and said politely, Xiaocheng, why didn't you tell me earlier? I might as well pick it up in advance. Come on, sit down, please sit down. Lin smiled without changing his face, but he couldn't help but murmured in his heart. I made a satellite phone call to confirm the location when I came, and you said that you didn't know I would come. That's a bit fake. It seems that the atmosphere in this camp is not welcoming to him. Perhaps a large part of the reason is because of the middle-aged man in front of him. My name is Song. I'm dumb. I'm the manager of Vault 41. Call me Lao Song, or whatever your name is. He briefly introduced himself, then picked up the kettle and poured a cup of coffee for Lin who was sitting on the side. Is coffee okay? Lin nodded indifferently. Okay. The aroma of instant coffee permeated the command room. Lin looked at the girls behind him, nodded, and said softly, Lil ones, drink some hot ones too, and rest for a while. Yin Xiaoxiao was stunned, not knowing why he suddenly proposed this, but still obediently snorted. A cup of hot pure milk, a cup of hot coffee, and a cup of hot chocolate milk appeared on the table just after she waved her hands. Yin Xiaoxiao likes the former. Lu Yao is used to drinking coffee and chocolate milk, unexpectedly, is Zhang Qingshe's favorite. Song was stunned, and then sighed in amazement. Evolvers are really powerful, and they can still be like this. Is it really just a creation out of thin air? Yin Xiaoxiao bowed her head a little embarrassedly after being praised, while Lin just picked up the coffee and blew hot air. Yes, under the current circumstances, it is not an exaggeration to say that the little ability is a miracle. Song. Lao Song, there are some things I don't like going around in circles. Lin has nothing to do with falsehoods. In fact, he is now working hard to accumulate prestige and strength. To a certain extent, isn't it just to avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles? Song Zheng said. Please speak. You don't seem to be happy with my arrival. Lin took a sip of coffee, tilted his head, and looked at him. Can you explain the reason? If it is a misunderstanding, then solve it. If it is difficult, then solve. Lin speaks simply and clearly, without any anger because of his attitude or thoughts. On the contrary, it can be said to be very sincere. Facing Lin's news, Song hesitated for a long time, but finally he sighed when facing Lin's eyes that seemed to be able to read people's hearts. He sat back in his seat again, and after a while, he said silently, What do you think about our position? It can be regarded as remote, with its back to the sea, as long as it can solve the murlocs in the sea, it can be regarded as a natural barrier. Other, big cities are also far away, with vast areas and sparse populations, and the number of monsters is not frequent. Correspondingly, natural resources are relatively abundant, and food sources are also sufficient. That's why I chose to go to Lonely Island to build my own base. Lin said, his eyes suddenly jumped. Please wait a moment. Song Yi Lang didn't know why Lin had to wait for a while, but he still sat and drank coffee, with thoughtful eyes, and occasionally observed Lin and Zhang Qingshui, as if they were making some judgments. Think. Lin squinted his eyes blankly at the moment, and seemed to be wandering the world. But in fact, at this moment, he has already used the most powerful mutant giant eagle with the help of the mental power network in his head to expand his vision. Just like when Lin was binding the Rat King, he could have the ability to possess himself. Now, the mutated giant eagle that is equally powerful as Lin's eyes. At this moment, Lin's mutant animals were all sent to N City by him. The purpose is to observe the situation and determine whether there are other resources he needs. And the reason why he was distracted was because his mutant giant eagle had issued a warning to him. A group of murlocs appeared. They climbed up the coast in groups, rushed into N City, and rummaged through boxes to find all possible food, whether it was zombies or mice, and even some cans that were not taken away, they were also smashed and eaten by them. This group of murlocs numbered no more than 1,000, and all of them were just over a meter tall. Some held broken bones in their hands, and some picked up steel bars and iron rods, and they even learned to use tools like humans. Do these murlocs often go to N City to hunt for food? While Lin let the rats attack and raided the murlocs, Harry and the mutant giant eagle were in charge of the raid. On the other hand, Lin asked Song nay. Song sighed and sighed. Those murlocs were very useful to us at first. They went to N City and nearby to hunt zombies every day, and they really helped a lot at first. But then the number of zombies became less and less, and they began to rummage through boxes to find other food. I even heard that some people saw them digging earthworms to eat, creating wild vegetables to eat. It seems like there's nothing they don't like. If it weren't for the fact that we have 2 large warehouses with food in them, we would have been hungry long ago. By the way, murlocs can also be eaten. Some survivors had to eat a few bites when they were trapped in N City. After observing for a period of time, it has been at least 10 days now, and there are no problems. It's just that thing looks real and a little disgusting. How should I put it? Although we have consciously accumulated some, but it is still not used as the main source of food. If this thing goes on like meat, it's not going to cause trouble, you know what I mean? Song had a headache. In fact, human beings are hypocritical. Maybe it's because the people in the N City gathering place haven't been very hungry. Presumably in the future, as long as they don't eat meat for too long, the murlocs will become a best-selling food. Understood. Lin nodded. His group of rats had already rushed towards the group of murlocs in City N. He used his mental power to observe for a while, and then withdrew his sight. These 1,000 murlocs are serving food to his group of rats. Those mice the size of a cow model and a wild boar, but many of them are more exaggerated than murlocs. At present, the rat population that has arrived in City N has already exceeded 10,000. Although the murlocs' flexible size and relatively exaggerated strength allow them to generally hold out for a while in a duel. However, the group of mice never speaks of martial arts. After swarming up, in less than a minute, the group of murlocs only had to run for their lives, and if they ran too slowly, they didn't even have any bones left. Lin deliberately did not let go, and all the murlocs were wiped out in N City. Sorry, I just solved a group of murlocs that appeared in the N domain. Now, let's continue the topic just now. After Lin said this, Song's eyes were a little surprised. What other long range means for Lin to kill the enemy from thousands of miles away? His head was spinning rapidly, thinking about the information he had obtained about Lin. Young, physical fitness is several times stronger than that of ordinary evolutionary people. Black oil like deformed body girlfriends, many. Finally, I suddenly thought of something. Control animals. This part of the information is a bit vague, or in other words, Lao Yuan and others who know some of Lin's abilities have no plans to tell Lin's old story. After all, people's hearts are not ancient, and if Lin's ability is explained clearly, someone will target him with this. Wouldn't Lao Yuan and others make a big mistake? It's just that in the information, it's vague, both overtly and covertly, repeating that he is very strong, and there is a kind of meaning that you are curious to see for yourself, understand everything you know, and I can't explain what you don't understand. Before the reunion, just after Lin entered the gathering place, his internal phone rang, and a sentinel informed him that Shi Tian was defeated in a second. A chill in my heart. You can't underestimate the young man in front of you. No, not only can't you underestimate, but you must pay attention. So, can you continue to tell me why I am not welcome? Lin and watched Song fall into contemplation and did not reply for a while, so he had to remind him again. Then, Song Kai sighed. Sorry. He first apologized and opened the topic. As we said before, N City, a small place. Song lit a cigarette. The coffee's love mist was mixed with the smoke, and under the light of the bulbs on the tent, it radiated blue light. Originally, this is the hardest place, with bad traffic and sparsely populated people. It's hard to imagine going to the city to play. But I didn't expect that when the end came, it would become a blessed land. With the movement caused by this group of murlocs, it didn't take us much time to rescue all the survivors from the town. Obviously, the population of the city was far less than half of the city of S. But now, with just one N domain, we have saved more than 9,000 people. In terms of the population of the gathering place, we are already one of the gathering places with the largest number of people. Life is not bad, but I can't say how long it will last, but even so, as long as this situation can be guaranteed to continue, we can live well. Song Nei looked at Linen and said, even if the nuclear bomb you predicted does come, there are suitable air raid shelters near us. Together, it can hold 10,000 people. With a little modification, it can be made out. An underground shelter came and fought through the winter. But if there are more people, it will never be able to be stuffed. Song laughed at himself. Of course I don't want you to come. If you don't come, we can hide in the underground, no matter what kind of corpse-tied nuclear bomb it is. Once the gate is closed, the materials are gathered, and then go out after it is safe. But if they all come, the old air raid shelter will not be able to accommodate tens of thousands of people. It is not up to me to decide whether to hide or not. What's more, although our gathering place has the most people, in comparison, our combat power is the smallest. We were originally the Navy. Song sighed, looked into the distance, and muttered to himself. We don't have much heavy firepower, and the current heavy firepower is still desperately unloaded from the ship. If other gathering places come, with their number and firepower allocation, will this place still be my site? Can I still protect the people under my hands? Linen was thoughtful. Maybe Song is not just greedy for power, he just doesn't want to hand over his destiny to others in this apocalypse. As he said, maybe if you hide, you can really escape the corpse tide. Song continued to take a breath of smoke and slowly exhaled. What's more, we still have evolutionaries, and maybe there will be more evolutionaries in the future. As long as there is time, one day, we will still be able to climb out of the underground shelter. Maybe it's a little timid. I always feel that I have no confidence in fighting those monsters. He laughed miserably and said, have you never seen our ship overturned by a big octopus in an instant, and hundreds of people were dragged into the sea little by little before they could leave. And those murlocs, I can't finish killing them. I've seen a mutant zombie, and our weapons can't kill that monster at all. If it wasn't for Chang Ju's evolution, that mutant zombie, our entire gathering place, would all have to die. How to fight? How to win? I can't see hope, Linen, I can't see hope. I don't want to fight a zombie head-on at all. Song's expression was bleak, and even a little disinterested. He sighed, somewhat self-liberating, and laughed at himself. You must look down on me, don't you? With such a heavy burden on your body, all you want to do is escape and hide. Maybe abdicating the throne and letting Zhang Kai change is what I should do. I don't know how to go on. This is the first time for Linen to see someone so desperate in front of him. This is a kind of fear that comes from the bottom of my heart, a kind of self-defeating because there is no hope in sight. Perhaps, in the many gathering places, there are many people who are just like Song. Linen pondered for a moment, with a calm expression. Are you afraid of death? Who's not afraid of death? Song muttered to himself. The coffee in the paper cup in his hand was squeezed by him unconsciously and overflowed, so he shrank his hands subconsciously. I thought I would die of old age, sickness, and accident, but I don't want to be eaten alive by those monsters, torn apart, and transformed into deformed monsters by radiation. He sighed and patted his face hard. I'm sorry, I don't want this either. Suddenly, raindrops fell sparsely outside. Song Nei looked at the misty drizzle outside the tent and said softly, perhaps, I am no longer worthy of being a commander or a leader. Linen, starting today, Vault 41 will be handed over to you. Don't give me the opportunity to be a deserter, because I'm afraid I will really run away. When people from other places come, you can let Yuan Long or someone else officially take over my job, and I'll start off and become a clerk. Although I don't like this guy Yuan Long, I have to say that he can fight tough battles and is better than me. Sorry for disappointing you. After Song finished speaking, he took a few sips of coffee and stood up. With a lonely expression, he got up and was about to leave. Old Song. Chang suddenly roared. He hasn't said a word since he came in, and until this moment, he finally couldn't help it. He stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the bed, unable to control his emotions in anger. What the hell are you thinking about? What are you thinking? What do you really want to do? This is your duty. Are you wearing the right clothes? How many battles have we fought since the end of the day? Have we lost? Have we died? What the hell are you afraid of? Chang Peng seemed to have a very unusual relationship with Song Ne. At this moment, when his true feelings were revealed, he couldn't help but punch Song hard. Song was slammed onto the table and rolled to the ground with a heavy punch. He groaned, and the civilian staff who were originally writing and drawing in the command room immediately got up. Chang Peng, pay attention to discipline. Captain Cheng calmed down. The two of them were almost all on Chang Peng before they could control him. This was the reason why Chang Peng calmed down a little. Otherwise, with the physique of an evolutionary, he would be able to beat Song hard if he had two more. Meal. Zhang Qingshui and the girls didn't know how to react for a while. It was the first time they had seen such a situation. The manager of a gathering place had no fighting spirit. Obviously, the gathering place in N City was in the best situation. But the morale turned out to be the lowest among the gathering places he had ever seen. Lin didn't say anything, just took a sip of coffee. Thinking cold-bloodedly, maybe this is a good thing. If the whole gathering place can act quickly according to his ideas, maybe the construction speed of the gathering place will be faster. However, emotionally, seeing a man who was supposed to be strong collapse into despair to the point where he has no fighting spirit, and was tortured by fear to the point of being dazed and depraved, Lin was also a little disillusioned for a while. There will be more difficult days in the future, and maybe there will be more people who can't hold on, so what will happen then? How many of these human beings he rescued with his own hands can last until next year? Lin lost his mind for a moment. Chang Peng stared at Song Ne angrily and shouted, "You have disappointed me too much, Song." "I'm sorry," Song said vaguely, hanging his face and spitting blood. Then he left the tent straight away and walked into the distance in the thin rain curtain. Chang Peng hesitated to speak. He was so angry that he didn't know what to do. He stayed where he was for a while, and finally, he kicked the stool that Song was sitting on. The wooden stool was torn apart and shattered on the ground. He turned his head and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Lin, I'm showing you a joke. I didn't expect Lao Song to be like this. He was yesterday. No, he was fine at dinner, nothing happened. He may be too tired. I apologize to you. What he said just now, you should say goodbye to your heart first. I will persuade him well at night. He's not that fragile. The first in the competition, the red and blue exercises, we are all powerful troops, he is a very good commander. He just can't take it, our people are dying too much. His son also died, just a while ago." Chang Peng explained in a bit of confusion. The foreword didn't make sense, and finally he grabbed his short hair in pain. "Just in front of me, then I can't do anything, and when he is rescued from the Murloc, he will be, that's half of it left." Chang Peng's sunglasses had long been dropped by him, and he smashed them with one foot in the chaos. At this moment, his blood-red eyes were full of tears, as if he saw the scene again. Lao Song has changed a bit since then, but I didn't expect him to be like this. Chang Peng was blaming himself and at the same time dazed. For a while, he seemed to have lost his backbone, and he was overwhelmed and lost his previous calmness. Lin said calmly, "Understandable, maybe it's just too much pressure. When he saw me, he was a little stimulated when talking, and he couldn't control it for a while. Tomorrow, I'll do it again tomorrow morning. If Song Ne is okay, we'll talk again. But, if Song doesn't recover, the gathering place still has to do things." Lin drank the coffee in his hand, turned to look at the girls and nodded. "If he doesn't come tomorrow morning, the gathering place will be taken over by me first. Those who have opinions can come to me directly, and wait until the people from other gathering places come over, and then jointly choose a leader according to the original rank. Although, regarding what happened to Lao Song, I also feel a pity, but time is pressing. Anyway, we need to persevere for more people who want to be alive." Lin patted Chang Peng, who had a painful expression, with a calm expression but a firm tone. "With me here, the battle will never fail, we will finally win the final victory, and everything will be fine." Chang Peng nodded slowly, and with a somewhat ugly smile, tried to respond to him. Thank you, I believe in you. Lin nodded silently, turned and left. There were only two at a loss in the tent of Nuada standing by the side. Chang Peng stared blankly at the fragments of the chair he kicked, unable to speak for a long time. Song Ni's figure had long since disappeared in the rain, and no one knew where he went. Lin could not have imagined that there would be so many accidents in this meeting that was not mentioned in the simulator. But just like the simulator never mentioned it at all, no matter what, his plan, it will be pushed forward on time. The girls also fell silent. The sense of oppression brought by the end of the day appeared on them after a long absence. It even made them feel a little fortunate. If there was no Lin, if it wasn't for Lin who has been leading them all the time. Perhaps, it would be them who broke down early on. Lin's expression was calm. As if nothing had happened, he looked left and right, chose an open space, and prepared to pitch a tent with the girls here. Liu Yao was the first to lose his temper, and next to Lin, he asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" "What to do?" Lin asked back. "That's right, if Song still can't recover tomorrow, Liu Yao is a little at a loss." "I'm here," Lin just said. His calm eyes were full of power. The relaxed tone is full of confidence. He doesn't want to do it, just me, no matter what, I will do what I need to do. I said, I promised you that I would live with you and live better than everyone else. Kill those monsters out. End this end. After he finished speaking, he smiled lightly. Why, do you think I am incapable of doing his job well? Of course not. Liu Yao replied hurriedly, but her expression was much more relieved. She smiled and bumped Lin lightly with her shoulder. Xiao Lin, it's great to have you here, she said sincerely. Zhang Qingshui just smiled and nodded, with admiration and tender love in her eyes. Yin Xiaoxiao was the one with the least reaction. She just whispered, I believe in Lin. Anyway, the big deal, we'll go to Lonely Island. With Lin here, even if there are only a few of us left in the world, I am not afraid. After she finished speaking, she smiled confidently. What's more, Lin will definitely not fail. He said he can do it, he will do it, and the corpse tide will definitely be able to beat it. Lin couldn't help laughing, rubbed her head, and joked. Liu Yao, in this regard, you have to study hard, be like Xiao Xiao, and have confidence in me all the time. Xiao Zhang must think so, right? He looked at Zhang Qingshui again, not favoring one over the other. Zhang Qingshui looked away from the hand he put on Yin Xiaoxiao's head, but said lightly, even if you can't, I will help you. Can I do it? Aren't you the one who knows the most? After Lin finished speaking, she broke her defense, and her calm expression disappeared, leaving only her flushed face and shy eyes. The four of them laughed softly, and soon returned to their relaxed appearance. The girls didn't realize it until they retracted the tent amid the sound of rain. What? This is probably where Lin is charming. He is confident, strong, never lacking in purpose, and even the most difficult situations don't seem worth mentioning to him. Even if everyone is precarious in this apocalypse, following him, they feel that all difficulties will be solved. Not impatient, not sad, not dazed. As long as you believe in him and follow him, your mood will be very happy, and the days will always seem to have hope. The girls whispered together in the tent and slept peacefully from time to time. Lin sat at the entrance of the tent, while continuing to study his abilities and cultivating his aura. He was also trying to start formulating a plan of action. Wait until 12 o'clock in the evening. He stood still, opened the simulator, and in the rain, observed the information given by the simulator. October 5th. You finally saw the corpse tide recede, and the endless corpse tide made you exhausted, but fortunately everything passed, and you finally won. Lin couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw this. In the simulation, this time, Lin did it under the premise of his own planning and leadership. Facts have proved that even if Lao Yuan and others are not required to take responsibility, Lin can completely resist the corpse tide this time by doing it himself and planning and doing it in every aspect. A big stone fell in my heart. As long as this catastrophe can be overcome, it will be a period of rapid development after that. Lin needs to go to the research institute to absorb suitable talents to join the island and build a real base with him as the core as a solid rear. This big rear must meet his security concerns, that is, it will not be under siege for a long time, and give him a space for development. On the other hand, it must be a talent training pool that can supply talents for the Doomsday, giving most of the evolutionaries a space, so that they can also grow up and become the mainstay of dealing with the enemies in the middle of the Doomsday. One person will definitely not be able to complete this task. No matter how powerful Lin is, his energy is bound to be limited. He doesn't want himself to just stay behind. Compared to that, he values the development of his own strength. The evolutionary in the base, to a certain extent, will ultimately serve him, and he will only make some investments in the early stage. How can there be no return on investment? In addition, Lin also hopes that the fire in his base can guarantee scientific and technological research and development, so that mankind will not lose civilization in the technical level accumulated over thousands of years. On this basis, based on the various changes in the Doomsday, we develop scientific and technological products that are more in line with the needs. This requires a lot of talents and even sophisticated equipment, and Lin has some ideas on how to obtain these. Mutated animals are naturally the top priority. The sky is now the territory of flying animals, fighter jets, transport planes. The biggest difficulty that these vehicles currently encounter are these ubiquitous birds. A fighter jet that takes years to build may only need a few birds to get into the engine and it will be scrapped. Even a large transport aircraft is completely unable to face the impact of the flock of birds. Once the engine sucks in the flock of mutant birds, or even the cockpit glass is smashed, it may lead to a crash. If the flight's safety cannot be guaranteed, then everything has to be risked, and Lin naturally does not want to leave everything to fate. The Lion King gave him better options. If he can control a group of birds, especially the high-level mutant animal named Jin Yu, if it can be used by him, then open up a flight route and escort the transport plane. Lin's Lonely Island, you can get many batches of precious facilities. With talents and facilities, Guizhou Island only needs to ensure safety and conduct research and development step by step. Lin believes that radiation or mutation will eventually be solved under the cracking of human beings. Lin was no longer in the mood to sleep. He took out his mobile phone and flipped through the information and thoughts he had recorded before. There were a lot of them, all of which he recorded before the end of the world. To be honest, looking at it now, times have changed. There are also some who feel that some of their own ideas in the past may be a little naive. Until the end of the day, it is really impossible to experience that kind of pressure. There are no TVs, computers, the internet has disappeared, most people's mobile phones have become decorations, and only a few satellite signals are still maintained. At night, as soon as it gets dark, it becomes complete darkness, the surroundings are silent, and sometimes you can hear some terrible noises. Lin is fine, but for ordinary people, even the sound of rain dripping down the eaves, it will make them feel creepy. Everyone gradually became a little numb. Lin came to the gathering place today. Before, in other gathering places, those survivors would come out to look at him curiously. But now, everyone seems to be a little indifferent, hiding in their tents, and their expressions are mostly lifeless. Especially under strict management, at a certain time in the evening, it is more rigorous to travel at will, and the time to go to the toilet must be stuck. Not to mention the diet, some food is good. This is a kind of torture for the more and more abundant human beings in the spiritual world. A month ago, who could have imagined that he had to go back to the house to sleep at 7 or 8 o'clock, with no lights, no sound, and no means of entertainment? This oppressive atmosphere has become heavier and heavier with time, and a few people can adapt well, but in the end, most people are gradually silent and withdrawn. Almost all relatives and friends lost contact, and some even witnessed their relatives and friends turning into monsters in front of them, and the shadow of being tortured by monsters never lingered. Lin suddenly realized, perhaps, in addition to the most basic infrastructure construction, they should also see hope, not just the hope of survival, but the hope of being able to live better. He was silent for a moment and narrowed his eyes. Leave it to Yin Xiaoxiao to do it. Lin suddenly thought of the time when he was in the gathering place in J City. The people there are much more energetic than here. Although they eat and wear far less than N domain, they don't even have a place to live, but they always think that tomorrow will be better. On the one hand, Lin's constant news of good news reassured them and gave them hope. On the other hand, it was Yin Xiaoxiao. This guy seems to have an inspiring power. Lin couldn't help thinking about how she looked when she firmly said, "I believe you can do it," to herself before. Really lucky. Lin couldn't help but sigh. He stood up and didn't want to rest anymore. With full energy, he walked slowly in the rain. The soldiers on duty who came and went were also well informed about his news and did not stop him too much. After walking around the camp for a few times, Lin decided that he wanted to take a look at Lonely Island. On paper, it's superficial. If he can't take a look at Guizhou's appearance, many of his current ideas may be just on paper. With a giant eagle around, it shouldn't be a problem if it comes back at dawn. Perhaps, there can be any new harvest cannot say. Do it if you think of it. In the rainy night, Lin greeted the people in the camp and waited for a while at the gate of the gathering place, when a giant eagle came through the night sky. Under the shocked and unbelievable gaze of many people, he turned over and stepped on the back of the eagle after saying a few words to the giant eagle. The black light was attached to the wings of the giant eagle, and after it waved a few times uneasy, it flew into the sky. No way. Linen doesn't even know how much he weighs now, and the structure of the giant eagle itself is not designed to carry people, and the load is limited. With the help of the black light, the giant eagle is not only very easy to carry, but more importantly, the speed will be faster. This attachment is not a modification, it simply makes the black light work like an exoskeleton. Lin stood on a giant eagle and flew into the sky in the dark. Maybe I should try and transform these creatures with black light? Lin pondered. He had never tried it before. In fact, it was not that he felt that the black light could not do it, but that he was worried, if the black light left him, would he still be controlled by him? If these black lights continue to mutate and grow in another organism, will there be an uncontrolled black light monster? If the black light enters another organism, will it become controlled by another organism instead? Lin has also tested in the simulator several times before, but the results are very vague, and the simulator usually only responds to him with a sentence. You try to transform the animal with black light, you succeed, you find that although it does not have the ability to infect, it has the same evolvability. You feel like you can control the existence of the black light, but you have no complete control over the modified creatures. The meaning of this sentence is that Lin can control the black light in its body, but those creatures themselves are not controlled. Giving power to an uncontrollable object is unacceptable to Lin. Even if the black light is recovered at that time, there is a high probability that the animal will die suddenly. It can only be used as a temporary tool. Lin does not need to be so troublesome at all. But now, with the insurance of mental power control, Lin felt that he could give it a try. Even, create a whole black light core. It's just that it remains to be verified whether the black light can do this. Lin doesn't intend for the black light to devour the original creature and turn it into a complete black light monster. He can't control so many black lights by himself. The mental power required for remote control is not a little or two, and the effect may not be good. If Haiguang is allowed to have consciousness and the ability to think, he will always feel a bit Brother A, the first-generation protagonist in Abuse X Prototype, was not because he infected the second-generation protagonist with black light, and was finally killed by the second-generation protagonist with black light. Lin believes that the second-generation protagonist is actually the same as Brother A. After being completely devoured by the black light, he possesses personality and wisdom. He thinks that he is a human who controls the black light. Although the simulator says that he can completely control the black light in his body, but the separated black light son grows into the black light lousy and will not listen to his words, which is a question mark. Lin has always been very cautious. There is nothing he can do. It is true that the black light looks too dangerous. If it really goes out of control, even if the possibility is only 1 in 10 million, he is not willing to die. This thing, Lin felt, was much more powerful than zombies and mutants. Wait tomorrow to use the simulation test again. If the problem is not serious, just mutate a few small-scale animals, and then simulate it again after a month. If it is still safe, increase the scale. You must use the simulator to test in advance every 15 days. If successful, the evolution of these mutant animals should become faster. Lin made a decision. The giant eagle soared in the rainy night, and the land gradually disappeared, replaced by the dark sea under the night. Lin stared at the ocean. Among them, not in the churning waves, he could clearly see traces of murlocs. These murlocs wandered in the ocean, unscrupulously taking this sea area as their own territory. Lin's eyes radiated a faint golden light. A kind of weak murlocs, but they breed extremely fast. They can complete one birth in a week, and their short lifespan is generally less than half a year, but their overall evolution rate is extremely fast. Under the screening of generations, they will continue to update and iterate under the time and exaggerated reproductive speed, and evolve into existences that are more suitable for survival. A few murlocs will mutate into powerful murlocs with stronger vitality and potential. A piece of information flashed before his eyes. A huge octopus monster was originally just an ordinary octopus, but after mutation, it began to evolve rapidly, and the murlocs became its most abundant food source, allowing it to rapidly grow into its current size. But, for its current size, it is difficult for ordinary murlocs to make a breakthrough. It has good wisdom. A huge dark shadow swam across the sea. Lin looked away. It seems that there is no need to tackle this big octopus anytime soon. At least with it there, it can help the murlocs control the number, avoid the trouble of flooding and rushing to the ground to find people. 2 hours later, An island loomed in front of him. Lin stood up, and in the midst of the wind and rain, his eyes glowed with a faint golden light, and he had a panoramic view of the entire island. Lonely Island. He silently observed the entire island, among which, the dense forests symbolize the rareness of human beings, and a quarter of the area has been artificially cleared and turned into residential areas and arable land. At this moment, on those cultivated fields that are not considered vast, plants are growing wildly and green. Scattered, single-digit zombies roamed the streets, and after the rain washed away, it didn't look dirty. Lin made giant eagles circle the island. He saw several mutant animals rushing out of the forest, rushing towards these zombies attracted by the sound of thunderstorms under the night, and used them as food. There are a lot of mutant animals, but the evolution level is very low. They can only be the average level of the mouse group, which is of little value. Maybe I should keep some breeding and keep it as meat. After circling around the island for a few times, Lin landed and gave the giant eagle a rest while walking through the dense forest under the rain. Several towering trees that require a few people to encircle to hug make Lin involuntarily interested. His talent as a plant controller was just around the corner, which made Lin uncontrollably want to experiment. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the giant tree. Closing his eyes, a faint light flashed, and not long after, this huge tree that had grown for an unknown amount of time shook, as if being pushed by someone. It clumsily tried to point out its roots, but the next moment, it lost its balance and fell to the ground with a bang, and its entire body fell into two pieces. Lin smiled a little embarrassedly, and really didn't want to admit that such a stupid thing was made by himself. He continued to press his hand on the remnants of the big tree, and soon, the trunks withered rapidly, turning into black-brown dead wood, replaced by a few small saplings. Hopping in front of Lin walking briskly, is active. They only have two roots, like human feet. At this moment, they are sitting cross-legged in front of Lin, wrapping the roots into the ground, and under his urging, they start to grow again quickly. Then, it turned into a huge tree. The tree is square, more than 3 meters long and wide, and more than 3 meters high. At this moment, it was struggling in front of Lin to take a leg and move, but it fell to the ground like a slice of bread. How did you manage to mutate into the shape of SpongeBob SquarePants? Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, walked over and took a leaf, and these square box trees that fell to the ground were cracked. The inside is still hollow, and it is completely supported by the thick bark of about half a meter as the outer shell, and it is not completely broken. Lin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait. These square box trees though, and his Trent guards are basically out of luck. It can be said that the path of mutation has not been found right. However, this square, right-sized empty box shape. As a house, it seems really good, right? Lin hurriedly made an estimate, and then found out the seeds from and reproduced the mutation again. 3 wooden box trees turned into 6 new saplings and grew again. After a while, 6 square, wooden houses appeared in front of Lin's eyes. Lin's black light turned into a sharp blade, and with a swipe, he made a door out of the wooden box. He pushed open the wooden door and walked in. 3*3 space is by no means too big, but the 9 square meter room has 3-meter ceilings. Isn't that better than a tent? And also durable. The consumption is not too big. If you do your best to make this kind of box tree, as long as there is enough land, you don't care about the fertility of the land. You can do hundreds of them in a day. When there are more, let the trees reproduce themselves. As long as the murlocs are used as fertilizer, nourish them, and mutate an ability to accelerate their growth, there is no need for Lin to use mental power at all. Plant is a kind of life. As long as it has nutrients, it can reproduce itself. Lin was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the tree warriors themselves have not succeeded. However, he accidentally created a SpongeBob SquarePants, and through this, he solved the problem of accommodation needed for the expansion of the gathering place. Good. Lin looked at the trees, and all sorts of whims came out one after another in his head. Am I still too limited in the use of this planter's talent? Go out to fight and tower defense. Its biggest role seems to be convenience of life? Is it necessary to build a wall? Can I make a plant wall directly? Lin thought about it. For a time, I simply stayed on the island. He found all kinds of suitable plants as experimental materials. Variation started continuously. It wasn't until the sun loomed that he wiped the thin sweat on his forehead due to mental exhaustion. Satisfied, he opened his mouth. Looking at the harvest in his hands, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Starting today. Please call me Plant Master. Wait until Lin returns to the camp. It's already dawn. in order to avoid unnecessary panic caused by the approach of mutant animals. After Lin got closer, he jumped down from a height of about 20 meters. The soldiers who were alerted outside stared wide-eyed in shock. Even yesterday, the rumor that Lin beat Qi Tian to the ground in a second had already been known to almost everyone among them. But when the soldiers saw all this with their own eyes, they still felt a little shocked and shouted outrageously in their hearts. After entering the camp, almost all the survivors were awake at this moment. Like what Lin had seen before, most of them sat at the door doing nothing, with dull eyes. A small number of survivors were actively busy trying to help, but more chose to lie down. There was a corner where the three of them were fighting the landlord with poker, and there were more than 30 people gathered around to watch. One can imagine how confused and bored they are every day. On the contrary, there are some children who run around lively, and can play very happily with a weed on the ground. Before Lin walked to the tent in the command center, he saw Qi Tian squatting on the side of the road with gauze wrapped in his hands, pulling weeds out of boredom and seeing Lin coming. He shrank back instinctively, and then quickly put on a sunny smile. "Brother Lin, you're back." Lin couldn't help laughing. "Brother Lin." Qi Tian smiled shyly. "I'm sorry, I was a little too familiar before. I just listened to them saying that you are great everywhere, and then I also feel that I am strong and that you are just a rhetoric, so." Qi Tian didn't know how to explain it, but he said one thing. Yesterday, he lay in his tent with severe pain and thought for a long time. In the end, no matter how Qi Tian thought about it, he couldn't imagine a scene where he could win against Lin. His own reaction speed and physical fitness are already ridiculously high, but Lin can completely keep up with his speed. Even Qi Tian has some doubts that this guy has similar special abilities. No, it can't be described as being able to keep up. To be precise, it's rolling. Qi Tian has never forgotten the indifferent expression of Lin that he had seen in slow motion. There is also the overwhelming power that is irresistible. "It's okay, I'll be down to earth in the future, I'm not a cautious person." After Lin finished speaking, he paused, and then his smile seemed dangerous. "I believe you are not a careful person, right?" Qi Tian felt his hair stand on end when he got up, as if he was being stared at by a monster. He hurriedly stood up. "Of course I'm not. Brother Lin, don't get me wrong, I'm not someone who holds grudges." Qi Tian explained anxiously. "No hurry, no, the current gathering place is estimated to be Lin's final decision. If he lacks a sparring partner, will he really be beaten every day? As for the idea of running away, Qi Tian has no idea at all. The gathering place saved his life, and now he is escaping. What kind of man is he? What's more, he didn't know where he was going to live after he escaped, and it felt better to stay here." Lin smiled. The ability of the mind reader was withdrawn. Qi Tian really didn't have much hatred for him, but rather admired him. "Okay, I see." Lin retracted his gaze and continued towards the command center. Qi Tian Pai Dian followed behind him, still muttering. "Brother Lin, I always thought that I was the most fierce person in the world, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Do you have any special exercises? 100 push-ups a day or something? Or do those monsters have some kind of nuclei from the novels in their heads that the evolutionary can absorb and become stronger? Or..." Lin didn't expect that Qi Tian was the next word. "When I saw him yesterday, I thought he was a thorn. Looking at it now, it is completely a Langtucheng who has never been beaten since he was familiar, but after a meal, he returned to his original appearance." Talent, Lin blocked Qi Tian's curiosity with just 2 words. Seeing his skeptical look in life, Lin still gave a few more suggestions. "Abilities can be continuously developed, it depends on you. For example, your reaction speed is fast, maybe even faster than usual me. But do you have a good neural response, or do you have some kind of acceleration? Can this acceleration ability be used again in your movements to make you move faster? Can you develop other ways to use mental power?" After Lin asked a few questions, Qi Tian was suddenly stunned for a while, puzzled for a while, and fell silent for a while. After a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said in a sincere tone, "Thank you." Lin glanced at him and smiled. "It's nothing. Brother Lin, you don't understand. There is no one to discuss this with me here. Ordinary people are envious and jealous of me, and they don't make friends with me very much. Captain Cheng is very busy and doesn't like to talk." Qi Tian sighed. "I used to rely on my instinct to use my abilities, no wonder there is such a big gap between me and you." Qi Tian suddenly felt a little ashamed. Before, he just relied on his ability, and he was complacent, thinking that he was the #1 expert. However, a truly powerful person like Lin is still thinking about making himself stronger and developing more abilities. Maybe that's why he's so vulnerable. Lin's mind reader glanced at him and then retracted his gaze, wondering, this Chi Tian is a bit of a middle schooler. I was really afraid that he would call the master as soon as he knocked his head on the ground. Fortunately, the command center will arrive soon, and in the tent, there are about 20 people gathered at the moment. Chang Peng, Zhang Qingshui and others were also among them. However, Song Nei still disappeared. At the innermost part of the long table in the tent, the seat belonging to Song was empty. Chang Peng sat next to him, wearing sunglasses, and his expressionless face could not show any emotion. Lin is here. Someone whispered a reminder. Chang Peng got up in a hurry, with a reluctant smile on his cold face. Lin, you are here. Lin hummed, and without paying attention, he walked to the main seat that originally belonged to Song under the gaze of everyone. After patting Chang Peng's shoulder, Lin sat down straight. His eyes were sharp, and he said directly with a cold expression, I know that you have heard more or less, whether it is about me or about Song. But time is running out, and sadness should be left to the middle of the night. Now, we need to get the whole gathering place to act. Song said last night that the command of the gathering place would be temporarily exercised by me, and I accepted it. After Lin finished speaking, he observed the expressions of the people below. Some of them looked indifferent, some of them were honest, and some of them seemed to have a grudge against him. Probably because it may be Song's former confidant. Lin reached out and knocked on the table. The mind reader was on at a high intensity, and the cumbersome thoughts around him were cleared by him. After making a quick judgment, he already knew who could use it and who couldn't. When using the mind reader's purple talent, Lin only felt that it was no worse than the golden talent. At least it can save him a lot of unnecessary time. In the last days, time is life. If you have any objections, you can say it now, and don't mention it now. If anyone violates the law, or fails to work hard, resulting in the unfinished plan and assigned work, I will formulate a penalty regulation. The content of punishment includes, but is not limited to, materials, fined working hours, demotion, and the most serious expulsion from gathering places. After Lin said this, a man who seemed a little dissatisfied with him before raised his hand. Speak. Lin looked at him, succinctly. The man said loudly, I don't think it conforms to the procedure. There is no formal transfer order, and there is no formal handover procedure. More importantly, I think Mr. Lin lacks qualifications. I don't think it's acceptable for me to just hand over the gathering place we've worked so hard to build to a stranger. After he finished speaking, he added with a blank face, this is my personal opinion, I hope there is no offense. Lin nodded and looked at everyone. Is there anyone else with similar ideas? One or two people hesitated and raised their hands. Lin nodded again and asked the person who opposed him at first, then who do you think should be seated here? The man was stunned for a moment, then struggled for a while before saying, I think Captain Chang Pengcheng can temporarily take this position. He is a veteran, we have contributed a lot to the camp, and we understand enough. I also trust him. Lin turned to look at Chang Peng. Chang Peng just said blankly, I support Lin's position as the temporary manager of the gathering place. I will do everything in my power to assist him in managing the gathering place, and at the same time play a supervisory role, so I hope everyone can accept some unnecessary thoughts. Chang Peng looked at the person he loved and expressed his support for Lin in 2 sentences. At the same time, Chang Peng also continued, this time is different from the past. I also hope that you can go to the past views on the so-called qualifications and connections. In today's situation, ability is everything. And I think that Lin has sufficient ability, at least, stronger than me. After he finished speaking, he fell silent again. Lin nodded and waved his hand. That's it, if you agree with Chang Peng's words, sit down. I will use my performance and ability to prove my qualifications, but right now, we don't have much time to argue, hold meetings, and discuss. Some basic work must be done before other gathering places arrive to avoid confusion. If you don't want to work, I won't keep you. You can leave now. After Lin finished speaking, the person who initially opposed Lin just glanced at Chang Peng with disappointed eyes, then turned and left. The other two who agreed behind, tangled for a while, and finally sat down without moving. Lin looked left and right, although some people had doubts about him, but there was nothing he could do. He was indeed lacking qualifications to some extent. If it weren't for his extraordinary personal strength, he would have accumulated a lot of prestige for what he had done recently. In his capacity, he is not qualified to participate in management matters at all. Not to mention being the leader of a gathering place. But it doesn't matter, as I said before, in the end, ability is everything. Okay, since that's the case, let's start working. Lin and also no longer polite, but resolutely began to reassign tasks. Chang Peng continued to serve as the security captain, responsible for the overall security inside and outside the camp, including the management of the soldiers. When Lin said this, many people were relieved. Chang Peng was still his own person in their hearts. Yin Xiaoxiao, you go to the logistics management department, under the authority of the deputy minister, to assist the current logistics minister in his work. After Lin finished speaking, looking at Yin Xiaoxiao's somewhat overwhelmed look, he just smiled. No one is more suitable for staying in the logistics department than you. Besides, you can also visit more. The current gathering, what are the people of the land missing? There was something in Lin's words. Although Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't understand what he meant for a while, her advantage was obedience. She just listens to what Lin says, just nodded obediently at the moment, and said, I will try my best. Hope you can cheer up these ordinary survivors. Lin made a point, but didn't say any more. In fact, he very much hopes that the girls can seize this opportunity to quickly learn the management experience, and they can take office directly when they arrive at Guzhou Island in the future. What better opportunity to learn management and progress than now? Zhang Qingshui, together with Lao Cheng, are in charge of security in the authority of the deputy captain. Lin looked at Zhang Qingshui, and she naturally accepted this point without any objection. He also warned, look more and learn more. Especially think about how to coordinate various evolutionaries to work together in the future. Zhang Qingshui's mind was quick, and she instantly thought of the reason for his arrangement. Does he want me to be responsible for the security of Guzhou Island in the future, just like Chang Peng? She looked thoughtfully at Yin Xiaoxiao, and then at Lu Yao, and she also had some understanding of why Lin suddenly assumed such a strong leadership position. Perhaps, Lin is also accumulating experience, and he also intends to take this opportunity to make himself better. Later, he can perform better in the construction of the Guzhou Island base. You must work hard, and you can't be thrown away by him, Zhang Qingshui. She cheered herself silently. Lu Yao, you follow me to do things. After Lin finished speaking, looking at the girls with strange eyes, he couldn't help but add. Lu Yao is smart, her mind is changeable, and she is also the one who is best at dealing with people. She will follow me to coordinate the work and be the secretary. Lu Yao nodded, feeling a little excited all of a sudden, the position of secretary. After Lin's job, there was not much change, mainly because he was not familiar enough, so he could only adjust according to his performance at work. Lin memorized all the names of the people that should be remembered, and then began to assign tasks. Security, area planning, restocking. It took an hour for Lin to finish the assignment. For the next work, I hope you will do your best, report any problems in a timely manner, and don't be stingy if you have suggestions. Dismiss. The voice fell, and the people in the tent walked out in twos and threes, and soon, only Lin and Lu Yao were left. Lin glanced at the empty tent, and sighed calmly, but did not struggle, but sat in the tent, holding a pen, focused, took out the paper and map to sketch. Looking at his focused look, Lu Yao just sat on the side quietly, looked at him with his chin up, made him a cup of coffee, and tried his best to help him wherever he needed help. The detailed plans drawn up one after another were sent out by Lu Yao, and the entire gathering place seemed to come alive again. What Lin has to do is not much, but not much. The most important thing right now is to find a way to pull up a fortress that can resist the corpse tide near this gathering place. This fortress cannot be a temporary building, and it has to take into account the needs of future expansion, including dealing with more troubles. Even after the arrival of nuclear winter, problems such as heating must be taken into account. Lin can say that he drained his brain. He knows shit about construction in the end. He had to find all the people in the camp who knew construction, whether they were survivors or not, as long as they could work, he brought them all and brainstormed. In the end, everyone finally planned a suitable template, and then left it to more people to think about how to fill it. The current cement wall, Lin, has not completely demolished it, but compared to the previous closed containment with only 2 gates, he simply opened several gates in a row, greatly weakening the defensive attributes and improving the convenience of movement. Then there is a lot of material and human input. The land is organized, the area is divided, the barbed wire is extended, and the area is replanned according to the scale of 100,000 people. Of course, Lin thought it would be good to have 50,000 or 60,000 people in his gathering place in the end, but considering the possible industrial areas and other areas, he still had to leave enough vacant land. After that, the defense facilities were prepared. This matter must be experienced by Lin. After finishing some trivial matters, Lin left the gathering place in person and walked outside. At this moment, the originally quiet, can be said to be somewhat depressed gathering place, became active again. Whether the survivors are willing or not, as long as they are young and strong laborers at this moment, they are all motivated to work and organize the land. Originally it was a wilderness outside, and there were many trees, weeds, and stones. But what makes people strange is that they have not received orders such as, build houses, to build fortifications. At this moment, Yin Xiaoxiao was being tentatively questioned by Wen Shan, the Minister of Logistics. The two of them are now on the wasteland outside the gathering place, and while handing out tools such as manuscript shovels, they communicate in a low voice. Yin Xiaoxiao, can you tell me what Lin intends to do? He doesn't say whether to build walls or dig trenches, how big the house is to be built, and what material it is. I know in advance, so I can prepare in advance. Duan Xiaoxiao said with some embarrassment. Minister Wen, I don't know either, but. She struggled for a while, but still said, I don't think you need to worry too much about this. Lin didn't say it. He must have his ideas, and he will definitely not disappoint. Wen Shan sighed and hesitated. Lin seems to be in his early 20s, even if he is an evolutionary person, but he can't help much in construction, no matter how good he is. Could it be that he can handle the accommodation and building the wall all by himself? Or is it that I didn't plan to build a wall at all, and I just waited for other people to come and settle it with tents and it was over? Then there's no need to prepare so in advance. When people arrive, can't those people in other gathering places be able to complete such trivial things by themselves? If you want to build a wall, in order to resist the corpse tide, you must at least be more than 5 meters high and 2 meters thick, right? Considering that someone might be required to use the weapon overhead, including installing some heavy firepower, that would require more engineering. Wen Shan thought about it for a while, and sighed in his heart. With the current equipment and material reserves, if he wants to complete this work, it will take at least a month, right? I heard that many gathering places from outside are not enough tents, and accommodation is also a problem. Summer will soon pass, and when autumn comes, the temperature of N City along the coast will begin to drop rapidly. It's terribly hot in summer and terribly cold in winter. As Wenshan, who has stayed near N City for a long time, he is very aware of the difficulties of wintering here. If you don't build a house and prepare for heating, many people will freeze to death in winter. And nuclear winter. Sean's heartfelt hope that the so-called nuclear attack is just fake news. This is too outrageous. Why does the nuclear button get out of control? The more he thought about it, the more pessimistic he became. He always felt that the current reserves might be enough for him, but when people from other gathering places came, they would not be able to last for 2 or 3 months. The corpse tide is the exhaustion of the group of murlocs. How can they deal with the corpse tide? And Yin Xiaoxiao's sudden surprise sound brought Wen Shan back to his senses. He looked up and saw Lin walking out of the gathering place and heading straight for him. Minister Wen, look at whether it's appropriate to build a wall like this. Lin was holding a plan, and his face still looked calm, as if everything was under control. Wen Shan temporarily suppressed his dazed state of mind and focused on the blueprint in Lin's hand. He made a judgment, and it was similar to the size range that he said before. He nodded, but tangled. Are the design requirements of our wall too high? You need a 10-meter high wall here, and the thickness is also 4 meters. With such a high standard wall, we simply cannot afford to water it in such a short time. The material is also impossible. It seems that, at least in one direction, it takes 7 or 8 kilometers. A wall of more than 10 kilometers is completely impossible. Even though Wenshan is not a professional architecture major, many of his subordinates are, and he is very familiar with it. Lin just asked. If it is built according to this specification, do you think it can be maintained and whether it can give you confidence? Is the space within this fence enough for everyone to survive? I mean, including reserved industrial areas and other places. Lin confirmed it again. Wen Shan looked at it again, nodded and said, it's definitely enough, more than enough. In fact, I don't think it's that big. Lin has at least planned an area of 800 square kilometers, and even after he thought about it, he aggressively wanted to do it in one step. Just considering that the time is too big, the number of people who can fight is not enough, but it is easy to be caught by the zombies. This is the first time to shrink apart cautiously. The longest wall of 7 kilometers is almost the limit. 5 fighters are allocated for 10 meters, 500 soldiers are needed for each kilometer, and 3,500 soldiers are needed for one wall. Of course, it was too difficult to achieve this density. The main thing for Lin was to leave some areas where he might need to place heavy firepower and logistical access. It is estimated that about 3,000 people in one direction are still okay. If there are not enough fighters, there will be enough survivors. Most of those zombies are targets. As long as they can pick up a gun, keep their minds at ease, and aim at them, it is basically impossible to hit them wrongly. A total of 10,000 people are needed for the 4 walls, so that's enough. The current gathering place may only have 1,000 or so professional soldiers, and people from other gathering places come together, and there are at least 3,000 to 5,000 people in full. 6,000 people, old and new, each veteran with a new recruit, should be barely enough. The number of weapons and ammunition reserves are also not known to be enough, and these have to be professional. That's 7 kilometers. Lin decided, ignoring Wen Shan's hesitant expression. Adding up the living area of about 50 kilometers, it should be enough, but it's not enough. Let's expand it when the time comes. For now, we should focus on the corpse tide. Lin said it easily, but a young man beside Wen Shan couldn't help it. The young man said a little irritably, "Mr. Lin, you may not know our difficulties. With the materials we have currently stored, whether we can build a wall is a problem." Lin just glanced at him. "This is my business, you don't have to worry." The young man opened his mouth and couldn't speak, but his face was worried and irritable, and his impatience made him look restless for a while. "Can you calm down? It's about your own life. In terms of housing, I plan to build a building." Lin's words made people feel a bit bizarre. Not to mention that young man. Wen Shan couldn't accept it for a while. Building a building? How many floors? Lin said. "At present, only 3 floors can be built, and each floor is about 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. You don't have to worry about it, let's show it to you first." It's empty words, and Lin doesn't plan to convince them with words. Instead, he waved to them to follow. Wen Shan and a few young people looked at each other and followed. Yin Xiaoxiao naturally followed Lin early. She was embarrassed to be too intimate with so many people, but she couldn't help but wonder and asked in a low voice, "What are you going to do?" "If it doesn't work, I'll think of a way. If it's just the material needed for cement, I should be able to change a lot every day." Yin Xiaoxiao made a plan. Lin shook his head. "No need, leave the materials to me." He was on Lonely Island yesterday, but he was not idle at all. Just for his SpongeBob tree, he developed a suitable sapling after many mutations. "Is this place a planned residential area?" Lin pointed to a place that had just been divided, and now many people were clearing the surrounding roads. Wen Shan nodded, also curious as to what to say. But Lin just took a step forward, and with a wave of his hand, a small sapling fell to the ground. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his mental power came into play. The next moment, the small sapling that had just landed suddenly began to grow at a strange speed. In the blink of an eye, it grew from a sapling the size of a finger to the size of a person, and after a few seconds, it doubled again. Under everyone's astonished gaze, this sapling grew into a tall, 7-meter high, nearly 2-meter wide big box. Although the outer skin looks similar to tree bark, this thing has no branches and leaves at all, like a large wooden box covered with tree bark. Lin used the black light to change a sharp blade, and slashed a few times against the tree's outer shell. After removing a shell, the true face of Mount Lu was revealed inside. It turned out to be hollow. Without waiting for Lin to speak, Wen Shan couldn't wait, and hurriedly said, "Can I take a look?" Lin nodded. Without saying a word, Wen Shan got into the tree from the vacancy that Lin had drawn with his knife. Because of the thickness of the bark itself, this size is strictly speaking. It may only be more than 2 meters long and wide, but the height is just about 2 meters. Wen Shan tried to knock on the left and right tree walls. The tree walls he thought might be fragile, but at this moment he swelled up, but there was a thumping sound. This. Wen Shan was stunned for a while. Lin added. "There are 2 identical spaces above this tree. I have considered mutating a staircase to save trouble, but considering the efficiency, let's just leave it as it is." At that time, outside the bookstore, build a revolving wooden ladder by yourself and open a door every 2 meters, even if it is a small building. 2 to 3 people live in a house. We only need an area of about 10 square kilometers to solve the accommodation problem for everyone. Not only that, Lin also patted the shell of the treehouse with some satisfaction and continued to explain. "In order to take into account the needs of the future, I have especially strengthened the thermal insulation, and the wooden house not only has strong thermal insulation ability, but also has good thermal insulation ability. The most important thing is that it is not easy to install. Even if someone deliberately sets a fire, the flammability of this treehouse is extremely poor, and even a normal flame will go out on its own if it burns half of it without a combustion aid. Maybe it will need to be strengthened in the future, but now that the time is tight, I think this kind of template is enough. What do you think? After Lin finished speaking, he turned his head to look. Only then did I realize that I didn't need to say anything anymore. Not to mention the star-eyed Yin Xiaoxiao with a look of admiration. Even the young man who was a little restless before. At this moment, he also looked at the expression of a fairy. You. How much can you make in a day? Wen Shan stayed in the wooden house stupidly, forgetting to come out. Lin thought seriously and replied, concentrate on this, 1,000 a day. The main reason is that I don't plan to catalyze this plant all by myself. There is still some time away. I think I can only catalyze the saplings and let them grow on their own. Lin's words made people more and more ruthless. He smiled lightly and said, I tested it, and even if there is no fertility in the land, as long as 10 murlocs are caught and buried in the ground, one of my saplings can grow into a mature body in about 3 days. Do not need me to catalyze. And after reaching the maturity stage, such as the treehouse you see in front of you, you basically don't need any special cultivation. It doesn't pick fertilizer, even an ordinary zombie with one arm and leg can keep it for more than a month. Simply, providing water is also possible. Seawater is fine, it can only absorb the water in it by itself, but the efficiency is a bit low. Lin pinched her chin and thoughtfully. Maybe I should study a plant that can automatically distill seawater. However, in short, it's the easiest thing to do if you only need saplings. If you need it, you can make thousands of them a day. After Lin finished speaking, even Yin Xiaoxiao felt a little unacceptable. She looked at Lin dumbfounded, and for a while, she said something out of her mind that no one else could say. Lin. Dot, are you really human? Lin was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Are you confident? As soon as these words came out, Wen Shan was so excited that it could even be said that he jumped out of the treehouse. Yes. I have too much. Mr. Lin. I really don't know what to say. Wen Shan was so excited that he was incoherent. And the young man on the side couldn't help shouting excitedly, F*K, Niu B. This is too special. For a time, there were only vulgar compliments around. Lin turned his head and looked at the hundreds of people around him, and there were even more people in the distance who were attracted by this wooden house. So. Don't worry, with me here, this gathering place will never perish. Lin's brief sentence aroused a tsunami-like response. I trust you. We must survive. Wife, come and see God. Lin smiled slightly. Plant controller. YYDs. It turns out that sometimes, humans are the kind of creatures who need to see believing, especially in today's circumstances. Even if there are many sources of news, Lin's power and importance cannot be higher. But people are not really convinced by Lin until now. At least, Wenshan is really convinced. No matter what others say, just the ability to control plants with this one hand makes Wen Shan a little astonished. This is so unscientific. It's already outrageous that it can grow so big in a few seconds, and even more outrageous, that is, An's words about energy production. The housing problem requires thousands of people to work overtime day and night, as well as various tools and raw materials to complete the construction. Lin actually said that if he gave the saplings in batches and caught some murlocs to bury them, a house would grow? Man, this is outrageous too. Will there be no need to search for supplies for food or something in the future? According to Lin's play method, I'm afraid that in the future, a tree will not be able to grow ginseng fruit, and then each person will have a fruit, and I'm afraid of the end of a hammer. Lin briefly explained, and at the same time asked them to plan the housing area according to the size of their treehouse, and then walked out again to find the location where the city wall was to be set up. When Lin walked to the preset position of the city wall, without him saying it, many people couldn't help but look at him one after another. Many people even stopped their original work, just wanted to see him and what they were going to do. This time, Lin just looked around, seemed to estimate something, and left. This made everyone feel a little regretful and relieved. If he solved the problem of the fence by himself, then it would really be. Wait a minute. See how thoughtful he is. No, he can't really do it, can he? Lin did. Just not yet. Lin pinched his chin and secretly estimated that if he really allowed himself to do this peripheral containment and use his mental power to stimulate the plants, it would not be impossible. But this completely wastes his other abilities, such as creating a group of plant guards to fight. If you want plants to grow on their own and meet the nutrition requirements of mutant plants, it is not a matter of a dozen murlocs. Lin roughly estimated that if he really wanted to make a batch of plants, it could be as solid as a city wall, and durable. According to his standard, dozens of little fishmen would be required to make a 1-meter wide wall. Nourishment. To put it in a bad way, it is probably enough to find these murlocs to feed him day and night. But fortunately, Lin has already made plans for this matter. That is another evolutionary person on the way. Zheng Li. Although Lin doesn't like this sick woman very much, but he has seen it in the simulator before, her awakened ability can control the soil. To a certain extent, she is the most suitable evolutionary for construction at hand. Just like the mutants who have seen the city in J, even if it is only the ability to control the sandstorm, it can exaggerate the arrival of a sand waterfall. From Zheng Li's awakening to the present, it took 10 days to say the least. As long as these 10 days were not wasted by her doing nothing, her abilities would at least have evolved to a certain level. If nothing else, for example, Lu Yao can now condense a wall of ice 3 to 5 meters thick in one breath, and he can even make it together. And Zheng Li is only controlling the soil, not transforming the soil out of thin air, and the power that needs to be consumed will only be smaller. What's more, Lin has confirmed in the simulator that as long as she arrives, the construction can be completed as scheduled. All Lin needs to think about is how to make the earthen wall more durable and usable. Some vine-like and thorn-like plant variations gave Lin a lot of inspiration. For example, when the time comes, the earth wall will be transformed into thorns. As long as the zombies get close, they will continue to be hurt, and at the same time make the wall tougher and more difficult to break. Can it be done? Lin thought about it, and gave himself a positive answer. Should be no problem. So, he calmed down and continued to go back to deal with the accumulated things. When he was full of energy, he urged a batch of saplings to be sent to Yin Xiaoxiao after Lu Yao was responsible for the statistics. Yin Xiaoxiao and Wen Shan will plant saplings according to the planned area and leave them to be catalyzed by Lin, or wait for the little fishmen to send warmth. For a time, the camp was in full swing. Zhang Qingshui was also very busy. She almost followed Cheng Peng to the periphery of the entire gathering place, cleaning up the surroundings. Even sporadic mutant animals were not spared. In order to facilitate her movement, Lin also specially asked Harry and a mutant giant eagle to follow her. The rats that stayed in City N, after meeting their own minimum needs, piled up the excess murlocs after they were killed. The purpose is to use it for plant growth. In addition, Lin also issued an order in time, requiring everyone to take action, even women, to follow the team to train or work, unless there is a need to take care of children. Of course, he didn't make people work for nothing, even though this is what they should do, what they must do in order to survive, and Lin also likes to give some incentives. For example, Lin made it clear that in the early stage, the treehouse is limited, and those who work actively will be given priority to allocate houses according to their work points. This incident alone made many people unable to hold back, and even some old men and women became active, trying to find something they could do. In addition, Lin also implemented the work points exchange system, which can be used to exchange work points for some daily necessities, mainly luxury goods or entertainment. For example, shampoo, body wash, seasonings, or some snacks that are simply accumulated due to limited quantities, some chess and cards, board games, and so on. When Lin was hanging out, he saw with his own eyes a fat buddy who had nothing to do before and looked uninteresting. He was eager to help carry tools, his face was sweaty, and his work attitude was not enthusiastic. When asked the reason, it turned out to be because he discovered that the work points can be exchanged for several novels that were brought to the camp by someone unknown. Lin couldn't help but wonder. This time to N City, in addition to the supplies, it seems that books, comics, musical instruments and other things should also be collected. Humans need some form of spiritual entertainment. Maybe, let Yin Xiaoxiao try it out and create a few projectors to show people a movie every night? Or go to the cinema in the city and search again. Just thinking and busy, Lin took the first day as a manager, and the time passed quickly. When the sun went down in the evening, Lin personally went to Yin Xiaoxiao and asked her to change it into a large movie projector, powered by a generator, built a wooden table outdoors, and then made Yin Xiaoxiao make a curtain. In the gathering place, a movie was put on. This made almost everyone ecstatic, no matter men, women and children. These people who have always been in the dark at night can only be afraid in the dark, tossing and turning for a long time. They have not really relaxed for a long time. Lin also made barbecue with the mutant animals caught today to compensate the soldiers who were still patrolling outside at night. For a time, the morale in the gathering place was high, and it seemed that everyone was happy like a festival. There is work during the day, and entertainment at night. Although the day is still unseen at a glance, I always feel that there is hope and hope. Even if there may be rumors of a corpse tide, it still makes people a little frightened. But now everything is changing in a positive direction, and even many people can't help but imagine a better life in the future. As long as the corpse tide is over, we will have a place to live, something to eat, even a movie to watch, and maybe more things will recover. Most ordinary people do not know that there will be a nuclear bomb to wash the land in November, and Linen also strictly controls insiders not to disclose information. Even if some people don't know where they got it, they are all put off by means of language, uncertain, and other notices. There is no way, putting too many problems out at one time is unacceptable to most people. Linen looked at the gathering place contentedly, rubbing shoulders, watching the movie lively, turned and left with a smile. For the first time, he felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment like playing a simulation game, watching a dilapidated, demoralized camp just a little bit better because of his change. It's really a comforting thing. Linen returned to the tent in the command center, ready to stay up late. No way. The things at hand are still piled up, and Lao Yuan and others have to constantly determine their current situation in the allocation of personnel and materials. I also have to contact the Research Institute every day to confirm their research progress and try to provide some help to my gathering place. As well as various problems in the camp, such as drainage, sanitation problems, everyone wants a place to bathe, and doctors lack some medicines. In some places, there are still materials that can be collected, such as some machines that can be used to restore production, some gas stations to store fuel, some warehouses for weapons and materials. How to do these things, when to do them, and how to do them are all for Lin and to decide. For a time, he was busy as never before. No way, right now, no one knows better than him what he needs in the future, and many things can only be done by himself. Fortunately, all this is not without gain. In the process of constantly processing documents, Linen has a clearer understanding of the planning of his base, including how to get along with this gathering place in the future, and what relationship to maintain. Idea. Linen enjoys the process of continuous improvement. The price, of course, is that I have to apologize to a few girls, but fortunately, they all understand that even Yin Xiaoxiao didn't act like a spoiled child to him. As the night got darker, Linen asked everyone else to go back to rest. In Nuada's tent, there was only the sound of his writing and drawing from time to time. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, after the simulator was refreshed, he couldn't wait to put some ideas into it and observe the results of the simulation. The first thing to simulate was the idea of the Black Light Legion that he thought of before. However, the simulation results are not ideal. September 19th. You have successfully transformed most of the mice with black light, but unfortunately, black light is an ability that requires energy to evolve, and you do not have enough resources to make them stronger. September 20th. You observed that some of the rats became a little irritable because of the sudden power. You speculated that it was not because of the black light, but simply because of a sense of expansion of some kind of power, which caused some rats with ordinary intelligence to arouse the irritability in their blood. Sighed. September 21st. You think that you should be more cautious about the gift of black light. What you consume is not proportional to what you gain for the time being. September 22nd. You found that the rats devoured each other, and the rats with black light fought. You speculated that it was the instinct of the black light, but fortunately, the Rat King, a highly intelligent creature, did not show anything abnormal. September 31st. During the battle with the corpse tide, many of your mice lost control of the black light because they devoured too much. You had to take action to recover the black light on them. After losing the black light, the bodies of those mice appeared. Irreversible damage. October 2nd. The black light on your Rat King also showed signs of being out of control. Through communication, you came to a conclusion. Black light parasites other than you, once the ability of the black light is too powerful, will fall into the drive of instinct, and only the mental force or physical fitness is strong enough to drive the black light. Linen fell into contemplation and continued to look back. There were many problems in this simulation. This is a good thing. It is equivalent to someone who took a detour for him and tried out the pit. It is true that the black light cannot be abused, even though the black light on Linen has no consciousness. In fact, it is a life form that follows instinct and has no intelligence. You can choose to control it, or you can choose to indulge it. Some mutant animals with low IQs are obviously hard to resist the impetus brought by their instincts, and unconsciously become arrogant. Even though his abilities have improved, Linen doesn't like this kind of behavior after all. And, the more black light eats, the greater the effect. If one day, a stupid mouse tries to let the black light swallow itself, it is very likely that it will become a ruthless black light monster. As long as Linen does not control it, if he is careless, it will enter a state of out of control. Let the black light dominate and devour everything. Linen may be able to control 100,000 black lights, but if there are too many, it may be just an oversight, and it may cause a catastrophe. Only, it seems that small-scale transformation is feasible. Linen judged the use of the black light. This thing is not suitable for large-scale production of cannon fodder, because these cannon fodder are easy to get out of control and may cause pollution. However, for the elite mutant animals, it is the best help. Linen thought that the next experiment would target Zhang Qingshui and other humans. If they can also have the power of black light, then the combat capability will be greatly increased. Come to think of it, the first simulation is over. Linen kept on going on the second simulation. This time, he aimed at the human beings, the object he gave the black light. As a result, Linen was a little uncertain. September 17th. You successfully let the black light parasitize Zhang Qingshui and others. September 18th. I found that you can still actively control the black light on them, and they can also complete some simple controls. September 19th. You observed their changes with Tianyantong, and found that their cells were also transformed, and they successfully achieved symbiosis with black light, and their physical fitness increased significantly. September 20th. You find that their ability to control black light is obviously weaker than you, and you try to use a lot of resources to grow the black light on them. September 21st. They told you that the stronger the black light grows, the greater the consumption of their spiritual power and the more difficult it will be to control. September 22nd. Zhang Qingshui stated that her power of psychic power had weakened, and she suspected that the control of the black light had affected her mental power. September 23rd. You have assessed that the black light can help them, but it will also have some negative effects. The stronger the black light, the easier it is to affect them. September 24th. You find that the black light has an increasing influence on them. If you do not control yourself, the black light may even completely swallow and replace their original cells. September 25th. After continuing to devour resources, the black light on Lu Yao's body showed signs of being out of control. Those black lights tried to replace her original cells, making her unable to move normally, and could only use her mental power to control it, or let you control the black light for activity. September 26th. You have to start recycling the black light. For safety, you have to use the black light to restore Lu Yao's body first. Your recycling speed is very slow. September 27th. Lu Yao's black light was successfully stripped, but the strength of the remodeled cells in her body was not as strong as before, and the speed of mental power progress was slow, and her physical fitness was greatly weakened, and her progress was slow. Seeing this, Linen basically gave up the idea of transforming humans with black light, or, in other words, changing the evolutionary. For most mutant animals such as the Rat King, who have ordinary frontal fighting ability, the black light can be a dangerous double-edged sword. As long as the intensity of the black light is well controlled and the symbiont state is only in the initial transformation, then the black light is a help. But once the black light is too strong and starts to be stronger than the original symbiotic cells, it will instinctively transform and replace the cells that were originally symbiotic with itself. For the black light, this is a way to become stronger, allowing it to exert its power more efficiently. But for the creatures that coexist with it, the complete loss of the original cells means the loss of control over the body. You can only use your mental power to control your body, or in other words, control the black light to act. It can even be said that the black light has succeeded in seizing the house. If it hadn't been conscious, I'm afraid the original creature's spiritual power would not be able to control it. Fortunately, even so, Linen maintained control over these black lights. In other words, if Linen really let go of the black light, as long as it has the ability, it can really devour itself all over the world. As long as it is still black light, Linen can control it and purify the world indirectly, and even as long as the black light can be recovered successfully, Linen can even become the most terrifying individual in the world. Think about it. How powerful will the black light that can swallow an entire world gather together? But Linen thought about it and gave up this dangerous idea. Again, the black light may mutate. It is naturally no problem to be controlled by yourself in real time by your side, and a few black lights can be given out, but if it is really a full world, how can Linen's mental power be controlled? If one misses one, causing it to accidentally mutate from black light to white light, then the white light may not obey Linen's orders. Forget it. The black light is still safe on oneself, and there may be other ways to use it, but I will not consider it for now. Compared with the black light, there are more and safer talents that can be developed. Even though Linen said so, there were still a few bold ideas lingering in his heart. Anyway, black light and creatures are difficult to control together, and it is easier to simply control the black light. Would it be more powerful and convenient for me to directly create a monster composed entirely of black light, or an avatar outside the body to some extent? Even if it can't be controlled remotely, it seems that it is not bad to be able to separate two black light clones when fighting. Or, splitting up a black light clone to prey on and evolve, can you also increase the intensity of the black light when you can't take care of researching and pondering it? Once the thought arises, it lingers. Linen hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Try again tomorrow. There is an emulator. Don't be afraid of being bold, just be afraid of having no ideas. If it really works." Linen looked at the black light tentacles that appeared on his hands, and pinched them on his fingers. Can it work? He cut off a little black light at will, grabbed it in his hand and pumped it, then clenched it tightly, and the black light merged in again. With golden light in his eyes, Linen reluctantly looked at it with his sky eyes for a long time, but in the end he didn't come up with anything, but his understanding of black light became a little deeper. "I'll know tomorrow. Take back your mind." Linen picked up a sapling again and began to ponder the mutation. Still, these things save trouble. At the same time, he also called for the Rat King and a mutant giant eagle with the best brains. With the simulator as a base, Linen will take 3 of them first and do a test. Linen personally went outside the camp and picked up several mutant animals. No way, it is not easy for ordinary people to confirm the identity of these mutant animals in the dark, and it is easy to cause unnecessary trouble. After calling Harry, the Rat King, and the mutant giant eagle, Linen fell into contemplation on the wilderness. Harry squatted on the legs of his trousers with a loyal look, looking at him with his head tilted, looking a little silly. And now the Rat King, the size of a calf, is even less like a rat, and humbly used his mental power in front of Linen for a while. "I haven't seen you for a few days, the master seems to have become stronger again." "Master, I seem to have become stronger recently. This is all thanks to your wise master. If it weren't for you, I'm probably just an ordinary little mouse." After listening to the mouse talking good things over and over again, Linen suddenly had a feeling like when the emperor met the eunuch beside him. Although this mouse has a limited vocabulary, after saying a few words, only hard licking is left, but seriously, am I the kind of person who gets flattered? The mutant giant eagle was a bit arrogant. After bowing his head to say hello to Linen respectfully, he pecked his feathers on the spot. "Then you." Linen looked at the mutant giant eagle. The mutant giant eagle suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if a catastrophe was imminent. Linen just waved his hand. The mutated giant eagle walked over 3 steps at a time, chirping, "I've been flying even faster recently. Man, it's not that I'm hungry to pick a snack." Linen's expression was gentle. "Don't be afraid, good thing, you relax." The reaction in the giant eagle's spiritual link was very fearful. It followed Linen for the shortest time, and at this moment, it always felt that Linen seemed to be a little dangerous. Linen's hands appeared black, like threads of oil condensed. Without waiting for the giant eagle to react, he put his hand on the giant eagle's head. Then, as if it was connected to a wire, the giant eagle twitched for a moment and could not stand still. Linen narrowed his eyes, and his mental power could still clearly feel the existence of black light. The black light he divided was less than 1% of his, but even so, once it came into contact with the giant eagle, the black light still showed a rolling initiative. Almost in the blink of an eye, black lines appeared on the flesh and blood of the giant eagle, the feathers began to fall, and the flesh and blood swelled up from time to time. The painful and strange scene made the giant eagle cry out in fright, and the mental power fluctuations were very unstable. If Linen suppressed and comforted it, maybe it would go crazy. Linen's eyes flashed a faint golden light. Under his gaze, what was clearly visible was the state of cell fission that was impossible for ordinary people to observe. After countless black light cells entered its body, they began to greedily attach to the original cells, forming a situation similar to a disease, causing the original cells to change and begin to rapidly fission and proliferate. It spread throughout the body along the blood. Under the control of Linen, the black light did not completely devour the giant eagle, but a state similar to symbiosis. Under the condition of ensuring the function of the original cells, it was only partially mutated and was in a parasitic form. It can be said that every cell is like the black light that you have me in you, and I have you in me, which is probably very similar to Lin En's current state. But Lin En is different from them in that he controls the black light with no effort at all, and does not need mental power, such as arm drive, and it is no different from moving his arms and legs. And when it comes to the black light in these mutant animals, unless it is controlled by Lin En, if they want to drive themselves, they have to use their mental power to control them as if wearing a mecha. The process was slower than Lin En thought, and after about 2 minutes, the giant eagle stood up staggeringly. At this moment, its hair is all show. With a flutter, the feathers fell to the ground. Instead, black spots appeared on the original wings, and it seemed that black feathers were growing. Hey! The giant eagle spun around in front of Lin En uneasy. It was very clear that there seemed to be a tenant in its own body, and it seemed that the tenant could not be driven away. Lin En encouraged. Try it, drive it. The giant eagle tangled in place for a while, flapping its wings and hopping a few times. It took more than 10 seconds before a light black light appeared on its body. The color of these black lights was lighter than Lin En's own black light. Heaviness. Then, the giant eagle realized that he seemed to be able to control his long hair. It tried to focus on mind control, and soon, after it had become bald, black feathers grew back on its body, but it looked a little sparse. Go eat some murlocs and add. Lin En gave a suggestion, and the giant eagle fluttered with excitement. Even if it didn't have many feathers, it felt that its wings were full of strength, and when a wind and waves blew, Harry's hair fluttered. Go. Don't eat too much, be careful, if you can't control it, you're dead. After Lin En finished speaking lightly, the originally excited giant eagle was suddenly dumbfounded. Originally thought it was my master who opened the hook for me, but now I look at it, it seems that the price of this thing is not small. So, even if you have a black light, you have to exercise yourself. At least make sure that your cell strength is not too weak. If the gap with the black light is too big, you will easily lose control. After Lin En exhorted a few words, he turned his gaze to the Rat King again. The Rat King shook his head and lowered his head. I think I am now. Huh? Lin En just smiled and tilted his head, humming. The Rat King shuddered immediately. Thank you, Master, for giving me strength. Please don't pity me because I'm a rat. Well, Lin En went out without saying a word, then looked at Harry. Harry looked indifferent, just barking, but looked the most interested. Speaking of which, its spiritual power should actually be the highest, perhaps to a certain extent. The black light is the best match for it. Lin En also flicked his fingers and went out with some black light. As a result, in the dark night, 2 groups of mutant animals, entangled in black silk threads and screaming in pain, rolled in front of Lin En. Lin En smiled and watched this scene in the moonlight. One thing to say, if a passerby saw this scene, they might have shot him directly. Not really a good person. After a few minutes, Harry jumped lively. It adapts the fastest. It didn't take long for it to even master the ability to cover it with black light. It looked like a hellhound parasitized by venom, running fast. After walking for a long time, Hawkeye gasped with his tongue out and acted cute beside Lin En. How does it feel? Lin En asked it. Harry barked a few times. The strength has grown a lot, and the physical strength has improved, very comfortable. The Rat King even bowed directly to the ground. Thank you, Master, for giving me strength. That tastes good. Lin En always felt that in this Rat King changed to a martial arts novel, he should be shouting something about the sunrise in the east at this moment. Only the Lord is undefeated. Go. Pay attention. Don't use the black light to devour creatures casually. You must remember that the power you can control is the power. Lin En stalked them. How to develop, use and utilize is their own business. If there is still a possibility of losing control, he will also use the simulator to notice in advance. When it can be repaired, it will be repaired, and it will not be repaired. I hope Yin Xiaoxiao is strong enough at that time, otherwise, he can prepare prayers. Amitabha Buddha, Bodhisattva bless. I don't dare to use it for people. For a little strength, I have to risk losing control. Lin En is not so anxious. Returning to the gathering place, Lin En continued to focus on his work, processing documents, researching mutant plants, capturing murlocs with remote control rats, providing nutrients to plants and so on. In the morning, Lin En's satellite phone suddenly rang. Lin En, I'm Lao Yuan, we plan to leave today, and we expect to arrive at your side within 5 to 7 days. Do you have any advice to say? Or, what do you need us to bring? Lin En pondered for a while and made a suggestion. You can bring less food and drink, and you don't need to prepare accommodation. Try to focus on weapons and equipment and various production tools. If you can get some useful machines to bring, the best. By the way, There are some books, comics, musical instruments, etc. that can be used for entertainment, so bring some. And Lin reconsidered with Lao Yuan that he felt some vacancies in the past few days, or some essential things. At the same time, he also briefly described his situation here, including some current preparation processes, as well as some research results of mutant plants. At the end of the chat, Lin told him about Song. Yuan Long on the other side of the phone was silent for a while, then sighed and said, "Thank you for your hard work. So you still have to come early. I can't stand it every day." Lin laughed a few times, but asked, "Has Zheng Li evolved?" Yuan Long was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I really can't hide anything from you. She has evolved not long after you left. I originally wanted to surprise you when we met. Let her set off ahead of time to work, she is needed for camp construction, and I have cleared all the dangers along the way." Lin's proposal made Yuan Long silent for a while, and he sighed. "It's not that I don't agree, it's that I feel that Zheng Li is a woman. How can I say it? I can't believe it. Follow us. I can let Xiaoyan watch her. If you let it go, I don't know if she will find you. She seems to know you? Is it a bad relationship?" Lin snorted and knew it in his heart. No wonder Yuan Long didn't mention Zheng Li to him. It was because Yuan Long himself couldn't trust Zheng Li now. And also worried that Zheng Li and Lin have a bad relationship. Lin just said calmly, "It's okay, then wait until you arrive, there should be enough time. Don't worry too much about her. If she has any problems, just call me in time." Lin actually didn't doubt Zheng Dang very much. Although her personality is a little distorted, she is not the kind of lunatic who is completely anti-human in the end, she is just sick to Liu Yao. Nothing happened to her in the simulator. On the contrary, the efficiency of work is very good, and the ability is of great use to himself. Although I may be a little sorry to think so, Lin has always had the idea of removing the grind and killing the donkey for the woman Zheng Li. Use it when it can be used. If there is still no way to trust it in the future, just leave it alone. If you dare to do something, get a lunch in advance. Although a little cold-blooded and ruthless, Lin can't do anything about it. An enemy and a friend always have to choose one. If he chooses to be his enemy, then he can't be merciful. Taking back his thoughts, Lin continued to speak to the satellite phone. "You urge Zheng Li to get familiar with her abilities. Her abilities are still very useful for us to build defense facilities." "Understood. Don't worry, I'll observe her for a few more days, and I'll tell you if there is any problem. Mainly because she looks a little gloomy all day, and it's not easy to talk to." Lao Yuan's distressed words surprised Lin for a moment. Zheng Li, a long-sleeved woman who is good at dancing and is very good at disguising and winning the favor of others, has a gloomy expression all the time. Oh, Lin couldn't help but become a little curious. I really wanted to wait for her to use the mind reader to take a good look at it and ponder the brain circuit of this sick girl. It's really interesting. Of course, don't get in the way. After hanging up the phone, Lin continued to sort out the documents. Liu Yao came to him early and entered the working state of the secretary, serving tea and water and helping with errands. The construction of the gathering began to speed up gradually. Time passed quickly, and Lin, who was busy late at night again, finally confirmed another idea about the use of the black light ability from the simulator. He thought before that, if the black light can be split out and hunted by himself, and then controlled by Lin remotely, it's like having an extra clone. Facts have proved that the simple idea of using black light as a clone is not feasible. However, Lin developed another ability of black light from the simulator. After several days of failed clone experiments, starting on September 15th, Lin finally developed a new ability related to black light in the simulation. September 15th. You successfully used the black light to completely devour a mutant mouse and created a black light monster. This monster has no intelligence. Once you lose your control, it will instinctively devour everything. You used this black light monster to hunt murlocs, and after a day of fighting, you recovered the black light monster yourself. I was pleasantly surprised to find that the intensity of the black light actually increased. September 16th. You made 2 black light monsters, but found that controlling 2 black lights to go out at the same time is too much burden for you. If you are not careful, they will get out of control. Stabilize. September 17th. You decide to control a black light differentiation to go out to hunt. It enters the ocean, devours a shark, and turns into a black light giant shark, a carefree predator in the ocean. September 18th. Your black light clone in the ocean is rapidly evolving and becoming stronger in the continuous devouring. September 19th. Your black light clone successfully swallowed the octopus monster and turned it into a terrifying giant black light octopus monster. September 20th. You start to let the black light free to hunt in the high seas. Lin continued to look. September 29th. You let the black light clone return to the ground, transform into a human form, and go directly to face the corpse tide. September 30th. After days of fighting, your black light is constantly being wounded and devoured and evolving. September 31st. You felt that it was getting more and more difficult to remotely control the black light, so you had to withdraw the black light in advance. October 1st. You took back the black light, and your clone brought you extremely considerable power. Your black light entered the next level. Under the action of the black light, your physical fitness also crossed a ladder, and your strength increased greatly. Lin withdrew his gaze and couldn't help feeling a little overjoyed. Do I think I've figured out a way to open it again? From today, I hang up and become stronger. Unable to hold back, Lin said hello and left the camp immediately, riding a motorcycle and heading straight for the port of N City. He wants to get a black light clone, and he will hang up from today. The production of the black light clone is extremely simple. It only needs to differentiate a part of the black light, let it completely swallow an individual, and it will be done. But the price is that these black lights that don't touch Lin and can't be controlled by him with a single thought. It's a bit like the feeling of using mental power to link the Rat King. Lin looked at the half-meter-high black mouse in front of him, and there was a feeling of brotherhood. Left. He narrowed his eyes, as if he was possessing the Rat King with his mental power. He gave an idea, and then the rat ran around him towards the left. The mental force once again conveyed a thought to the right, and the black light mouse began to run to the right again. Lin reckoned that it was probably okay. Just like he was maintaining a mental power network all the time, doing two things with one mind, for his current mental power, it was more than enough. Of course, it may also be related to the fact that the black light mouse is still too weak. Perhaps as it gradually becomes stronger, Lin needs to control it, and the more mental power it needs to consume, until it is taken back into the body, it can be directed like an arm like the black light in his body. Let's go to Haley Huahao. Lin gave an order. Of course, going on land has the advantage of helping him clean up the surroundings, but the zombies and murlocs nearby are all he wants to keep for the growth of mutant plants. Or the boundless sea is most suitable for the development of black light. In the deep sea, I am afraid there are mutated fish with inexhaustible numbers, which are fighting each other at this moment, constantly evolving. Lin was suddenly a little worried. Maybe, in addition to the troubles on land, the troubles in the deep sea will be the biggest problem in the future. It's just that the environment they live in is enough for them, and they haven't come to the land to make trouble for the time being. Perhaps one day, there will be a mutant animal in the ocean that will win the evolutionary competition and finally become the king of the deep sea, and it may not even begin to compete with the creatures on land for the dominance of the planet. But Lin let out a sigh of relief and didn't bother to think so much. When the soldiers came to block the water and the soil covered him, he didn't believe that he really couldn't find a way to survive. Once you've dealt with the troubles on the ground, find a way to explore the ocean yourself. Lin thought for a while and felt that it was very suitable to use black light to do this. It can match the environment directly into the deep sea, and can be controlled by its own mental power, and even possessed by mental power to observe the situation. It's like having an extra eye. Even if he accidentally got into some trouble, and the split black light died unexpectedly, it would not have much effect. The dead black light Lin has already done experiments. Black light will also die, although the vitality is extremely powerful, but if it is really depleted of energy, or directly destroys the most basic cells, it will turn into a black mass of ashes. There is no real scum left. Of course, if there is a little bit of black light left, these black lights also have the opportunity to reincarnate through some creatures that are inadvertently attached to it, swallow them up and make a comeback. Lin guessed that he might have this ability too. If one day he really died unexpectedly, as long as he can keep a part of the black light and escape with his spiritual power, he will have a chance to come back to life. Of course, at that time, it's hard to say whether talents such as the Valkyrie talent will still exist. At least Lin doesn't want to have the opportunity to try it, and now his body is quite good. Hey! The black light mouse in front of him jumped into the ocean. Rats can't swim, so the black light clone fell into the water, fluttered for a long time, but couldn't swim out much, but fell directly toward the bottom of the water. After it sensed the situation, black lines suddenly appeared, and its hands and feet seemed to grow webbed feet, and it swam in the water like a duck. A mutated carp was attracted by the thumping mouse, and the 1-meter-long body was about to swallow the mouse with its mouth open. The black light mouse did not resist, and let it swallow itself in. Then, the carp twitched like an electric shock. After a while, countless black blood vessels spread out, and a black carp was invited to swim in the ocean. Fine, that's it. Linen withdrew his gaze with great satisfaction. He just used his mental power to keep driving the black light clone to swim to the deep sea in the distance. If he saw anything he wanted to eat on the way, he could eat it. Unnecessary damage. The black light itself can digest and swallow, and it is also related to its own energy. Right now, this weak black light is almost impossible to swallow a large mutant animal that is more than 10 meters tall. If some mutant fishes have strong resistance, and there may be some immune cells on their bodies, it is very likely that the black light will swallow a mouthful of teeth, and even have to keep tailing to survive. Of course, when the black light is strong enough, it's basically just a matter of time. No matter how many low-level fish swallow, the improvement of Lin En's battle-hardened black light is limited. Soon, Lin En gave up staring at the black light and played the game of big fish eat small fish, and after controlling its moving direction, let it play on its own. Get on the motorcycle and return to the gathering place. The next time is still busy daily life. Processing documents, researching mutant plants, occasionally changing moods, researching aura or celestial vision, the use of black light, and observing the situation of black light clones, including the situation of several parasitic animals. In addition, Lin En had to plan the distribution of materials, organize people to look for anything missing, and collect the corpses of fish and zombies to catalyze the plants. The most important thing is that Lin En is trying to combine several of his talents. For example, with Tianyantong and a plant controller, the research speed tends to fly fast. His eyes can see a lot of information that he did not know, help him eliminate wrong options, and even provide some powerful mutation ideas. Another example, Lin En also tried to use aura to combine with mutant plants, and the results were gratifying. Using aura can also induce mutant plants, and even greatly improve the IQ of these plants, but it consumes a lot of energy, whether it is to make aura cyclone or directly irrigate. But even so, Lin En also tried to use the aura to continuously optimize the plant, trying to cultivate an excellent seedling of mutant plants. Even Lin En has never let go of the equipment master talent, and has always wondered how to make this talent also serve the plant controller. To be precise, it is trying to develop a mutant plant that can be strengthened. Time flies. Every day, Lin En's feet don't touch the ground. In exchange, the construction speed of the camp is also as fast as a miracle, which is amazing. In a flash, it was the night of September 14th. Unexpectedly at this moment, the tent of the command center tonight was full of people, almost half of it was full. It can be said that Lin En has been entrusted with important tasks in recent days, and all of them can be regarded as the management. But only Zhang Qingshui and Cheng Peng were missing. Lin En's satellite phone rang suddenly. Lin En, I'm Yuan Long, we have arrived near N City. Yuan Long's voice was full of joy. Lin En smiled calmly. I know, I have asked Xiao Zhang and our security captain Cheng Peng to bring someone to pick you up. Huh. Yuan Long was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, I always forget your ability as a prophet. Well, we are afraid that it will be too dark to find a way. I couldn't find the way, so I was worried that I would arrive late at night and disturb Lin En. Yuan Long originally planned to organize people to go there tomorrow morning, but there was no way. There were many people sleeping on the road. He repeatedly accelerated the speed in a hurry. Many people really wanted to sleep peacefully today. As a last resort, I called Lin En at 10 o'clock in the evening, which is considered a late night time for the end of the world. It's hard work, the reception banquet and accommodation have been arranged, just waiting for you to arrive. Lin En's words warmed Yuan Long's heart, and some of the previous worries disappeared. He laughed heartily. It's still my brother, you are amazing, but you don't need to take the wind banquet, and we can't be regarded as a character. Lin En joked. That's for sure, don't get me wrong. This reception is for everyone, including the new residents. You Lao Yuan are just a bonus. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Long was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Then I'll look forward to it. Hey, I saw a light, and it is estimated that your people are here, so hang up first. Okay. Lin En hung up the satellite phone in his hand. Turning his head, he looked at Wen Shan, Minister of Logistics. Are you all ready? Wen Shan also had a happy look on his face. He smiled and said, of course, Director Lin has put everything he needs to his mouth. If I can't even open my mouth to eat, then I will be in my 30s in vain. They pondered for a long time before, and finally, they arranged for Lin En to be called the director. The gathering place has gradually evolved into a qualified refuge, and even the codename has changed from the original number to the codename. Dawn, Lin and gave the current Dawning Refuge the name that was originally intended to be given to his Tinder base. I hope this place can become the dawn of hope for mankind in the future. The Research Institute also affirmed the name change. After all, after many of the original gathering places were destroyed, lost contact, and merged, the original numerical number was useless. At present, there are only 3 places that can be linked and merged to form a large-scale refuge. The Qianlong Refuge near the Institute, Dawn Sanctuary near N City. Another is the Yugong Sanctuary built in the Mountain City, in the remote mountains and old forests. These 3 sanctuaries carry the last hope of mankind. The rest of the gathering places are too far away to get through. There is no way. The big guy finds his own way. Don't expect to be tough with the corpse tide. Find a place to hide, at least avoid nuclear bombs, and wait until there is a chance to talk about assistance in the future. There are also some gathering places that don't obey orders, or have their own ideas, and move to a suitable area on their own to self-destruct. Of course, in addition to this, there are many gathering places, contact is gradually cut off, and no one knows the specific situation. It's just that Lin and Research Institute got some news. According to satellite observations, many gathering places have fallen apart due to various reasons. Worst of all, it was the annihilation of everyone. Acting Director Lin corrected Wen Shan's statement. In fact, when Lao Yuan came over, he was ready to step down. Hey, Director Lin, you don't want to go to the island, can't you? Wen Shan sighed with some reluctance. With a tangled face, he said in a low voice, "Look, we have now developed from a gathering place to a refuge. Can't you do what you want in our refuge?" Lin shook his head and didn't answer directly, but said, "Even if I go to Lonely Island, it doesn't mean I don't care about you, it's just relatively speaking. Too many trivial things have already involved a certain amount of his energy." He hadn't chatted with Xiao Zhang and the others for a long time, and he was taking a break from his busy schedule. Maybe he would drink a drink made by Yin Xiaoxiao and chat a little while he was eating occasionally. The construction of Guzhou Island also wants to speed up and prepare for it. After the corpse tide has passed, he will start discussing with the Research Institute about the talent reserve and the transportation of precious equipment. Time is racing. If everything can be arranged before the nuclear bomb arrives, maybe Lin can solve some big problems that may arise in the future. For example, let your family come with a few nuclear bombs in advance, and destroy the parasitic city that originally appeared in the simulator. Or simply go ahead to investigate that kind of terrifying thing. It is impossible that the nuclear bomb suddenly appeared because of radiation. 80% is the early stage. Including Lin, he also wanted to find the trouble of those mutants who were hiding deeply, and also wanted to find the mutant zombies who were really hiding behind the corpse tide. There's not much to do. It's not that Lin didn't think about trying again to stop the nuclear bomb crisis, but the simulator is currently limited in time, and it can't simulate the nuclear explosion in November. Seeing that the persuasion was fruitless, Wen Shan could only sigh, then got up and said, "Then I'll go get ready now. They should be arriving soon." "Let's go." They migrated all the way. They were frightened and slept in the wind. No matter how bad our situation was, we must at least cheer them up. After all, there are still a lot of things to do, even if it is simple, but it is still indispensable, at least to make them feel at ease. That is the main purpose of our work. Emotions are contagious, and mentality affects productivity. Only when they truly realize the beauty of the shelter and regard it as their last home, can they muster up the courage to face the difficulties. Wen Shan nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, the mission will never fail." After he saluted, he turned and left with the 2 of them. At this moment, the gathering place, or in other words, the refuge, is rarely brightly lit. The aroma of the food passed through the tent, the laughter of the children surrounded, and the sound of music could be heard, one after another faint laughter. What Lin and Wen Shan talked about. It's just a feast of the wind. Lin thought about it for a long time before deciding to do this. Rather than saying it was a banquet, he preferred to use the word celebration to describe this event. The migration is far away, except for the gathering place of the original county seat and the gathering place of Yuan Long in J City. There are also gathering places near the city, as well as 2 small gathering places that are almost from across the province, crossing all difficulties and merging them. The gathering place from the route of J City is not bad. But coming from the gathering place from other places, the journey is really extremely difficult. If the corpse tide has not yet formed, the biggest danger nearby, that is, the mutant animals of S City, are temporarily captured by Lin. These small gathering places, there is no way to find Yuan Long to join, let alone set out to end city alone. Linen has received a lot of news these days. Some gathering places that are far away also want to join the sanctuary, but the journey of thousands of kilometers is really hard for Linen to support. He thought about bringing people to rescue, but just going back and forth, he couldn't catch them before the tide of corpses. Encountered a large-scale corpse tide outside, even Linen was not sure to bring everyone back. In the end, they could only be advised to hide first, and when the corpse tide passed, Linen organized a manpower to find a way to pick them up. It is precisely because it is so difficult, that Linen has to prepare such a feast. Be lively, forget the unease and confusion of the past, and integrate into this refuge, or in other words, fall in love with this refuge. Only then can people give up the precarious idea and regain the courage to defend their own lives. What's more, nothing can relieve mental stress better than a lively festival. Linen got up, walked out of the tent, and said with a smile, let's go meet our friends together. I hope the new home we have prepared for them is quite satisfactory. After Linen finished speaking, the others looked at each other and smiled. Pushing the door out, the rest of the people felt that they should be busy, or walk a few steps behind. Lu Yao and Yin Xiaoxiao rushed to his side and walked side by side with him. Director Lin said, okay. The child ran past Linen, but stopped when he saw him swiping, and gave a slightly slanted salute lively and respectfully. Seeing him nod, he ran away again with a smile on his face. Director Lin will come to try my barbecue soon. We have praised so many mutant muttons, you have to eat some. The uncle who was carrying a pot of marinated roast lamb shouted to Linen from a distance. Director Lin said, the juice of the watermelon you grow is delicious after you squeeze it. You must try one later. There are also aunts holding a glass jar, and the juice of the watermelon swaying in it looks very delicious. Linen, who was named, just smiled and responded one by one, looking at the enthusiasm and vitality of these originally numb, idle people. Linen looked at everything in front of him, and suddenly felt a strong sense of achievement and satisfaction. Get out of the tent and walk through the concrete wall. Outside, there are regular rows of treehouses with a height of more than 6 meters. There are stalls, tables, and even red lanterns hanging high on the flat streets in the middle. More than a dozen chefs were waving spatulas by the large makeshift kitchen, and various ingredients exuded attractive aromas. Linen. Lu Yao suddenly spoke. Linen turned her head and saw her bright eyes reflecting his face. You were really amazing. He smiled, and before he spoke, he saw Yin Xiaoxiao hugging his arm tightly, and whispered with admiration and pride, yes, Lin Anhua. You must be the most amazing person in this world. After she finished speaking, Linen suddenly had some feelings. He looked at the two of them, and the smile on his face was soft but firm. In the future, it will be better. Okay. Watch this scene. It was like returning to the way it was before the apocalypse began. Yin Xiaoxiao and Lu Yao believed this more than anyone else. Zhang Qingshui and Cheng Peng led the team near N City and found Yuan Long's team. At this moment, the convoy led by Yuan Long was so long that the tail could hardly be seen. Even the armored car at the beginning was stained with some blood and impact marks. Although Linen had cleaned it up, the zombies and mutant animals that were brought in by the movement of the convoy were still emerging one after another. No way, the number is too many. These zombies have no brains, wandering all over the world. Not to mention the mutant animals, the most common cats and dogs are fiercer than the other, and all kinds of small animals that were not worth mentioning have also become very ferocious. There are even some insects that have mutated, such as the mutated wasp that Linen encountered in the simulation, and that thing can't stand even when there is no black light. What's more, there are gathering places that converged from other places, and even some small groups built by the survivors themselves. Through the public information broadcast on the radio station 24 hours a day, many survivors who survived alone have joined the team. In the suddenly larger team, especially the two small gathering places that merged in by themselves, there was no food or clothing. Even sleeping, I had to find a way to squeeze a tent with the people in J City. Even so, there are still many people who don't even have tents and have to sleep in the open air. If it wasn't for the fact that City J had brought a lot of vehicles to increase the speed of movement, and was in City S along the way, a group of mutant animals were eyeing them and found some of them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to arrive earlier. In order to get to the gathering place as soon as possible, even the time to sleep is spared on the way, and sometimes it is even dangerous to rush the road for several hours in the dark. It is conceivable what the state of these people is. Zhang Qingshui saw Yuan Long, who got out of the car at the beginning, and Qin Biao, the person in charge of the gathering place, who had first seen him in the county seat, and couldn't help but stare. Yuan Long was okay, although his face and clothes were dirty and he was a little thinner, but his short body was still flamboyant when he walked. Qin Biao looked completely haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, thin cheeks, and a cigarette in his mouth. It was not until he saw Zhang Qingshui that he laughed a little relaxed. "Little Zhang, I finally see you." Yuan Long sighed, stepped forward, and after saluting with Zhang Qingshui, shook Chang Peng's hand tightly. Chang Peng was wearing sunglasses, and his smile was no longer as low as a few days ago. He smiled brightly. "Welcome to the Dawning Refuge, let's go. Director Lin has arranged a grand ceremony for you, enjoy it. Forget the fatigue and stress of the journey for a while, relax, and we will work harder tomorrow." Chang Peng's gentle attitude also made Yuan Long relieved. Lin always behaved very friendly, but Yuan Long always wondered, what would be the attitude, the people in Vault 41, to himself and others. It was not until he saw Chang Peng's performance that he was completely relieved. Yuan Long just wanted to live a good life with his own people, but he didn't want to rely on others, or fight in a den. "Okay. Then hurry up, I'm fine, but look behind me." Yuan Long turned his head with a wry smile, and Chang Peng followed, and saw that many soldiers were shaky, even holding guns at the moment. "Okay. Let's talk about it when we get there." Chang Peng didn't ink any ink, and led the way. "The further you go, the first you pass through N City, and then you reach a wilderness that looks a little empty. Then, after walking for a long time, you can see from a distance that a line of trees has been cut down and a large road leads to the unknown. Where?" Yuan Long has full confidence in Linen. But there are still many survivors who don't know Linen or even understand why they migrated here. Seeing the increasingly remote scenery, their hearts are half cold. Could it be that he just arrived from a precarious road? Is it about to start the days of windmill and camping? Many people's expressions darkened. Maybe it's because I feel safe. Maybe it's because this difficult journey is finally coming to an end. Or maybe it's because after arriving, I feel more and more desperate about everything in front of me. In the queue of survivors, suppressed cries could be vaguely heard. Sadness is contagious, and soon, even Yuan Long at the front heard the voice. "What's going on?" Yuan Long asked. Someone reported the situation. He picked up the walkie-talkie with a dark face. "Place it. What do you make people look at? People kindly asked us to come, but we cry and despise them? Isn't it here yet? I didn't say it all. They are well prepared. There must be a place to live and something to eat. Haven't you done a good job of publicity?" After he finished speaking, he smashed the walkie-talkie in his hand, but his expression was a little shaken. On the contrary, Qin Biao laughed a few times. "Old Biao, you look rough, but your heart is too narrow. I believe Linen. Didn't he say that he is ready for the banquet? I can do it ready to eat. Your special brew is so good." Yuan Long rolled his eyes, but he couldn't help but sighed. "It's hard. I don't know how much pressure Xiao Lin was under." Thinking from another perspective, Yuan Long was only in charge of the migration, and it was already so difficult. Then, how much pressure did Lin In, who paved the way for him and prepared for him? Qin Biao also sighed a little. "I didn't expect that such a small county could have a character like Lin In." Thinking of Lin In, there are still 3 evolutionaries. Qin Biao couldn't help but look at Yan Shi, who was riding a motorcycle not far away. The evolutionists on the edge of the county town followed Lin In. God knows how frightened he has been these days. As the team entered the woods more and more, after the felled woods, there was another wilderness. After that, everyone's eyes gradually became dull. "Captain Cheng, is your camp so bright every night?" Yuan Long looked into the distance in disbelief. In the distance, it doesn't look like a shelter, but like a small town with lights on in front of you. There seems to be a 3-story building in the town, and a flat dirt road. The lights were bright, and countless figures flashed by. From a distance, someone even smelled the aroma of the food. For a time, Yuan Long was in a trance. He once went to a village celebration when he was young, and it was also at night. On that day, the lights were bright, people sang and danced, the sound of drinks and cups and the aroma of barbecued meat permeated the whole night. The girls' laughter and the man's bragging seemed to be still in his ears. He had only been there once, and that scene was deeply imprinted in his mind. What a happy and carefree day. Getting closer, Yuan Long even heard the sound of music inside. This time, Qin Biao couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of attracting monsters when you play music like this and make such a big noise?" Zhang Qingshui answered him and just smiled lightly. Linen has cleaned up the surroundings, and the surrounding area is also being controlled by a group of mice. There will be no problem. Besides, have you forgotten his uncanny ability? After Zhang Qingshui finished speaking, Qin Biao slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. I forgot. How can Linen be the same as himself? If it was really dangerous, he might have known about it more than 10 days ago, and he still needs someone to remind him now. His ability to be a prophet is really amazing. How lucky is it to be able to awaken these powerful abilities? No, rather, it is the luck of all human beings who live together on this land. How many people would have died without his prophetic powers? When Yuan Long came back to his senses, he realized that the faint, depressed cry in the team had disappeared. He turned his head back from the car window to watch the convoy. The fleet that was made up improvised, in order to increase the power of the motor, let everyone move with vehicles. Almost all the large vehicles activated, trucks, tricycles, buses. These look like they've been pieced together from the convoy, and everyone is sticking their heads out of the windows at the moment. They stared blankly at the lights in the distance. Like a primitive man who saw human technology for the first time. Everything is so novel, but it makes people suddenly have the urge to cry. How many times did they wake up in the middle of the night because they dreamed of returning to the carefree world? This is not only light, but also a symbol of a good life, a sense of security brought by order. As you get closer, the aroma of the food is more intense, the music is soothing and festive, and you can even hear survivors shouting in the distance. Welcome to Dawn Sanctuary. The crying started again. Only this time, no more despair. Linen greeted him from the end of the road, and there were many soldiers and volunteers in the queue. Lao Biao said, let's organize, first assign residences and basic living items to each one, and then move freely. The curfew is postponed to 3 o'clock in the morning tonight, so you don't have to worry about missing it. Let's go to the assigned place to live first. After the statistics of personal information, let's talk about the old days. Lin En's greeting voice is like the sound of nature. Lao Yuan jumped down from the car door excitedly, and came over to give him a bear hug. It's too good, Lin En, you are too good. The old watch stared at everything in front of him. That's not a 3-story building at all, no, in other words, a 3-story building made of this kind of tree is far more shocking than an ordinary building. Outside each wooden house is a spiral staircase made of rattan and wooden ladders. In some wooden houses with scattered doors, there are small spaces illuminated by street lamps outside. At present, these houses have no electricity, there is no way, and the cables are limited, but fortunately, we found a candle factory and used the inventory. There is no shortage of candles for the time being. We may consider changing kerosene or fish oil lamps in the future. Lin En introduced a few times, then smiled and looked at the old watch. Where is this going? You are surprised today, hurry up, everyone can't wait. After Lin En finished speaking, Yuan Long turned his head and saw that many survivors also got out of the car, standing beside the car, looking at the street that seemed to be built of wooden houses. Yuan Long said loudly to the walkie-talkie, take all your people, line up, and cooperate with others in their work. First, assign a place to live and basic materials, and tonight everyone can rest well, eat enough, and sleep in the house. As he was talking, he even burst into tears. What's the matter? Work hard for me, work hard, and have a good rest at night. Do you hear me? He repeated it again, with mixed feelings in his heart, and even felt that he was a little remiss. For so many days, he did his best just to make people full. As for the place to sleep and the management of people's mentality, he really doesn't care. Not to mention the survivor, even he left the car to some old people and children to sleep, and built the floor by himself. Not to mention delicious. Okay, don't worry, everyone has meat to eat tonight, but I've almost caught all the mutant animals around me in the past few days, so I'll keep some small ones. This is by the sea, and there is enough fish and meat. Don't worry about not having enough delicious food tonight. I also got some fruit and brewed some fruit wine. I don't know how it tastes. I haven't tasted it yet. Lin En smiled and patted Yuan Long on the shoulder, turned to look at Qin Biao, Gao Liancheng, Ren Shen, and even the man with glasses that he rescued from the supermarket at first. He was a little moved by the familiar faces. It was really not easy to see each other like this in the end. However, Lu Yao was standing beside Lin En and looked at the crowd with complicated eyes. A woman wearing the same combat uniform as her was standing beside Yan Shi, looking at her with the same complex eyes. Zheng Li watched for a while, looked away, and didn't say a word to Lu Yao. At this moment, people were led, divided into queues, and began to distribute supplies and receive room numbers, just a simple sign with the room number. In fact, These wooden houses do not have door locks, and everyone has to find a way. However, there is no need to worry about stealing. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Under the high pressure of the gathering place, all things that disturb the order are strictly prohibited. The original small sin has become a big sin, and the big sin is directly buried. Strictly cruel, but no way. Lennon looked at the crowd, and was naturally looked at by the crowd. He was still wearing a leather jacket with an unprinted black sweater inside. It looked very fashionable, but he didn't look like the director of the shelter. Is that him? The person in charge of the shelter? Lennon? Many people looked at him. In addition to being amazed, most of them were gratitude and admiration. After they queued up to receive the supplies, they were told to go and put the things home first, and then go to the streets to move freely according to the guidance. When leaving, many people involuntarily expressed their thanks to Lennon. Some even cried emotionally and couldn't walk, just watched Lennon cry all the time, and he couldn't fix it. There are also elderly people with children who will kneel down for him. In the end, Lennon had to leave immediately and wait until they were more stable. He took Lao Yuan, Qin Biao, Gao Liancheng and other acquaintances, as well as several leaders of other gathering places, and walked in along the street together. Director Lin. The grilled meat is ready, eat it now. Someone set up a barbecue stall on the side of the road and greeted Lennon with a smile on his face. If Lennon didn't eat it, he would beat him to Linnan's hands, not even Qin Biao and the others beside him. After walking all the way from the street, everyone can't put down what they eat and drink. What watermelon juice, barbecue, fried rice, fried noodles, noodle soup, stir-fry. Lennon can't say anything else here, but there is absolutely no shortage of food. It's not just that he has developed mutant plants for instant flour. He also scoured the large and small towns near N City. Open to eat for a day, it will never have any effect. No matter how tight the daily life is, there are also cakes and noodles made of inexhaustible fish meat and flour ground from mutant plants. There is basically no shortage of food. Meat can be somewhat dangerous due to radiation. However, with Lennon around, all this will eventually be resolved. Lao Yuan chewed the meat skewers in his mouth, took a sip of beer, and his eyes were red. You are amazing. He couldn't imagine it at all. I am walking on the street after the apocalypse. Although this dirt passerby is a little dusty when he walks. Although I have seen a lot of wooden houses around, it seems to be a little less refined. Compared to the days before, here, simply heaven. And Lennon laughed and chatted with them. Just as he was about to ask Liu Yao to introduce the situation to them, he turned his head and found out. What? Where is my secretary? Where did Liu Yao go? Liu Yao was silently watching Zheng Li, who was sitting at the door of the house alone, staring at the sky in a daze. At this moment, most of the survivors have been allocated accommodation, and basic materials have also been allocated. Lennon did not give too many things, except that each room was equipped with a candle, towel, mineral water, and some basic clothing. There is no way. Most people are in rags at the moment, let alone wash it. It is not easy to be damaged. Clothes, it was obvious that I couldn't take care of it before, especially the clothes inside. In addition, it has to be distributed slowly later. After all, these gathering places also brought a lot of materials when they came, and they need to be redivided. Today, there are people coming and going on the streets, and many survivors are at a loss and still can't figure out the situation. Lennon can tell the survivors who were originally here to enthusiastically pull them away to enjoy the delicious food and the rare relaxation. Lennon also built 2 bathhouses in particular. The current water resources are not particularly scarce, and the surrounding reservoir resources are still in good reserves. Just strengthening the reserves. After that, if the bathhouse can't be opened, it won't be about Lennon's business as long as it's open. After that, who will be responsible? So, there are people coming and going on the street, and there is a relaxed and happy atmosphere everywhere. Many survivors cried and laughed while playing, but in general, Lennon's goal was achieved. However, Zheng Li was completely unable to integrate into it, or, in other words, had no interest in it. Liu Yao just watched from a distance. Zheng Li swayed and sat on the threshold of the treehouse, leaning against the door, looking at the bustling crowd, with a face that could not be loved. It was boring. She hesitated for a while, and before she could walk over, Zheng Li seemed to suddenly feel something, raised her head, and in the noisy crowd, in the gaps that passed by, saw Liu Yao's face. Then, she laughed. It's not very obvious, even a bit like an illusion, but the whole person seems to be suddenly alive. She stretched, with a half-smile on her face, and her eyes could not be called friendly. Come for me? Without Liu Yao walking in, Her mouth shape made Lu Yao raise her brows. Lu Yao is not a soft girl either. After she blew her various thoughts, Lu Yao also has complicated emotions towards her, regrets it, and wants to become a real friend with her again. Of course, there is also anger. After all, Zheng Li deceived her. Looking at how pitiful you are, I'm very afraid that you will do something. Lu Yao walked over, and his tone was not friendly. Zheng Li laughed in a low voice, her voice sneering. Who doesn't know that your man has the ability to predict? If I dare to do something, I'm afraid he will come to me now. She stood up and stretched out lazily. The tight-fitting combat uniform outlined her swaying gourd figure. She smiled and looked at Lu Yao. Then, he gently leaned into her ear and said in a low voice, besides, he can read minds. Haven't you thought about his actions based on your thoughts? If only someone could know what I'm thinking, maybe I'd fall in love with him too. After Zheng Li finished speaking, she saw Lu Yao sneer. Hey, he doesn't use that ability all the time when he's with us. Instead, Lu Yao looked at him with a victorious smile. Even if it is, so what? You probably don't know, you don't need to talk. The man knows what you're thinking, and he can communicate with you without words. Oh, yes, if you can meet such a man, maybe your personality won't be so distorted. The two girls looked at each other, and there seemed to be electric lights in their eyes, but after a while, Lu Yao and her smiled at each other again. It's not a smile, but a signal similar to the start of a game. Maybe the two communicated like this before, like enemies and friends. All I can say is, not normal. Let's go, take pity on you and take you to play. Lu Yao grabbed Zheng Li's hand and took her to the street. And Zheng Li didn't refuse, still with that smile but not a smile, and said casually, based on your situation, it seems that tonight, your man will be taken away by someone else. He is very busy now. Besides, what if he is taken away? At least, he will be there when I need him. Lu Yao finished speaking. Zheng Li sneered a few times. Yes, it's good, it's not the same as you at all. The two were silent for a while. Back to normal again. Eating food and drinking drinks together, it looks like a good girlfriend who is in love with each other. When she was full, Lu Yao sent her home. When it was time to part, Zheng Li suddenly stopped Lu Yao, who turned and left. Lu Yao. Lu Yao turned her head and raised the corners of her mouth. Why, you can't bear me anymore. I've thought about what I'm going to do, Zheng Li said suddenly. She looked at Lu Yao, and her eyes seemed to be flashing with a dangerous light. I have been a little confused before, I don't know where I should go, what to do, and what to do. But now, I think about it. I'm going to join Lonely Island. Let Linen be my man too. After she finished speaking, Lu Yao was stunned. Afterwards, Lu Yao laughed and said, you don't really think that your country is beautiful, and everyone loves you? He has a very bad sense of you. HMPH, let's see. Zheng Li raised the corner of his mouth with a smile in his eyes. Do you really understand Linen? Lu Yao was stunned by her attitude for a while, and then he exclaimed, I know more than you. The two parted ways. On the way back, Lu Yao was a little dazed, but Zheng Dang's words lingered in his mind. Do I really understand Linen? Lu Yao kept thinking about Linen's appearance in his mind, thinking about the time he spent with him, but suddenly woke up. It seemed that he really didn't think much about what he needed and what he wanted. On the contrary, Linen cooperated with him again and again, not just himself, but everyone, making everyone feel at ease, quiet, happy, and happy. What kind of person is he? When Lu Yao came back to his senses, he realized that he had walked outside the tent unknowingly. And Linen just walked out of the tent in the command center. The two of them bumped into each other. Linen looked at Lu Yao a little surprised, or seemed a little overwhelmed, and said with a strange smile, what's the matter? It looks like I was bumped into doing something wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Lu Yao struggled for a while. He wasn't in a hurry, just smiled at her, stretched out his hand, and held her hand. From now on, I'll be all alone, and I haven't bothered to accompany you for a long time, can we go shopping together? Are you quitting? Lu Yao was startled. What's the point of quitting? It's not my words. I'm just temporarily serving as the director of the shelter. After such a large camp, there are a lot of things to do. I just look at it and learn it. I'm bothered. Focus on, do a good job of defense facilities, that's all. After Linen finished speaking, he turned to look at her and asked softly, why are you unhappy? Lu Yao shook her head, she sighed, approached Linen, and wrapped her other hand around his arm. Linen. He sounded suspiciously. You can read minds, don't you know what I'm worrying about? She asked in a low voice. Linen smiled. I won't use that ability to you all the time, and being seen through my heart, even you will feel uncomfortable, right? I only use it secretly when I don't know what you really think or what you want. Linen lowered his voice jokingly. Don't tell Xiaozhong and Xiao. I told them all, I guessed by feeling. Lu Yao snorted. Look at your performance, Linen. She called Linen's name again. Linen stopped, pulled her thoughtfully, turned and walked towards the periphery of the camp. The camp is not completely built, and some open spaces are reserved. There are almost no people there at the moment. The more you go, the fewer people around you. Not in a good mood. Tell me, what's wrong with you? Linen is very patient. Lu Yao sighed. Am I being too self-willed? I think about it carefully, and I don't seem to have ever thought about what you're thinking. Or, I'm too stupid to guess. What do you think about me, about us? Just because we are useful and beautiful, so just follow the trend. Linen interrupted her. Why do you think so? He stopped, faced Lu Yao, and seriously repeated what he had said more than once. I'm with you, and I'm with you all because, I think if in this world, it will really end one day. And I can only protect the words of only a few people. I hope that those who can stay by my side will be you. Because, except for those so-called abilities, I like you. Although you are sometimes insincere and duplicitous, you are beautiful and cute, and although you look carefree, your mind is very delicate. Like now. He chuckled lightly, resting his head on her forehead, making eye contact with her. If one day, in the face of danger, no matter how difficult it is or how much it costs, I will protect you. And, I also believe that you treat me the same way. Isn't that enough? No matter how you think about it, when facing dangers and difficulties with each other, you are willing to do everything in your life regardless of your own life. Isn't that just liking? You have to ask me to find a reason to like you. Linen smiled and gently rubbed her face. Because, you are Lu Yao, and you like my Lu Yao, that's enough. Lu Yao blushed, all complicated thoughts were diluted by his messy words. She looked away and said in a low voice, if there is a beautiful girl in the future, I would be willing to give my life for you, regardless of the other women around you, I would give everything for you, and I just want you to like her words. It's so easy to find. Linen put his head against hers. He suddenly thought in his heart, if there really is such a girl, it seems that he may not insist on disliking each other. But how is it possible? How many times did he simulate and die in the simulation, but in the end, he could accompany him to the end, wouldn't it be the 3 girls in front of him? Even so, Linen already felt that he was destined to be favored. Even if there is, if my Lu Yao doesn't agree, I will definitely not allow her to join our big family, okay? You know, I never talk nonsense, and I will never go back on what I promise you. Linen swore to speak. 3 is indeed enough, no matter how many, he is afraid that he will not be able to grasp it. It's too busy to be busy, isn't it? Well. Lu Yao pulled Changyan, and the smile reappeared in her eyes. She raised her head, moved her face away, and then hugged him tightly again. Do what you say, if you lie to me, I don't like you anymore. She stressed. Okay, I promise you. Linen agreed. Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief, and then told Linen everything that Zheng Li said to her. After Linen finished, she just pinched her nose with a smile, and then said, Zheng Li, is that stupid of me? It's clearly like my wife. She thinks beautifully. If she wants to work for me, she is always welcome. If she wants to lie to my wife, there is no way. After Linen finished speaking, Lu Yao pressed his head against his collarbone. Who is your wife, whose wife can bear your big family? Ah. Linen pulled her chin up and stared into her eyes. You. Aren't you curious, what kind of person am I? Then I'll tell you. I'm a selfish, domineering, unreasonable bad guy. Like, things, you must take them in your hands, cherish them well, and never allow others to break them. The person you like must be with you. If she likes me, she is not allowed to leave me. If she doesn't like me, I must find a way to make her like me. If you want to blame it, blame you. At first, I didn't follow my heart. I said that Lu Yao would never pry at the corner, but I still fell in love with me, and made me fall in love with you. After Linen finished speaking, Lu Yao was embarrassed and annoyed. She puffed up her face and let go and took 2 steps back. You're amazing. Really, you know how to bully me. So domineering. I don't know how Xiaozhong can stand you, and I don't know why I like people like you. It's really strange. She muttered in her mouth and took a step forward, wanting to yo-yo. Lu Yao found that the 2 of them seemed to be going astray. He didn't want to take me to that rare place. Then this then that, and then. She blushed and walked faster and faster. In short, that's it, you must not be deceived by that bad woman Zhang Li, she deceived me for so long, I have to take revenge on her. Just let her work hard to chase you. It's better to let her like you, but you are not allowed to like her, torture her, and make her feel weird towards me. Anyway, it's done. She ran away. Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and in the end he could only laugh in a low voice and shake his head, swaying aimlessly by himself. He didn't know how long he had walked, maybe 10 minutes before the sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Lin turned his head. This place is equivalent to a construction site. Even the soldiers on duty at night won't come over. It's empty. Fewer people will be here for tonight's celebration. Linen? Yin's small voice called tentatively from behind him. Lin turned around and looked at Yin Xiaoxiao's smiling face in the moonlight. You are really here. I thought Lu Yao lied to me. Why not to go to the celebration? They are all discussing you. Lin let out a long sigh of relief, with a leisurely look. I went all around me. It's troublesome. It's better to be quiet here for a while. I haven't been so relaxed these days. Well, then, can I accompany you? That is, I haven't talked to you for a long time. She lowered her head and blushed, but she walked towards him unconsciously. Okay. Do we want to go to the beach? I want to go for a walk on the beach. Lin took advantage of the proposal. Yin Xiaoxiao raised her head in surprise. Really? Really? Lin smiled. It seemed that someone would come after a few steps in the camp. Today, he just wanted to have a good rest and relax. Go to the beach, on the beach, and lay lazily under the moonlight for a while. This should feel good. Just the two of us. The small voice was full of anticipation. Well, just the two of us, he said, reaching out to Yin Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaoxiao almost jumped and trotted. Without him reaching out, he couldn't wait to jump up, hooking his neck with both hands, hugging him tightly, and whispering in his ear. I miss you so much. I don't see you every day. Lin smiled. It's different, it's the two of us. Yin Xiaoxiao buried her face on his shoulder and took a deep breath. Okay. I'll chat with you later. Lin simply hugged her and waved his hand. In the sky, a few minutes later, a giant eagle circled and fell towards him. In the past few days, the soldiers guarding outside have also recognized Lin's black giant eagle. Lin hugged Yin Xiaoxiao and jumped gently. A black light appeared on the giant eagle's wings, and it waved vigorously. Rushed to the sky. Going straight to the dark night, exudes a cold deep blue sea.